How's everybody doing? He's in here. Willard, you are first.
Willard's always first. He's a champion of first. Champion.
Alligator dress. Moonchild isn't even, she's at work, dude. She came in here just to say that he did it. He did.
Annalisa. Oh, I love Moonchild. Moonchild, have a nice day, nice evening at work or shift or,
He may have got not got all the charges, but bail denied. I'm just saying. He thought he was going to walk up out of there, but he didn't. So at least there's a little bit with that. I really started thinking he was too. Everybody was saying, well, the big charges were dropped. Why shouldn't he? But they made a lot of good arguments,
They got two. They nailed them on two.
Mm-hmm.
And this particular judge, he could do whatever, I guess, up to 20 years, and they can't appeal it. So at least we know possibly he could get 20. Maybe he's only going to get 5. But just remember, he's going to the big house. Yeah. 3 houses.
Also, I think I didn't know this till just 20 minutes before I was getting back here. Cassie wrote a letter to the judge, and so did Deontay Nash, saying, I'm afraid for him to get out. I think I have reason to believe he's going to come for me because of the witnesses. So there's another reason. And they said that the violence, whenever they wanted to get him off of his charges, they were saying, oh, it's just domestic violence. And so they put it right back on him with we can't let him out because he's violent. You said that's your own. You said that yourself. So kind of.
Nobody took that video of him, beating down, Cassie the way he did. We're never gonna forget that, Diddy. Come on.
Nobody, a lot of people, saw that.
But yeah, I'm happy he'll get some prison time. I don't think it's gonna be as fun for him as some of the other people that have went in. But who knows? Maybe they'll put him somewhere and, look at Martha Stewart. It sounded like her time in there wasn't too bad.
Huh. Well, I don't know. I just am glad that he's going to have to stay there until he's sentenced. But they are speeding up the sentencing, too. It was originally supposed to be in October. Now it's next week, I think.
Yeah, because he would have bailed the country regardless. We know he would have ran.
Mm-hmm. I think he would have. They had a whole thing though. I think it was $1 million bond. They were like, oh, we won't even let him have internet. We'll have armed guards so he can't run. And it's man, nobody believes that. Nobody believes any of that.
And no, because look what happened to Epstein. And he should have Sorry.
I know, and a lot of people are saying slap on the wrist and all this. If he 50 said that yeah, I heard that today too, Monty. He's not in the closet, he's in the hallway. Oh, hey Bonnie. I thought I said
you got the link, come up. And where the hell is Virginia? Where's our Virginia?
She'll be here a little later, probably.
Where's my Washington gal? I need my Washington gal. Oh, sure.
So oh shoot.
I'm just saying hi to everybody. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. I was just going to share some of the outside of the courtroom before they found out bail was denied. I couldn't believe how many people were out there for him, actually, chanting for him or whatever. But this is when they found out he was, not as guilty on all the charges or whatever.
Who is that?
It's Janice Combs. Got to be.
I told you.
I told you.
I told you.
Get out of here. I'm going to let him turn the camera back to his face so y'all can see how I was saying he looks shocked. This might not be. Yeah, he stays like that for the longest time. His face stays like that for the longest time. He's in shock because he just found out. You know, I don't think anybody thought when they said the juror yesterday had 4 out of 5 and they weren't sure about the RICO. Everybody kind of assumed they were all guilty because if he was innocent, then it definitely wouldn't get the RICO. So everybody just kind of thought that, but it was just a split deal like that, you know. But you know, that wasn't even the worst. Go ahead. Sorry.
He did get charged with at least 2 of the charges, you guys, and they're not little ones. I mean, it was federal charges, right? It was a federal trial.
Well, that's why they end up keeping him. Just because he's like, just because they're lesser charges, he's still guilty. Why should he leave? If we know he's going to get time, why should he leave and come back to do the time? It just doesn't make sense. And I don't think it did either.
I mean, I'm just so happy Diddy's going to be somebody's bitch in prison. That will be like icing on the cake, and won't make up for what he did to Cassie, but I'm sure Cassie will be happy.
Oh, I doubt it. They'll probably treat him like a king in there, man. You know?
Well, no, he shouldn't walk. They were talking about it. They didn't. The judge had to decide that separately, and he's like, no, he kept him. So, and they took him back to where he came from.
Yeah, I wouldn't give him bail. No, because
everybody thought he was gonna that he was gonna
find an underground tunnel and walk away.
It's racketeering conspiracy, Cheryl Rich, and a lot of people were saying, most people were saying, they were ignoring the rules. They were ignoring the law, man. They gave him the 2 predicate acts, but not the charge itself. And it's like they just disregarded what they were told because they didn't think they knew he would spend life. They knew it was a higher charge. So I don't know. That's what it seems like. They had one holdout, and it's like, I guess they were like, dude, do you want to have 4th of July? And he just caved,
But I think like what Tisa was saying, we were talking in the back about Tisa tells because she was at she made a really good point, you guys. And I'm, remember I'm a Gen X, and my husband is a baby boomer. Okay, maybe we're not the right ones to be making these decisions, especially because they claimed that there were a lot of older baby boomers that were on this panel, or maybe they don't even know who the hell Diddy was. I mean, something's weird. Like, I don't know. I think we should have maybe some of the smart millennials make decisions.
I think they were mostly older. And probably.
Do you want to get called for court? None of us do. Yeah. But I think if you had a bunch of millennials on there and women, younger women, boy, it might have went in a different direction. But hindsight's 20/20. It's all done. So he got 2 charges. He get up to 20.
Well, yeah, it is what it is. They said, I don't even know, man. They went back, and when they said it in months, it sounded even smaller. Yeah, I get the same thing, Jersey Joe, that there might have been some.
Excuse me. And what if they consented one time, but it was bad, and the second time they're like, oh, hell to the no, and he's like, no, you're going to do it regardless, and just, I mean, come on.
Y'all probably don't even want to see the rest of these reactions, but I'm going to show you anyway.
No, I want to see the reaction.
It's not good, man. I'm not sure if it's this one or the next one. The dude starts spraying baby oil. Like it's dumb. Like they look stupid out here, but here. Oh shit. No volume.
But some of them might be paid. You have the one with the chick in the blue hair wig that she ripped it off. Oh, that one. You were doing that.
I just didn't know this one last time. There's only a couple of parts, but I couldn't even run.
Now they're doing that for TikTok.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what this is all about, you guys. This is
they're spraying the baby oil on me. It's so dumb.
because you notice there's only a couple of them. Everybody else is just standing around filming.
Yeah. In the comments, they had that guy's name. I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, he's probably a TikToker.
Armand. That's what they were saying.
Or he's
Yeah,
from
he's still
Central
working.
Casting Agency.
Right. There's no doubt
Who
it
knows?
could. It's crazy. That guy, I don't know because I guess I'm not cool enough to know. His name is Armon, Armon, and I only knew that from chat. And they were saying, well, just the other day he was talking bad about Diddy, and I don't know. He was acting a fool. But yeah, you're right. There wasn't really a lot. It's just like everybody's looking at what's there, you know? It wasn't a whole lot, but more than it should have been. Like, I would have been embarrassed to be out there screaming and hollering, happy he's getting out. Like, and the baby oil was just over the top. Why you got to do that? It's just, I don't know. I couldn't believe it when I was watching it. And then
That's
Janice
why
was out there fist pumping that too. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what is going on?
That's where I think it was probably some TikTokers, and they're just trying to get, you know what I mean? Because think about it, that make a good short. You know, some guys throwing baby oil at the verdict. You know, think about it, you guys.
Well,
That's
definitely trying to get attention. You know, there's no
yes,
doubt.
that's a click in the view. Everybody wants your attention right now, you guys. Have you not noticed that? Everything wants your damn attention. Everything. What is going on?
I don't know. It is a
Oh my
lot.
God,
I've
so
been
much
seeing a bunch of other stuff too, like crazy. Like I got a bunch of everything's random because there's so much crap going on. But yeah, there's only one more. This isn't even a minute. It's that all the good stuff pretty much happened, like the Janice Combs thing, the baby oil thing. I was shocked. I just didn't expect them to celebrate so much. I don't know. It's not a, and he didn't really win. He's still going to do time, you know. But this is like I said. He's catching up to that guy Armand, shirtless and shit. He's getting interviewed like you're saying, Tim.
Yeah, let's get his name and then I'll run it through TikTok and see who he is.
There he is right there with the backpack. Armon. Armand is what they were calling him. And I've never even heard of the guy.
Okay, hang on. Let me go to
See
TikTok.
how everybody, that girl's Emily, what's her name? You know, the Emily chick? I can't think of the way. I know her first name's Emily and she covers all this stuff too. Yeah.
You said it, what is his name again? Armon?
Yeah, Armon.
Armon.
Mm-hmm. But you're right. Look at all the attention he's getting because he acted a damn fool.
Oh, Armon. Yeah, you guys, guess what? He's a TikToker. He's a pretty big TikToker with 41,000.2 followers. He's got over 1 million likes. He's probably got more than one channel on TikTok because, and oh yeah, guys, he's a big influencer from the other side of the internet. Yeah. So that's what that was all about. I don't know if I don't know how to show you because you know I got fucked up crap go. Oh, I don't have the ability to do it yet, do I?
Oh, so while all this was going on, or before this, really, that the son Christian Combs put out a song with Kanye, dissing the witnesses and the people that wasn't there for his dad, and it was all like free Puff and everything. And I was like, people covering it were saying it was so dumb because he doesn't even know if he's going to get investigated by the feds, and like they use your rap lyrics against you in court all the time anymore. It's just wasn't smart. He should not have done that song. And it was, I didn't even hear it. I just read the lyrics, but it sounds stupid from what I heard. But I don't know. Kanye's involved. I don't see that as really a good thing. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, this guy's a really big influencer, and he's got all kinds of. He's got equipment. Yeah, this is that's a professional TikToker that was out there. Oh, he probably made a bank off his videos. Fucking people. Sorry.
Right. No, you're good. So, and then before this was like a day or two ago, they put another lawsuit came out against, well, Diddy's in it, but I don't think they're really charging him. They're going after his son, I think. But it's like, it just doesn't stop. Left and right stuff.
Just dropped was filed by a woman from Louisiana who says in 2017, Justin Combs coaxed her to come to LA because she says that Diddy's son promised her a job in the entertainment industry. She claims the two had met on Snapchat, and Justin allegedly asked for explicit pictures, and she sent them. The woman, who's not named in this suit, says when she got to LA, she was raped by several men, including a certain music mogul now at the center of this high-profile, historic trial in federal court in Lower Manhattan. Yes, Sean Diddy Combs. The alleged victim claims that Justin invited her out west for a weekend to talk about her career. But when she got there, she says she was kept in a house in Beverly Hills. And according to the lawsuit, things seemed fine at first. But when she allegedly asked Justin Combs if they were going to leave the house, he said no. She claims that Justin Combs offered her alcohol, pills, and weed, and she thinks that the weed was laced. Now, you can see in those allegations, some of the comparison in this lawsuit to the so-called freak-off that we've been hearing about for weeks.
Cut up the volume sound, Cole.
Oh, that's right. I turned it down on that last one. You're right.
Three men entered the house, and all of them were wearing masks. Now, it's unclear what kind of masks the men were wearing, but when I read that part, I thought about the testimony of Sheree Hayes in the Sean Diddy Combs trial, the escort known as the Punisher. He testified that during a freak-off, Sean Combs allegedly wore a face covering that he likened to a Muslim hijab. In the lawsuit against Justin Combs, the alleged victim says that she knew that one of the men was Diddy just because of his mannerisms, but how about this? She also knew it was Diddy because she says that Justin, as his dad, entered the home to allegedly rape a woman that he brought to LA, called Diddy, quote, Pops. Now, we see on Justin's social media that Pops is the phrase that he often uses for his dad. In this lawsuit, the alleged victim claims that she was led to a bedroom where she was allegedly told, quote, you better let this happen or else. Then she says that each man took a turn raping her, calling it a, quote, brutal gang rape. After that, she was taken to an airport on Monday, flown home. Not only is
So, yeah, it's like, that's the thing. That's the other thing they were saying about if he got out, he could go harass all those, and because he got in trouble for like some form of witness tampering from prison. So it's not like below him or something. He could go out and mess with all these women that are saying all these suits. There's like 80 lawsuits or something like that.
Well, and this is what Nancy Grace had to say. I loved it.
Nancy Grace was in his song.
Moment that the verdict came down.
Well, I'm curious as to how you think I would have reacted, but I can tell you I'm shattered. I'm devastated. I feel like I got kicked in the stomach and in the teeth, and I'm sure that makes all of Sean Combs, a.k.a. Diddy's followers, happy. But I'd like to point out that there are other people much more devastated than I am. That would be his rape victims. They're devastated. And dare I speak for victims all across the country, they're devastated because it does show that there is rich man's justice, which is very different from what I believe justice is supposed to be. I think Sean Combs is guilty on all counts. And I'm sorry the jury couldn't understand the facts the way I understand them. And another thing, all the joyous rapture dancing in the halls of the courthouse, cheers erupting outside the courthouse. We haven't had sentencing yet. And when I read, for instance, your banner, shame on you. The banner should be Sean Combs convicted on 2 felonies. See a potential 20 years.
No, not at all.
What?
Oh, I hate TMZ. TMZ was trying to fight with you guys, and I don't always agree with Nancy Grace. She's always been kind of one of those weird, but she was part of our growing up. But Nancy, you nailed it. That's exactly how I feel. Booyah. Thank you. Okay. I digress. Okay, got really uncomfortably weird, quiet. What happened?
No, I'm just thinking, people are just animals anymore. I hate to say it, it's kind of why I don't go downtown anymore, man, because my town was turned like that. And there's an art college down there, so that makes it especially goofy. And, yeah. So, it's just, I don't go there anymore unless I absolutely have to.
Oh, that's so funny. That was one of the places I thought about when I was in high school, like what I was going to do, and I thought about the Seattle Arts Institute. I'm glad I never went.
Man, my oldest sister has a master's in art. And I mean, she went through a lot to get that, and never did nothing with it. Worked in J.C. Penney's for like 30 years. It's like,
It's like it's like an underwater basket weaving degree.
I mean, she still paints. I mean, she's highly talented. Highly talented. She used to. She wasn't in fashion shows, but she used to make dresses for fashion shows. And I used to have to get drugged along these damn fashion shows. When you're a little boy, that shit ain't cool, right? And but she would win every time. They were actual competitions, and she would come home with these big ass trophies and shit, So she went all the way through college, got a master's in art, and still does stuff on her own at home and whatnot, but never made a living out of it,
It's because she didn't take the deal.
Yeah, I guess.
Because when you think about it, all those big named fashion designers, like just look at them, Vera Wang, Jimmy Choo, Tommy Hilfiger. Oh my God. Just that's just a start. Okay. We didn't talk about Kenneth Cole or the lady that checked out in COVID that had the handbags, Kate Spade. Oh yeah. Remember Kate Spade? Yeah. She just happened to hang herself on the doorknob with the red scarf. Yeah. You can go to school for things like that, but unless, I think if you don't take the deal, you're not going to be a Picasso or something, But
well, I'm so much of a nerd. I haven't done it in a while. But if I had a day where I just wasn't doing anything, I'd go down to we're blessed because we have the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts. And I mean, all kinds of really cool stuff comes through there. And I would just go down there by myself some days, and just walk in, take my time and look at paintings, because I look at paintings like, almost like a song. There's a story to tell there. And whoever painted this, 300 years ago was trying to say something, so I'll just stare at paintings and be like, all right, what are they trying to tell me? They're trying to tell me something here, And,
I just can't look at Picasso's these days now.
They have one Picasso there. I've been up close to
I
it,
can't look at a Picasso the same.
It's shit. It's pure shit. It's just shit.
And I agree. Art is beautiful. I love art. I mean, I think that it's why
they got a bunch of Andy Warhol up there. I look at his stuff, and his stuff is shit too.
He took the deal.
Oh yeah, you think?
Yeah, I do. I hate now Michelangelo. I don't know. There's not a lot out there about him. Maybe he was one of the good ones, and maybe Monet. Monet's one of my favorites. I love Monet. Because it was all his gardens, and he was ornamental horticulturist.
I like Van Gogh, man, and they just did at that same museum I'm telling you about just within the past couple months. They did this Van Gogh thing. I didn't go, but I saw videos of it where you walk into this room and each side of the room is a screen, and it's like Van Gogh, but I guess they used AI or something. So it looks like his paintings are like coming alive, but they're all the way around you and stuff. Oh, it was fantastic looking, man. I mean, it was fabulous. But yeah, I didn't go to that one.
I mean, I don't know. Some art is just beautiful, and then other stuff is, and then the elites hijacked it for their shit. So that's what makes me so mad. And then you got these Marina Abramoviches and that albino actress lady that did something where she laid in a box for 24 hours. Like, what the fuck? Who does shit like that?
You know, that albino actress lady. Yeah, oh, that one. Yeah.
Oh, if you saw her face, you'd recognize her from different movies. Yeah. And she did this thing where she laid down in a glass box, you know, but Marina Abramovich years ago did one where she let people like basically like do things to her as live art, like hit her or smack her, or throw stuff on her. I was like,
well, check this one out. And I can't even remember. It wasn't in the United States. It was, I don't know, over in freaking England or something. They were doing this art thing, and they had a naked woman that was up on like a scaffold. You couldn't see her. They had stuff around her. And there was these big like pieces of paper underneath her, like 10 feet underneath her. And she was taking eggs that were filled with paint and put them up in her hoo-ha. And then she would,
yeah, I heard about her.
She would like queef them out of her hoo-ha, and they would fall, and then the paint would come out. And that was the art, you know, different colors of, yeah. Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh my gosh. Go lay an egg.
And she was laying eggs out there and that.
There's this dude that hangs upside down and he takes gallons of paint and they spin them, like they send them forward, but they spin them and he empties the paint. And that's kind of cool looking, you know, like, I don't know, but it just reminds me of one of those. What was that thing when we were a kid and it spun around and you threw the paint into it and it made like speckles?
Oh, what were those called?
Spin art.
Okay, I remember that. I hadn't thought about one of those in years. Those were pretty cool.
Yeah, he's like the giant spin art. They just hang him from his ankles. Yeah, I saw that one like that. Yeah, okay. But I don't know if I'd buy it for my living room. Just saying.
So about that lawsuit that they're putting on.
Sorry.
It's okay. They had another lawyer on with that guy on Law and Crime. I'm trying to see if I wrote his name down.
Well, TMZ is biased. They're so Diddy.
It's not TMZ. No, and I agree with you.
Because he was trying to argue with Nancy Grace. Don't do that.
I didn't see that. Oh man.
That's what we was playing on the recording. Was
I stepped away from it.
I should have told you guys that was TMZ asking Nancy Grace what she thought of the verdict, and then but we didn't want to hear the whole thing. So,
well, the whole thing that he was asking him was like, well, this is Tony Busby doing this lawsuit again. What do you know about, what does it mean that Tony Busby's the one that brings it? And then the lawyer's going to answer right here.
What does that tell you?
I don't think that the Busby law firm is taking these allegations lightly. I believe they have the resources to do their own investigations prior to actually filing these suits. So this isn't some, sole practitioner who's trying to jump on the cottage industry that's been created around suing Sean Combs. I think that they have the ability to investigate this. They have the ability to decide whether or not they want to take on these cases. And I think that does lend some credibility, albeit, not a ton, but I think it does lend some credibility to the facts and circumstances surrounding it. In other words, this alleged victim didn't just walk in off the street to some random law firm who then is saying, oh, we now have the ability to sue Sean Combs. This is someone who's been down this well-trod path before and probably knows exactly what the pitfalls are in suing somebody as prominent as Sean Combs.
This lawsuit came down at the time we were recording this, came down last night. So that was a couple hours after the government finished their closing arguments against Sean Combs. And as we're recording this right now, Sean Combs, his defense team is giving his closing argument. What do you make about the timing of this? It's against Justin Combs and Sean Combs' name, but it's happening right in the middle of maybe the most pivotal part of this entire trial.
I don't exactly know what to make of the timing of it. I think it's interesting. I think that I'm a little surprised that it's come out so late, but sometimes, we don't know what led the alleged victim in this lawsuit to break their silence and to file this lawsuit. Perhaps they were watching the testimony or reviewing the testimony in the criminal case and said, oh my gosh, that's exactly what happened to me. Perhaps they said, they listened to the testimony and they said, there are so many victims here. I believe that I am one too. We don't know what prompted it. I think the timing is interesting, but I don't know that I can make anything of it as we sit here right now.
So, it just kind of gave I don't know what to call it, credence. It kind of made him. He just basically said that Busby isn't a crappy lawyer. I feel like, and like his name's reputable. You know, that's what I feel
That's
like.
what I've heard too. Like if you got Busby coming after your ass, she's gonna, or he's gonna, you know, he's gonna dig deep, and he's legit. But you know, I don't know. Jason said, "I told you they wouldn't get Diddy on Rico." Wait a minute. Too high standard. Yeah,
A lot of people said that.
I love
I
Jason.
I still think that they disregarded what they said because they made it. A lot of people felt like that, but yeah, they totally didn't give it to him, and they there was a lot of things they only got him on 2 out of 5. So,
But they got him 2 out of 5. I mean, you know, it's kind of like that Meatloaf song, you know, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
is that Meatloaf?
Yeah, that's Meatloaf. Isn't it? Isn't that Meatloaf? Was I right?
I'm not sure. You're probably right.
Jorgen will know that.
Jorgen's taking a break. Jorgen's making a sandwich.
Yeah,
I'm
Picasso.
sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, it's Meathead.
Yeah, Meatloaf. Oh, see, I was right.
They did have a co-conspirator, Jason, and I really think it's more about that. The co-conspirator really was Christina Koram. They didn't say it till about 75% of the trial, but they totally said she was. And now, because they didn't get Rico up, they're probably not going to bring charges. Dang.
But what if they go after her now?
Huh? They're not. Well, why would they? They're going to say you don't have a case to come after her because Diddy didn't get Rico, so how can she be his co-conspirator? That's what I'm saying. I think it was more.
Maybe they'll get her on something else so that she'll spill more tea.
I hope so, because she was all through every single, not every single, but most of the civil lawsuits, and her name was every third name in the trial. Every other witness, every person, she was all in it. But that's what I was actually thinking when he didn't get Rico. It was great. Now she's not going to get in any trouble at all. Because that's, you know, how can they say, but they did name her as a co-conspirator. It's the only person that I ever heard named. They didn't name anyone else. At first, I thought he was going to be all by himself.
Was she a co-conspirator of the other two crimes, though?
I don't know. 10. Probably because what were they? Trafficking. And yeah, she was totally, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. I haven't heard anybody talk about that yet. That was my thought was, oh crap. I think somebody else did say, at least one other person said it, that she won't get in trouble now, which is what I initially thought. I'm not going to play any more clips out of that. I'll tell you that they talked about the statute of limitations, about these civil lawsuits that are all flying at them, but they said it is different if the person's a minor. They've been known to lengthen the statute of limitations if it's a minor and not an adult person. If they were a minor at the time of so it was funny that they mentioned that, and
maybe they'll get him on a civil just like they did with OJ.
Right. Well, they definitely are. There's so many. They're gonna have some of these are gonna have to stick, man. There's too many of them.
Well, we want all of his, assets. We didn't get Rico, but we want his assets, okay? I mean, I don't know who the hell they're going to go to, but let's just take him away, okay? He don't deserve them. He's a bad man. He's convicted 2 times. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
2 out of 5 ain't bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried not to get too. What made me happy is when he got his bail denied because he thought he was going to get out. His reaction, he said they mouthed, "I'm going home," and
well, apparently he was reading Psalms, one of the Psalms verses when he was getting ready, and he told his family everything's going to be all right. And
it wasn't all right. No. Sorry, that made it better.
He did a prayer. He did
in between then. So they told us everything around 1 p.m. and then it was earlier. And then they were like, "We'll tell you the rest at 1 p.m." And like the whole time, I'm like watching all these different things, trying to get a feel, and everybody's saying even so, if y'all know Popcorn Planet, Andy Signor, or however you say his name.
Oh yeah, Popcorn Planet. Shout out. We like Andy. Yeah.
He was saying that he thinks that he should walk. He's like, well, the bigger charges. He's like, look, I don't want him to, but I think that he should. The bigger charges are gone, blah, 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 blah. And somehow, thank God that didn't happen.
Right.
He didn't walk right out. But, he wasn't wanting it to happen, but he was like, he's not in trouble for the bigger. I think it was more about the things he's already been done with witnesses, and those letters indefinitely helped, saying, I'm afraid, please don't let them near me, please give us more time, whatever. So
and he knew. Listen to this, Cole. Listen to this, guys. I'm just gonna play it through the phone because I don't have the weight because it's TikTok.
When we found out there was a verdict, Sean Combs returned to the courtroom. He said a few words to his family saying it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay. And this is after he led a moment of prayer earlier this morning when they were in court. When we were waiting for the verdict to come in, Sean Combs was sitting in his chair reading Psalms 18. It was over now with Psalms 18. So again, he had that moment of quiet, that moment of meditation. He was still waiting to find out. And so as they were reading down the count, again, Sean Combs was not looking forward. He was kind of in that state, that stillness, that meditative state that we've seen him. And the first count, not guilty, that was the first thing. You could hear a little bit of cheering from the family and the crowd. People were saying yes. The second count, he just kind of fist pumped. Now, when the third count, the sex trafficking, the Mann Act, the interstate prostitution, when that guilty verdict was read, he was kind of holding his head like this, and you could see he was shocked. That one coming, you could see kind of like that kinetic shock run through his body. But then when they went through the next count, the sex trafficking for Jane, not guilty. Then the prostitution for Jane. He and Tinny Garagos, they kind of had like a moment. They were sitting next to each other. They grabbed hands. They were holding hands, kind of like like this, pumping each other's fists, like congratulations. Then Combs began to turn around and speak to his family and saying, "I'm coming home. I'm coming home. It's going to be okay." And then he actually started.
Yeah, I'm coming home.
Started thanking the jury. He started nodding his head, thanking the jury. That same eye contact we had seen at the beginning of the trial that he'd been admonished for. He did that again. Now, but it's not clear if any of the jurors looked back and acknowledged him. I didn't really see anyone look back to acknowledge him thanking the jury, but he was just thanking the jury. And he would continuously look back at his family. Now, when the jury left and we were all dismissed from the court, that was another powerful moment. Sean Combs dropped to his knees. He dropped to his knees where his chair is and just bowed his head and just prayed. It was about 2 or 3 minutes. He just dropped, and you could just tell he was relieved. He was thankful.
Oh.
Yeah, they had a sketch of him like in front of the chair, leaned over the chair, sort of all dramatic and stuff. And it's like, he pulls out his Bible like he can trick God or something.
Yeah, like you can't
did it the whole time. Sorry. Oh my God, it did look like he was sniffing the seat, P. Charming.
He's gonna he thinks that he's fooled a lot of us.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think people are scared. They say people are fleeing and stuff. They're scared for if he does get out, that they're gonna, come after them. Gene Deal said he's gonna leave the country, but he probably won't. And I don't know, just kind of makes you wonder what's next. Something's going to keep happening. So
who do you think's going to leave the country?
Well, Gene Deal said he was going to, because he'd be enemy number one, but I don't think he actually.
Gene's going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why would Gene? Well,
because he's been speaking out and he thinks he'll come after him.
I know, but they can find people. They say they can't find people. They can find people. They can find you in a bush in the Congo. Come on.
How long do we give him after he gets out? Won't be long, in my opinion. So
we should.
Trouble again?
What do you guys think in chat? How many months do you think they'll give him in the big house before they'll let him out? I'm gonna say. Well, I think he's going to get a minimum of 5 years on it, but I'm hoping the judge will slam.
Okay, sir.
Jason said before, like 30 to 36 months, and I was looking at that going, yeah, that sounds about right, I bet you.
Well, they said
it's long, but it's not too long.
They were talking about it. They've already talked about, you know, I think the prosecution was saying, which I was surprised it was so low, like 4 or 5. And then the defense was saying something ridiculous. Like, I don't know. They said it in months, so it would throw me off, but I'm pretty sure it's 4 or 5 years from prosecution. And I don't know if that's the whole, you know, there's a difference if you do it consecutive or if you stack it or whatever. What's up, Bonnie?
Bonnie.
Glad you made it.
How are y'all?
There's like a concurrent and a consecutive. Like each one cancels each other out, and the other you go boom, boom. So do, you know, both sentences. So if it was 10 years each, it'd be 20.
Sexual aggressor says 3 months. Doc P says 2 to 3 years. Jersey Joe says not enough. I agree with you, girl. And Jerry says he gonna get whacked off. Ooh, I
Well,
love
that's what I was thinking. He could be.
He would probably like getting whacked off. He's just going to get whacked and no off.
And Waddle thinks he's gonna get a few months too. Oh, that's
Oh man. Well, you know, he's already been in there almost a year. So I don't know. You know, yeah, that whatever they give him, I guess they'll do time served. I guess that doesn't matter either way because they're going to do time served.
Yeah, but that's county jail. He's not in prison, is he?
Right now, he's not. I feel like he'll have to go, right?
Oh, maybe we can send him to that new place with the alligators and shit. Okay.
Alligator Alcatraz. About 10 months, I think. I'm not 100% on that, but somebody said near a year. So I want to shift you. This is what I wanted to show y'all, but Diddy had to jump in on my day again and take the front, you know, be
damn.
I know, for real. I really thought maybe it was you will still get time served. Yeah.
Are they
Was
called?
That was only county. Like, that's easy, I heard, compared to prison. I watched that DJ guy, you know, on YouTube here. Oh, yeah, I don't want to ever go to prison. That's why I'm going to be a good girl for the rest of my life. Okay.
The mic working?
Your mic's working. Did you say somebody?
Yeah, I've been trying. So are they counting this as federal or?
I think so, yeah.
If it's
The whole
federal,
thing.
it's going to go to the lounge.
Huh.
Oh, federal prison's easier, isn't it? Or
Yes.
is it?
Yes, Martha Stewart, you know.
Oh. Well, at least he won't be out, at least for a little while. We'll have to wait and see. It sounded like, I mean, at least a year, which would be nothing. He'd probably do a couple months and be out because, like they said, time served. But and then, like, if the prosecution gets their way, 4 or 5 years. But I'm not sure if that's, like I said, if they're going to do there's 2 charges and they carry about the same. So are they going to be back to back or are they going to cancel each other out? And I don't know the answer to that yet, but we'll be finding out soon, I'm sure. They're fast in it.
I agree with Jerry. Well, I don't know for sure, but Mad Mystic just got out of jail and she said, yeah, the jail food sucks. So, yeah. So he's probably got sucky food.
Well,
it should have sucky food.
Oh, I bet you he gets those kosher meals.
so what I was going to show before all the Diddy stuff happened, because like I said, this guy just won't get out of our lives. But I keep seeing all this alien type stuff like everywhere. Multiple. I've seen probably 4 streams in the last week. This one was leaked footage from the Pentagon, and when it first comes on, you'll see what it is right there. It's like crazy. Hold on.
Like a black hole sun look.
Yeah, that's one way to say it. For sure.
Object shaped like a disc caught on military camera and now confirmed by the Pentagon.
Before we move on, I want to show you this new footage. This is real footage recorded from the military, sparking serious buzz about UFOs. Investigative journalists Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp obtained and released military filmed footage. You're going to look at this disc in the sky. Just keep your eyes on that screen. UAP, which is an unidentified aerial phenomenon. Did you see it?
Yeah.
See it right there? So this footage was captured over the Afghanistan-Pakistan border back in November of 2020. See it? What is that? What is
Yeah, it's Nibiru.
From this, I do not buy the UFO sightings in Michigan, though. 3,000 plus sightings in Michigan. Show me one.
Over time.
I know, but over time, there have been televisions, there have been recordings, there are cell phones. Like, show me one. Like, we see all this video of.
You want to see videos?
I got to see it to believe it. You know what I mean?
These are actual reports that people are making.
So, and this is just one of many that I've seen. Actually, I do think several of them covered this one, the Pentagon leak thing.
But don't you think it's kind of ironic that they're really pumping the UFO stuff like the last 48 hours? And yesterday in Sweden, a gigantic fireball came down somewhere, and in Georgia they saw one. And are we in a tail drag of Nibiru system? You know, that's what I'm thinking.
Well, what's crazy is that this next clip that's only a minute. If y'all are ready, I was going to wait, but if you're ready, they're talking about like a ninth planet in the solar system, and I don't know, like there's so
a ninth planet. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta hear this.
It's only a minute right here, but yeah, I don't know but I notice it is a lot. It's like why they know when they have control over when stuff comes out and when it quote unquote leaks and stuff. It's like they were like, we're about to let Diddy out, put out the footage. No, this was technically first.
I even understand that it might help us find a ninth planet in our solar system, which we one time had, I guess, decades ago with Pluto, but it's since been reclassified.
Well, we can have a discussion what a planet is, but what they're talking about is something big way out there. And if it's way out in the distant solar system, it's dark and it's hard to find. But again, the picture that they show with the press release of these little streaks, these are 1,000 asteroids we didn't know existed until last night. And so if this is able to look in the sky with other telescopes like the Roman Space Telescope, which will be coming online soon, and Webb and Hubble and all the big telescopes in Chile, somehow, if it's out there, we're eventually going to see it.
What appears to be a disc-shaped object captured back in 2020, possibly somewhere over Afghanistan, Pakistan, the border there. Roll the video here. Jeremy says that this was filmed by some sort of DoD asset and forward-looking infrared shot from above looking down, and was, according to Corbell, the U.S. Air Force describing this object as possibly navigating through the clouds. There's no heat signature that you can see here. Nothing you would expect for a normal aircraft as it dips its way through. We're told the Pentagon logged it as a UAP, but so far it has not appeared on the Aero public list. Real quick, what's the update on Capitol Hill? Like, sometimes it seems like there's progress being made towards some sort of disclosure. Next thing you know, it's completely forgotten. No one's talking about it, and it seems like it's fallen off the radar. Like, when are we going to get answers?
Fallen off the radar. Should I be worried about my safety? What is this thing doing? Right? What do we think that it's doing?
I don't know, and that's being investigated a lot by online sleuths now too. But you have to figure out. The UFO thing, it's been around for a long time. This is nothing new. Your own government, our government, has admitted that UAP, let's just say UFOs, are real. There are craft of unknown origin. They outpace, outmaneuver, and outperform anything that we know can be made. So with that said, what is it doing? I have no clue.
So do we think ones like this? Have we seen similar videos to this?
You might not have seen similar videos to this. I have seen similar videos to this, and I'm hoping the public will be able to see those too.
You guys are saying that
Pick on her left.
Well, that was
it's fake. I'm sorry, 10. He said
that was in 2020, and I think that was early. Their early technology of them cloaking planes to make them look like UFOs, because it's been 5 years ago. You guys, I'm reading military, Raytheon, Boeing, cloaking.
Yeah,
or Nibiru.
There's so much more. Like, sorry, I didn't make it. Had some chaos. You can come up anytime, Pootie. What do you think, Connie?
I'm sorry.
What do you think?
I agree with 10. I think that they may be unknown to us, but not to others here in our country.
And then the whole Project Bluebeam thing, right?
Yeah.
Benny Johnson covered, I think, the same one, and he talked about that. It was pretty funny. He's like, as soon as Trump does anything, productive or good, it's going to be like, send in the aliens.
Let's ask the chat what they think, because Wayne goes discernment with a question mark. Nothing's off the table, okay? What do you guys think that was? Put it in chat. Put it in chat.
Some sort of probe. It's looking for something. I don't think there's any, and I don't know anything, but I don't think there's any beings inside of that thing. It's some sort of unmanned probe.
They talk about in the next one. They start talking about alien carrying spaceship. Like it could have dropped other ships or something. Hold on. I think it's funny because it sounds crazy when I say it.
I'm with, oh, there's Virginia. Virginia, get up.
Comment.
Now, Gary says almost every UFO has cloak that I have ever seen.
Oh,
or a
Virginia,
portal.
Virginia,
Get up here.
It's my fault probably at this point. My bad.
Oh, and Dr. P
I'm
says it's a spy from God. You know what? Nothing's off the table. Okay.
All right, just let me just a little bit. Oh crap! Now
Seen similar videos to this. I have seen similar videos to this,
Hoping not.
and I'm hoping the public will be able to see those too.
You guys are saying that that's an alien carrying spaceship
It could
headed
be
to Afghanistan?
a UFO over there, monitoring things, checking folks out.
Get back to us.
Let us know.
Mario speaks for me on this topic. I mean, I just, how much more evidence do you need?
Well, are you calling that video that's solid evidence of?
Oh, there's no doubt there's unidentified aerial phenomena roaming our skies.
Yeah, unidentified means we don't know what it is. But I'm just not making that leap to it's an alien spaceship.
But if you don't know what it is, I mean, if you don't know what it is, we know what all these other things are. So
Did you say, Yorga?
Nice coconuts.
I'm glad I paused the stream for that.
420 Dragon said it was a weed delivery drone. Nothing's off the table.
All right.
That's what that means. It's not just the guy who gets the footage doesn't know what it is.
I still want to know
what that is.
I still want to know why I haven't seen video of the Las Vegas crash with the 8, 9, or 10 foot human.
Never remember that.
Ran away in a Jeep. They had to take the roof.
Seriously.
Or the ones in Miami at the mall.
No video of any of it. Does that not a little, like, I'm just asking a question. Seriously, we joke about this all the time. Okay. Like, does that not intrigue you a little bit? Why we have not seen any video of what was reported to be an alien space crash or encounter in the backyard of some random Las Vegas home.
Yes.
No video whatsoever. Like, not even a picture of the backyard, not a picture of this is where it took place.
And
Like,
the report was by some of the people who live there.
by the neighbors that there was an 8, 9, or 10 foot human-like being.
10-foot people, and then they got into
a Jeep and drove off.
Not
Yeah, they
that
got
somebody
a
came
Jeep.
and
Yes.
picked them up.
I'm not.
Governmental
Look, I
vehicle.
have no opinion on
And
this.
all of the cell phone video and all the Ring doorbells, any kind of security video from the neighborhood, it's all gone.
You don't think that's suspicious?
Like, I'm seriously.
Do you really believe that happened?
I'm genuinely curious.
The police acknowledged they were on the scene.
Right. The police acknowledged it, and all the neighbors acknowledged it. And I just think for even a news station, local news in Las Vegas, why I have not seen, this is where this was reported in the backyard of this is, you know what I mean? Like, that genuinely doesn't intrigue you.
The police said they could not, they were told they could not speak about it. That's from the officer's mouths.
I just
Cannot speak about
I'm just
it, huh?
genuinely curious how that's not interesting.
Cannot speak about it. Does not sound good. I'm just saying.
Okay, so I'm wondering, did this guy disappear a few days after he said this, or was he part of the agenda to bring it up to go, oh yeah, what's the what happened? You know, like, look over here, but don't look over there.
You know,
Which guy are you talking about, then?
The dude in the blue suit and that was a
that
weird.
guy, he's just a schmuck.
So I wonder
Virginia.
I wonder if he's got his job. Virginia, get up here.
Oh, she wasn't up here. I'm doing that.
Did you see Wildlife's comment way up there? He said, what about the massive object they've been tracking moving through the Atlantic Ocean? That they
I'm not
say
sure if that's the one. I've got the other clips of. I don't know. They're talking about it has a Hawaiian nickname. The one I'm talking about. I don't know if that's the same one through the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh yeah, I seen that. It came up from Antarctica and it's been slowly. Yeah, I don't know. That's a big black blob on the radar thing. I don't know what that is. I'm telling you guys, that don't look good. Whatever it is, because they keep calling it an anomaly. Well, it's been there for like 8 months or something. How long has it been out there? What? You'll probably know. He can look it up quicker. It's been months, you guys.
Probably
Yeah, and the Miami Mall thing.
I don't know. There's
Do you have video for the blob?
I'm not sure what the other one is. Now I'm sitting here trying to figure out what it's
Let me see if I can find something.
I'm not sure exactly where it was. They called it it had a Mawa Ma or something like this. It was for a Hawaiian nickname for visitor from far away. It's another mysterious object, but I'm not sure if it's the blob. It might be yet another one on top. I'm telling you, the stuff is left and right. I got another minute about oh gosh. I'm not even sure. It's just a minute though, so it's gotta be something good.
Oh, and I'm super interested in how you guys believe that actually happened.
They're arguing about it.
Listen, remember what I said yesterday? Listen to me.
It's so exhausting.
Listen to me.
The
Remember what I said
10-foot
yesterday
aliens
about
got it.
facts? Like we just can't agree on facts.
But facts are facts.
Right, that's what I mean.
She's denying the facts.
Right.
Let me do a little.
Facts are so
Remember what I talked to you
We
about?
saw it on video.
I talked to you about this yesterday. You disagreed with me. Will you agree with me now that
I will
our
agree with
set
you
of
today.
facts
It's not, but it's not. You can't
What's
tell
up,
us that.
Timmo?
Yeah, it's not a
All
set of
right.
facts.
could be different.
Yeah.
Somebody help me, please. Is there a voice of reason?
The aliens are real.
I need to look up more. You need to give me some kind of printout of
I
the
think it's
police
just
report
crazy.
from the
This
10-foot aliens getting
big
into a
world
Jeep and driving
that
away.
there's so much going on, and we don't know all these things in the world. Let me get-
The most powerful digital camera ever built has released its first images of the universe. More than 2 decades in the making, the U.S.-funded $800 million Vera C. Rubin Observatory sits atop a mountain in Chile's Atacama Desert. The images are composites showing the Trifid and Lagoon nebulas and the Virgo cluster. Over the next decade, it will continually scan the night sky, searching for new celestial objects.
Hey, if you conceal carry and you want to do so comfortably, you're probably going
I want to see that.
in this gray Vanish holster. And what you're really going
That kind of looked like something you might want to see.
Keith Young, editor of
actually.
joins us from Washington, D.C. for more. Keith, you've seen the first images coming from this telescope.
Okay, we can check back in a second, talk about it for a minute. I just I forget more than I remember, you know. So I like to show the clips so I don't miss it.
No, it's really interesting. Where is that observatory? I didn't catch it where he said it. Where it was.
I can go back. Shoot, I'm
No,
sorry.
you ain't got to do that. I just thought somebody might have heard it.
Like 7 different places at once. I'm sitting there trying to see if Camel wants the link right now too, and they kind of got sidetracked for a split second. I never see him. It's usually too late for him to even catch the stream and watch it.
Forging thought it said some Chile to us, but some people say Chile. So yeah, west coast of South America.
Yeah, well, the other one was saying they had a sighting near Afghanistan and Pakistan. I remember that part. It's just a lot. Like I'm getting the things mixed up. Like I said, I have multiple different people covered some of the same stuff, and I listen from because it's crazy. You can get the same story out of different people with different experts and learn different things, even though it's the same story. I don't know if that made sense, but I tried. Yeah. I tried to get it out there. Because I definitely watched more than one about that disc, the Pentagon release, because everybody wanted to talk about it at the same time, you know? Which I don't blame them. It's interesting. But yeah, let's go ahead and if y'all are cool with it, what that guy he just introduced and everything, it's just like 2 minutes right here. Well, we already got it.
What's your reaction?
Oh, I could probably pick it because I mean, it was just astonishing what you could see. We got a little bit of a preview last night, but if you see these pictures, it's taken with a telescope. This is one I had as a kid. It looks like this, except the camera would fill your studio. And I've got a 48 megapixel phone next to me. This has 3.2 billion gigapixels. So what you're looking at is, you can imagine that this little telescope is looking at a little piece of the sky. These pictures, one that showed has 10 million galaxies in it. So you take, and the human eye can really take in these images. Eventually, when it's done, we will have a view that it's taken every night of the universe that unlike anything we've ever had before. And they'll make it into a movie so we can watch the universe changing.
How do we process all that data? I mean, what do you do with so much data that even the human eye can't take it in?
Well, as I say, big pipes and big fast computers, as a matter of fact, it's terabytes per day.
Data centers.
The biggest issue, not the optics or the telescope, but what do you do with the data? And how do you look through it? So AI and a lot of very fast communications and storage are going to be involved. And they've already proved that it works, because the images you're seeing now are going through that system.
What are
It's funnier than it should be. I just
what kind
wasn't
of
ready
discoveries are
for
they
it.
looking for as they pour over this material?
Well, first of all, when you take a picture with some of the space telescopes we have now,
All right, there are 2 minutes left. Should we just roll it out, or y'all want to take a break?
That'll work.
It takes a while to
That's
process.
right.
You get really amazing pictures, but it's a moment in time, or it's a long exposure staring at one place and nothing else. But what this can do is take huge field of view. I mean, it's the whole sky as you would see it multiple times a night, and then they just put it together, and you can see small changes. One of the things they showed is a little spot where they would take these pictures of little dots. They're actually new asteroids. In just a few hours, it discovered nearly 1,000 new asteroids. That's just in a test run. So imagine what you're going to be able to find and that's in our solar system alone. We haven't looked at exoplanets or anything else yet. So it's an astonishingly accurate, up-to-date image of the universe as it currently is, as opposed to how it might have been 3 weeks ago.
We know that one of the mysteries of the universe is the existence of dark matter. Scientists believe that the substance makes up most of our universe. How is this new telescope helping solve exactly what dark matter is?
Well, one of the easiest ways in physics to see something that you can't see is see what impact it has on other things, because the gravitational field of a very large object can cause, which you can't see like a black hole, it can cause other things to move in a different way because of that. Dark matter is a pervasive, we think, substance across the universe. But in whole, you can see how entire galaxies are affected by this, and stars. But when you can do this snapshot, like, every, few minutes, and assemble it together into a movie, a 3D movie, you can see things moving that you probably would never have noticed before. So it's better pictures, brighter objects, and more up-to-date information than we've ever had before.
He didn't answer the question.
No, he kind of danced around that shit.
Yeah, but there ain't an answer. They don't have it.
I don't know what it is, but dark matter freaks me out because I guess, I don't know. I'm just like, would you just hate to just stumble into some dark matter? We won't. But it's terrifying. It's like going to give me nightmares.
By the way, hi Virginia, and I don't know if I said hi to Bonnie, but people talk about the speed of light. You hear about the speed of light. It's 186,000 miles per second, and that's electricity. It's the exact same thing. But I always wondered about the speed of dark. Think about that. How fast is that? Is it faster than light? Could be. I don't know.
Yorga. Yeah, the speed of dark. That's a good question. That's interesting. The speed of dark as opposed to the speed of light. Because the dark is kind of always there. It is there unless it's interrupted by light. Right?
Exactly.
I'm feeling it.
And did you hear him see the things that we can't see?
Yeah.
How do you know it's there if you can't see it? And that didn't.
Somehow people way smarter than me know that the universe, there's just more out there than what we can see. Just the way things react. And, I'm way out of my field here, but they know something else is there, but they can't see it and they don't exactly know what it is.
I think they definitely know more. They quote unquote know it all. Even Trump probably. I'm wondering if he's ever going to tell us. Because there's no way they don't know more than they tell us.
Oh yeah, they know way more.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, that was leaked from the Pentagon at the very beginning there, and like I said, several people covered it. So how long did they have it? It's crazy. But I wouldn't. Yeah, I guess they probably did. Before they had it, they knew anyways. They didn't. Right. I don't know. I've always thought that maybe like that bump in technology we got where we went from like VHSs and everything to like DVD and cell phones came out and then they were touchscreen, like that big jump there. I always wondered if they got that from crafts or something because it just seemed like boom, really quick. So
there was that hidden Tartarian technology and they knew when, with the reset, they knew when to leak, to bring that out. Just like when the Industrial Revolution and stuff like that was another one that was similar to the technology revolution. You know what I mean? I'm kind of stoned right now, so sorry.
Man, and let me tell y'all one real quick. And probably 90% of the people here and in chat or listening or whatever won't believe me, but I swear it's true. 1965, I was 5 years old. And I was sitting in my father's den with him, and he had this piece of, it looked like, kind of like like cable, like wired cable, about maybe 1.5 inches thick, and had like black insulation around it. But it just looked like a bunch of wires in there. And he said, "Check this out." And he took a flashlight and he shined it in one end. Now this is like it looked like it had been ripped out of an airplane or something, right? I mean, it was not cut, nice or anything. It looked like it was torn out of something. Shine the light up in one side and bend it, and the light came out the other end. And it freaked me out. And I don't know, whatever happened to that thing. He had that piece of that, whatever, and then I just didn't think about it for years. And then in 1970 is when fiber optics came out. And that was fiber optics, but it was 5 years, before it officially, came out, which shit, we didn't even hear about fiber optics till probably the 80s and whatnot. But yeah, I held a piece of that shit. I don't know where it came from, but it was crazy, man. So,
well, I'm interested to show you this other one before we get going too far off topic, because this is a different one that I found too. It's nuts, man.
Let's check it out.
By the way, did try to intercept radio signals from this mystery object, but didn't hear anything.
I was going to say we should run, but where are we going?
Nowhere.
We're kind of stuck here.
This isn't just anyone saying this. Astronomers at Harvard University are suggesting a mysterious object that floated through our solar system last year may have been an alien probe. Hear me out. The object, called the Oumuamua, which in Hawaiian means a messenger that reaches out from the distant past.
A space object that has eluded scientists since it passed through Earth in 2017 is now back in the limelight for its disputed origins.
Oh, the space turd.
As many things.
A new government across the country, especially among anyone interested in extraterrestrials. Our Alexandra Limon has the story.
Physicist and Harvard professor Avi Loeb says there's a possibility humans aren't the only civilization in the universe.
Whether we live in such a reality or not is not a philosophical question. We just have to look out.
Loeb teamed up with the Pentagon office that investigates unidentified aerial phenomenon, and they released this draft report that indicates it is possible that alien ships have already visited our solar system. Specifically, Loeb thinks the first interstellar object spotted passing through our solar system in 2017 that was given the name Oumuamua could be an extraterrestrial mothership. Loeb says Oumuamua didn't have the characteristics you'd find in meteors or other known objects.
We consider a possibility where an object as big as Oumuamua, which was football field size, is a mothership.
He says the mothership could have released smaller ships or probes to study our solar system after spending a long time to get here.
With chemical rockets, it takes less than 1 billion years to traverse the entire Milky Way galaxy.
Loeb says if Oumuamua was a ship, there likely wasn't life on it.
Here is NASA's manager for Center for Near-Earth Objects.
Yeah, Bonnie,
That's
I was
a gigantic.
Go ahead. I was just saying that the time that it leaked, they did it on purpose. So I'm agreeing with her.
All it is a gigantic asteroid. It's a big space turd. I remember when that came out, and I was like, "Ooh, what? No, come on!" And he just said, "There's nothing living on. Come on, it's a gigantic turd." Now, if there's anything that might be sending like little messages, that's probably that black light satellite.
Well, what's strange about it is it's not in an orbit with the sun. The way I understand it, it just came out of nowhere from way out of deep space and just kind of passing through.
It's like going 40,000 miles per hour. It's not following Newton's law. There's like a lot of different things that haven't been explained yet. That made
you really believe Newton's law is real? I don't even believe Newton's law. I think that was just a big chunk of something that crashed out there into something and it broke apart, and it's just a big rock. It doesn't even look like a spaceship. It looks like a big Nephilim turd. It's a space
Maybe
turd.
It's not supposed to look like a spaceship. What about that? What if they camouflage it to look like a giant space turd?
Oh my God! I wish Cootie's knew that reference from Austin Power, complete with 2 balls. I keep saying all the references.
Yorka may be right. Maybe we learned the cloaking technology, and maybe that is a big cloaked turd. But why choose a turd? You know, you could have been a corn, you could have been a cherry, you know, a turd, really? A turd. Sorry, go ahead.
We already have invisibility. We've had it for a while.
Well, everything.
I don't know about giant spaceships, but as far as like a person goes, yeah, you can go invisible.
We could say a turd, or we could say a big flying dick, because everything kind of looks phallic in symbology in this world, you know.
Only to women.
Well, we don't have to go through it all. Maybe later if y'all still.
Several women. All they think about it. Boing, 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 boing.
Exactly.
Exactly. You're right, Georgia.
But they did go on to talk about how it came from another solar system, and we can't catch up with it. Maybe it's like a mothership, and they said it moves in a way kind of like a comet, but it picks up speed, and they talk about outgassing and a lot of details. But I'm not going to go through it all because we went through all the other.
Yeah,
ones.
it's not behaving like physics. I guess detect. What's the word I'm looking for?
Like statistically predicts it to do.
Yeah, something like that. That wasn't the word.
Cola, look at Jason's. That's a funny comment. Well, Tim, think about it this way. It would be easier building a giant spaceship or hollowing out and putting engines in an asteroid.
You know, he's right.
Nothing's off the table. Damn. I didn't think about that.
Good vision. Interesting.
Something else too. All right, I'm gonna give y'all whiplash in a minute. Sorry.
It could even be Elon's Boring Company that did it. Because he's the one that, with the Boring Company, with the big, do the rock.
Whatever happened to that car that he put out in space? I wonder what's going on with that.
Oh, yeah. How come that hasn't fallen apart?
That shit didn't work out.
What'd you say, Virginia?
I don't think that worked out. And the Boring Company, that is pretty interesting, Tim. Like, what did happen to that? They told us they were doing it, and now it's sort of off the radar. What does that mean? Are they still doing it incognito? They don't want to let us know? Or did it fail?
Well, remember Big Bertha that bore through the mountain there to do I-90, the floating bridge?
Big Bertha, and it cost Washington State millions. They kept starting over, kept failing, it kept getting clogged or stopped or like burning out or whatever. That was a huge circle jerk of funding.
But they got through, they broke through, and they created the longest, it's supposed to be the longest bridge over the water on the West Coast.
I have clips on it. He's right, though. Like, the lack of gassing, that's why they stopped calling it a comet, but it was classified as a comet first because it came from outside of our solar system. There was a lot more details, but I didn't want to. I am going to give y'all whiplash because Redacted covered another one.
When comets break up, they break up into meteors. And when the meteors flying through, and once it hits the Earth, and then it changes its name again, it turns into a meteorite. Yeah, it changes. Kind of like a Pokemon that evolves.
Going backward.
Yeah, it's weird. But yeah, they start out at comets. Like asteroids, comets. Well, it's pretty much the same fucking thing. Anyhow, carry on.
Well, like I said, I'm going to go back.
Comet's like a big ball of ice, man. I don't understand those things, but yeah, I mean, a meteorite's a rock, and a comet is like
it's so far out there, it's so cold, but then when it gets closer to us, and but it's a meteor. Yeah, it's stupid. They do that to confuse you, I think.
No, they're two different animals altogether.
Yeah, they have different compositions, but each of them, a lot of those things, they all break up and slam us one way or another. But
yeah,
I think
don't mind
me.
Hey, Brian.
Because there's some that we can measure over time that are predictable, like Halley's Comet or the Oumuamua. it has been coming around for years, and
Yeah.
we can track its progress. So it's not like a new anomaly. It's not unknown.
No, but I think the Oumuamua, that's like I was saying, it's not in a sun or solar orbit like Halley's Comet is in an orbit of the sun. You know, so we know when it's coming, and the other ones, you know, it was one back in like 86 that was hanging up there for a while. Hale-Bopp, I think was called.
Oh, yeah.
But that Oumuamua thing, man, that's just coming from interstellar space and just passing through our whole deal, man. It's not in a solar orbit, so I'm glad they caught it when they did, because then we'd never probably know about it. I still want to find that car that's out there, that Tesla. Because it was in a solar orbit. It was supposed to go in a solar orbit, and then I think something went wrong with it, but it's not like it's destroyed. It's just in a different type of orbit than what they wanted it to be, or some shit. But yeah, it's a pretty car out there, man.
You're gonna have to Google it.
This
But-
next
All right.
little thing I want to share with y'all, they start talking about the fake police officers coming trying to collect the evidence or something like this. And I will mess it up. So I have to show you on the clip. But it's like, all of this came out in the last week. Every single thing that I have put on the screen, it's all these strange things all at once. And I'm like, what is going on? Really is probably a distraction of some sort.
Strange sphere flying through the sky. Take a look at
This
this.
is the same, yeah.
What in the world
But
is this? Is it like a soccer ball, a balloon?
No, this is a different one.
The treasure hunter, Jose Restrepo, was simply metal detecting nearby when the same sphere plummeted from the sky, marked a power line, and then landed at
I think it's a drone.
eyewitnesses seeing it,
I have
capturing
no
it
idea,
on film. This set off, of course, international sensation. Like, what is this thing moving laterally up and down, then plummeting to the earth? This enigmatic orb, later dubbed the Buga sphere, reported suddenly tripling in weight from roughly 2 kilograms to 10 kilograms. And it contains embedded fiber optic network cables
Yeah.
with very odd thermal magnetic behaviors. And it has weird etched symbols on the side, possibly of extraterrestrial, or maybe it's clandestine. Here it is. So no one exactly knows. They've been analyzing it. Then overnight, men dressed in fake police gear tried to steal it after it was under lock and key. Dr. Stephen Greer has been there in Mexico with his team investigating this, and he just posted this on social media. Watch.
We've just been notified by Jaime Mason that there was an attempt by fake policemen to enter the vault where the Buga is stored, and we have notified security and the apparatus I'm working with under law enforcement. And you should know that the other risk here is that we have taken specific samples from the Buga that will be tested in a state-of-the-art lab to prove whether or not the metal, as well as some of the other components, are of Earth or outer space origin.
Yeah, I think.
Check this out. They found one of those in the 1970s in Florida. It was called, if you look up the Betz, BETZ sphere, the Betz sphere. Yeah. And same thing. Government got involved, all that kind of happy horse shit. Yeah, it was crazy.
what do you think that they were, the fake cops? What do you think that was? Who do you think was behind that?
That was the military retrieving their shit, is what I'm thinking.
Yep.
Because let me show you this, because I bought one of these, okay? And it's the same type of technology, you know. I mean, it flies. Let me show you. It's a toy. I bought them for the kids, okay? And it does the same. It's on the same kind of a premise, is what I'm thinking, because it doesn't have wings yet. It flies.
You think they got the technology from the movie?
Yeah, look at this shit. Okay, I mean, seriously. Yeah, I had to buy one, you guys. They're fun. We played with it in the living room, and I got the blue one.
Can you mute it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, because I don't want you
That's
to
not
get.
even the real. That's kind of a knockoff version of that song, ain't it? It had some extra stuff in there or something.
Yeah, but I don't want you to get. Yeah,
That's what I
see.
was thinking, but then it didn't sound like the song exactly. But yeah.
So it's got these that thing in there, and you throw it, and look at this shit, guys. Yeah, I got a couple. I got the purple one and the blue one. But
They
yeah,
got to be
sorry.
handmade.
So you got two. So you got two of them, Tim. So you have flying balls.
Yeah, I do actually.
Yeah, and the OG was blue. She had flying blue balls.
You got the blue ball.
Oh my God.
Do you see how that thing doesn't need to have wings or be
It's got to have
aerodynamic?
a propeller inside of it or something, though, right?
Yeah, it's like a fan of these that spins inside super, super fast. And so who knows, maybe that's our government creating these things to be able to go over and look at the other countries and we can spook them out.
All right, sidebar. I found the car. It's approximately 377 million kilometers from Earth. The Tesla Roadster launched into space is currently located, that far, 377 million kilometers from Earth and about 461 million kilometers from Mars. It is moving toward Earth at a speed of 10,000 miles an hour. You could track its real-time location using interactive simulations available online. So,
Can you believe that shit?
it's out
Do you
there.
believe that? Okay, that's what they're saying is out there. You really believe that some cars?
Yeah, I
can
think
be
it's out there. I think it's out there. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it is.
I need more.
I need more too.
I mean, I watched it when they launched it, and I watched it. They had a camera on it while I was out in space. They had a dummy in it, and
Yeah,
it looked real to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, shit could be faked, I know, but yeah, I think it's out there.
Right. And York is the first one to say it when he thinks it too, because he says it all the time. There's a couple more minutes talking about the different ways, and they talk about, I don't know, like I said, it's like I felt overwhelmed this week with these types of stories all at once. I don't know.
But how is this thing? I mean, did you see any sort of propulsion mechanism on it? Is it using some sort of an anti-gravity technology that we just don't understand how this thing is like floating sideways and is able to go up and down and maneuver without wings or propulsion or any sort of a heat signature?
Yeah, they had some speculation. I'm not sure that I agree with what their speculation was, but they tend to think that shape within the sphere resembles the Tesla coil and the tower that Tesla had invented, and so which has to do with creating static electricity. Anyway, the scientists in Mexico City, not to be confused with the scientists that were from the United States that came down to take the samples. The scientists in Mexico City had come up with that theory. I'm not sure that I buy that theory, but again, if you can, I'm from Missouri. If you can show me, I'll believe it. And so that's kind of where I'm at. Another way that you could explain these objects is that they might be tethered. They might be tethered from a larger drone that's very high above these orbs. It's tethering it and like almost like a fishing bob.
Yeah.
So that could be an explanation, but at the end of the day,
like a fishing bob. Oh my God!
Mummies that were found in Peru that were alien mummies, and whenever I spoke with David Grush, who was the whistleblower from the Pentagon that studied this stuff, I was actually probably not going to go because I thought that there's no way that that's real, and he recommended that I do because he said that based on the physiology of what he's seen in some of these mummies, not all of them, some of them are faked, but some of the mummies that exist in Peru, that based on the physiology, they are congruent with what he has seen in briefings, his former role.
Anyway, they do ask about the auto pin, actually, so that was one more good thing out of it, if y'all want to see that, but we can wait a minute and go back to it.
I don't trust him just because he said a fishing bob, and it's like it's called a fishing bob. It's a bobber. It's a bob. Okay, no, he's never fished. Just saying.
The bobber.
Yeah, fishing tethered, from another thing in the sky. Like a fishing bob.
Right.
Why would you have something? No, that the airlines would run into it, or a helicopter would get wrapped up in it, right?
He was definitely just speculating. He don't know. He was just talking.
He's the guy in the mail room, and he was the only one available. So they sit here and put on a suit and tie.
He's some kind of, what was he, a congressman or something, or a representative, Eric Burlison. I don't know. So, but like I said, they do ask him about the auto pen, and that was worth. I can't even remember what he said now, but it's not very long. If you guys want to DEI.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't remember now. I mean, like I said, so much has gone on. Didn't like I said, Diddy took over the damn day. I was kind of hoping it wouldn't be a big thing, but and then they make you wait. It was so much today.
To myself and other members of the disclosure task force, and they were denied the ability to give us that briefing by.
We've got to get an update real quick here, with to get you back to work. Representative Comer trying to get answers on this Biden auto pen scandal. The people who are actually running the White House hearings. Now we're getting stonewalling from Jill Biden's head honcho, who apparently was running the show, is not going to testify. Comer says he's going to subpoena him to testify. Where do things stand right now with that?
Yeah, we're looking to get we're looking to get him in. I think what Comer is going to do is we'll treat it the same way we did the Hunter Biden investigation. But Hunter turned us down for a request. So we ended up having to subpoena him, bring him in under deposition, and that was an hours long deposition, and then the goal was to have a hearing afterwards. So I think that's probably the path that they're going to continue down. Comer, he will dot his I's and cross his T's. He'll do as much work as possible before he goes. We take it to the public.
Representative Eric Burleson, I love that we can have you on to talk.
So buy more time, basically, is what I heard.
Well, yeah, because
it takes forever though.
Nothing came of the Hunter Biden stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And still to this day, that pisses me off because he was the one that, how we found out a lot of the stuff was going on. And thank you, baby mama. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing came of it. We just know that they're a bunch of shitheads. Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, and like I said, Benny Johnson covered the same story too. I did like some of the things he said. That's what you watch several different people, and you might pick up some kind of different details each time, and then sometimes it is just straight up repetitive. I guess I had to get the phone. Let me see. Also, a little bit of decent news, I think. Maybe not alien related.
I liked all that alien stuff.
I can't believe all of that was in 1 week. And I'm telling you, Benny Johnson, there was a whole lot more in that last one, but everybody was kind of, already heard of it.
Did he cover it too?
What's that?
Did Benny Johnson cover it?
He did. And he also, like I said, he was saying stuff like, as soon as Trump's onto something, they're going to be like, release the aliens. And he even used the term Project Bluebeam. I was kind of surprised by that. But this is just a little bit of, let's see. Yeah, a little bit of good news about everybody was like, arrest. And officially we can say that now. And they talk about it here on the Timcast. I think it's good news.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Gagliotti, and I'm the head of the Justice Department's Criminal Division. Thank you all for joining us today as we announce the largest coordinated healthcare fraud takedown in the history of the Department of Justice. Today marks a decisive moment in our fight to protect American taxpayers from fraudsters and to defend the integrity of America's healthcare system. We are announcing today charges against 324 defendants for their alleged participation in healthcare fraud schemes involving approximately $14.6 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs.
Holy crap. I'm excited. This feels good, huh?
It's Obamacare.
Yeah.
That's Obamacare for you.
That's Obamacare. Just comes out and he's like, actually, literally, it's the whole health Obama infrastructure, 40, 50,
It's got to go.
I do like the fact that, well, not like the fact, but I'm hoping that this will actually lead to people that are extremely critical of the government and that are impatient. They're saying, oh, these things aren't happening fast enough. Hopefully, this will be another indication that there are investigations going on. There are moves being made. And whereas, yes, I would love it if, they could have just got into office and snapped their fingers and all the bad people
Why are you looking at me?
automatically.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm looking around the table. All the bad people just automatically just were in cuffs and locked up. It would have been wonderful. But I do actually, and I know people are going to be like, oh, you're so naive, but I do actually think that there are at least a few people that are actually in the government looking to fix significant problems. Not saying they're going to fix them all. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying this is exactly how everything's going to be rosy and stuff. But I do think that you're going to see more and more of this throughout the summer. I mean, that's what Dan Bongino and Cash Patel said.
I was looking up who
saying that. I loved hearing that because I'm like, God, that sounds just like me. Maybe I'm naive, but he just wants that glass to be half full. He's trying to look at the positives. And like they said, everybody was like, where's the arrest? Where's the arrest? Hey, here's some arrests. But then it'll be something else, then it'll be, oh, not enough. But I think hopefully we're going in the right direction and good things are going to happen, and they'll keep going. That's what they were saying. Maybe this will be, well, I don't want to say it if I'm going to play it, but maybe this will just be the beginning, So you got to start somewhere. And I don't know, I'm kind of surprised about any of it because you start to almost think it's not going to happen. Nothing will. No one will pay any repercussions, but I think it's a good place to start. And then they started talking about Fauci might be next. And I mean, I think a lot of people hope for that.
I would love to see all of those people go down. And I have some concerns about the big, beautiful bill. I don't love a lot of things in it. And I guess at this point, I'm like, okay, how are these going to be enforced and enacted? How are people going to be affected right away for better or worse? Because there are some people very afraid they're going to lose their Medicaid, their Social Security, their whatever. They're legit concerned about it. There's other people that are like, well, now I'm getting
okay, so like saying somebody's concerned about something is a way to say that they're unsure whether it's going to happen or not, because you talk to some people and they say, no, it's not going to happen. It's only for fraud. It's only for this. And then other people are like, oh, they're going to cut everybody off their medical. And we really won't know until it happens. So when people say they fear things, it doesn't necessarily mean it's warranted fear. It doesn't mean it's merited. I'm not sure. We'll find out together because people do say that, but it's like, people also say that women's rights are being taken left and right. And what are we going to do? And they see the world from a different lens than I do. I'm like, I'm not afraid of some of the things people are afraid of. Maybe I should be, or maybe they shouldn't be, it's all about perception,
It is. And that's why I'm saying, I want to see all these things in the next month or two.
But don't you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, Cola, absolutely.
Like a month ago, people were saying nothing. No one's paying repercussions. No one's going to jail. No one's getting arrested. And now it's like, here it is. Will people say, oh, well, look, some people did get arrested, or they just
arrested? Okay, let's say that every bad person got arrested, but people still lost their Medicare. They are not going to care about who got arrested or not. So what I'm looking for with all this stuff is okay, in the next few months, as this rolls out, will people be affected? Elderly, low income, tax implications, stuff like that is what people are really worried about. The arrests are that would be a display of justice, but it doesn't help people.
People were also saying it won't happen. No one's going to get arrested for anything.
It still doesn't help you if you can't get medical insurance.
I agree with that, but I don't know that we're not going to be able to get medical insurance. I don't. Right. I hear two different narratives depending on which thing I click on, and they're both exactly opposite of one another. So it's kind of hard to be sure of anything.
Right.
I keep hearing that that's not going to happen. That they're only going to get rid of the fraud from the medical, which is what they're doing right now. So what they're saying is matching what I'm seeing. And I haven't yet seen one person go, oh, my stuff got cut. It hasn't happened yet. People are saying they're afraid of it, but it hasn't happened. You know what I mean? But they are arresting people for fraud in the medical field. So it kind of seems to me, I'm believing what I'm seeing so far. If people start saying it, I'll be the first one to say that sucks. I didn't want this to happen. And I didn't think it was going to happen. But until then, I'm not going to sit here and worry about it. And yeah, if it's the lesser of two evils, if that's the only way, everything can't be perfect all the time. I'm sure that there's going to be things that are going to suck one way or the other. You know, every action has a reaction. And there's repercussions to everything.
For
But-
sure. And I agree with you as far as getting fraud off of there. What I would like to see is that people who need it, like veterans, certain income ranges, whatever, that American citizens can get it. Because the injustice to me is that all of these illegal or undocumented or whatever, they can get medical care, health care, hospitalization,
Agreed.
whatever.
Yes, I
pretty much
agreed.
handed to them. So take that for the people who are not qualified for it. Now, what I really want to see is Americans, all of us who pay taxes, being able to afford it. And not, there are people, American citizens, that cannot afford their medications, their visits, they have no backup for any kind of care that if they're disabled or whatever, right? And so yeah, like cut out the fraudsters 100%.
Yeah,
But
see, and coaching is saying what I'm saying so far. I that's the way I understand it. So it's really easy for people to say, I'm so afraid this is going to happen. But if the fear is not necessary, then it's like a play on words. It's just like a way to put people in fear when they shouldn't be in fear. It's just like, and there's always this narrative surrounding anything he does. He's going to get us in war. We're all going to go to war. And then the opposite happens, but we stay afraid until it happens, you know, until it can be proved wrong. And then people get real quiet when it is proved wrong. They don't go, oh, wait, I was wrong. Nobody's medical did get cut. Oh, we were in fear for nothing. They just move to the next thing. I do too. But then they move to the next thing and do it.
So afraid of their Medicare, Social Security, and all that, you know. I see a lot of them, and I'm like, well, has it been cut? Because I keep seeing things where they got.
I know people without jobs who have medical coverage and it's been uninterrupted. And they don't have a job and they don't have any. You know, it's not like it's from a job or something like this. It's from, you know, the state, and theirs are completely intact. And yet to have one person tell me a sob story about it being cut, but they all run around going, "Oh my God, it's going to happen! I'm so afraid of it," with no proof of it. You know,
I agree with that. What I'm saying is some of us, like my family, I haven't had insurance for over a decade because it's self-employment. Everything, there's no job providing it. It would just be through taxes. Now through Obama-Rama, if you didn't buy something, you would get charged like $2,500 or some shit. Now, thankfully, that has gone away. I'm coming from my own perspective and point of view, is that some Americans cannot afford insurance, even if we don't make very much money, even if we don't, you know, we don't qualify for Medicaid. We don't, if you go to the companies to buy it, it's several $100s a month that you don't have. And so when I'm looking at people getting this free ride, it drives me nuts. Now, elderly, and you know, I've got family we all do. We all have family members, friends who so far I have not heard any one of them say that they lost any of their benefits. What I am worried about is, what about the rest of us who don't even have any? There's no reason for me to pay the amount of taxes I pay every year and not have a fucking doctor. So, and you know, there's like subsections of this where people fall between the cracks, and it's a lot of people. It's veterans, self-employed people, people who are in an income range where they're going to find a way to make it that you can't afford it. Like it puts you down almost like you're paying extra taxes, even though they got rid of the tax thing. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Jason, the best thing I have found is basically pay for cash. If you need something done, I have a nice lady. I just pay for the visit. A visit is like $150. You go what? Once a year, once every other year, whatever, right? You pay insurance and it's like $600 a month, like $6-7 grand a year. And really, how, you know, for what? Because then you have deductibles, then you have to pay a copay, then sometimes your treatments are even more expensive. If you go in and let's say you have a prescription for blood pressure. When you have insurance, sometimes they charge more just because of the insurance scam. Whereas you can ask them, hey, what's the cash price? If I just buy this, I have a written prescription. The prescription doesn't say I have to use an insurance company. It's a script. You can pay cash. Yes, Cheryl, the deductibles, copays, all of that. It's a complete racket. That's a fact.
When I not to break you off, but when I had my neck done a few years back, I had to pay $3,000 just to walk in the door. You know, and I had insurance. I had it, you know. But yeah, just if I didn't have that $3,000, it was like, see you later, pal. You know? So
Right.
And
Well,
and I still had to pay on it. You know, that wasn't just it. You know, after the fact, I was getting, you know, paying them and stuff, and so you know,
it's kind of weird. I was just saying about the fraud. There were 324 defendants. That's a lot of people, and that's you know, we're getting rid of people that hopefully this is going to be the start of a new thing here, and we're going to start holding people accountable because there's a lot of other things besides just fraud. But imagine. That's the deep state. That's the swamp. Those people that are doing these things. But I'm going to play a real quick clip where they talk about the path to Fauci, because you know that's nothing compared to him, right? These little low level whatever.
Dude, yeah, Fauci is.
I mean, and probably you know it's a pipe dream, right? Like maybe it doesn't happen, but here's what they're saying.
But the real problem with a massive government is the abuse and the fraud. The people that are going to try to use government money to put an addition on their house, or if they can figure it out, use government money to buy themselves cars, use government programs to put their kids through school when they don't deserve it, or whatever. Those kind of things are going to happen, and it's going to be more common because of the size and scope of government.
Is this a path to arresting Fauci if we undo the auto pen part?
This is a total different topic, but Fauci, Rand Paul is actually going to subpoena Fauci. I saw something on Twix. I didn't retweet it, so I don't have a post that I can show you or whatever. Okay. I saw it today. Rand Paul is looking to subpoena Fauci, and hopefully we can actually get something moving on that front as well. Considering the information, I don't know if we're going to talk about this either, but considering the information about the RFK found all the hidden information that the CDC was hiding, you know, again, that's another thing that's come out that shows that there are people in the government that were elected or that were appointed by Donald Trump, proving that, you know, electing Donald Trump was definitely the better option without question. So
for posterity, I want to clarify. We don't exactly, it has been reported hundreds of arrests. That's why we led with that phrasing specifically. Reuters doesn't say arrests as charges, but other websites do say arrests. And I started thinking about, I wonder if they actually shut up and started cuffing all these people, which I imagine most of them probably did. There's 13 confirmed people in Indiana that were arrested over this. 12 people, I think, in like Eastern Europe got caught or something. I don't, you know, I want to clarify. It has been reported by many outlets. These are mass arrests, but Reuters didn't say that. So I'm going to make sure that's clear. Yeah. Because we want to be specific. And if it turns out they're like, oh, we arrested, you know, it says in the Reuters article, they arrested 12. There's another article saying they arrested 13. If it turns out that there's dozens of arrests, I'm still happy with it, you know, beginning, but I just want to make sure that's clear.
About the ladies in Baton Rouge.
So, and I don't know. I know I saw a lot of footage of Rand Paul going at Fauci and the, what was it called? Gain of function. And they were doing a back and forth that was insane. But it probably, that would shock me. And then I would really think they meant business if they actually went after him and got any justice at all. Daisy's, Fauci's. Huh?
Oh. Like when you're in a graveyard, you push up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did y'all see Elon was talking a little bit of smack, and then Trump said something about having Doge investigate him?
Yes.
I think he was joking, but it's hilarious.
It's hysterical. It's like, man, because I mean, this guy just keeps on.
Nobody knows when he says stuff like that. The liberal media, they take everything literally, as they don't know what a joke is. You know, so they go, "Oh my God, he said he's going to deport Elon. Get out of here, man!"
Right. They did talk. They did talk a little bit. Bonnie, are you here? They talked a little bit about the naturalized citizens, and I heard you the other night. I don't know if I was there or just listening in. I'm not sure, but I definitely heard you asking questions and talking about that. And they talked about it on here. And how I think that's just another step in catching all the illegals or whatever you want to call them, and getting them out faster, and like, oh, now they're, but it doesn't apply to citizens. But I don't know if you're interested, but I heard you the other night. I don't know. I guess it was on your stream.
Yes, we were talking about that.
Yeah, and that they definitely go into it. We can put that up real quick, and then I'll take a break I'll be done. I didn't watch, to be honest, I didn't even finish this, and I know it would have had so many more gems in it, but I ran out of time. Freaking P. Diddy, man, taking up all my attention. For real, man. Like, you can't not pay attention to like the breaking news,
Trump's Justice Department issues directive to strip naturalized Americans of citizenship for criminal offenses.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
Yo,
send them home.
It is past. Trump is cranking up the knob, and we got to 11 a while ago with the Doge and everything, and now he's just ripping the knob off. Here's what they say.
Love it.
The Trump admin has codified its efforts to strip some Americans of their U.S. citizenship in a recently published DOJ memo that directs attorneys to prioritize denaturalization for naturalized citizens who commit certain crimes. The memo, published on June 11th, calls on attorneys in the department to institute civil proceedings to revoke a person's U.S. citizenship if an individual either illegally procured naturalization or procured naturalization by concealment of a material fact or by willful misrepresentation. Holy crap.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
So I'm sorry, you want to keep
At the center of the move are the estimated 25 million U.S. citizens who immigrated to the country after being born abroad, according to data from 2023, and it lists 10 different priority categories for denaturalization. According to the memo, those subjected to civil proceedings are not entitled to an attorney like they are in a criminal case, and the government has a lighter burden of proof in civil cases than they do in criminal ones. The memo claims such efforts will focus on those who were involved in the commission of war crimes, extrajudicial killings, or other serious human rights abuses, and naturalized criminals, gang members, or indeed any individuals convicted of crimes who pose an ongoing threat to the U.S.
Yes.
Wow.
So there's two ways to look at this. One is naturalization is a privilege. It's not a right.
Yes.
And right now the statutes for that the naturalization process is laid out by Congress, Article 1, Section 8. And it's residency, good moral character, language proficiency, and passing a civics test, right? Good moral character. All right. Mm-hmm. So there's an argument that you can revoke citizenship if you violate, if you're not a good moral character, and if you're breaking the law, then you can't. But then at the same time, it has to be, since Congress has the power of naturalization, it would have to be written into they would have to write a law. So this is something Trump can do by executive order, and then Congress can make a law to support that, to codify his executive order.
Dude, I was talking about this morning. We talked about it last week. We actually stumbled into it. The ACLU's lawsuit, the class action on birthright citizenship,
love this,
has created either you ban abortions or birthright citizenship is.
All right, they're going off into some more tangents, but forging, he didn't get RICO. He got not guilty on RICO, and he got 2 out of 5 charges. And then they talked about they had a bail hearing a couple hours later, and they denied bail based on some of the witnessing, tampering, based on the fact that their defense was that he was domestically violent. And Cassie wrote a letter, and so did what's his guy, guys? Deontay Nash wrote letters to the judge saying that they were fearful that he would come out, and they had reason to believe that he would come after them for testifying against them. So I think that weighed heavily on the judge's decision as well, because he did yeah. Oh my God, and you weren't here. They totally were celebrating outside of the courthouse, throwing baby oil on each other. It was so ugly. They're so goofy. And Janice Cohn, that was crazy.
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I totally agree with the thing about the illegals to a point.
Mm-hmm.
For 4 years, they were invited in. Whether they received benefits for doing that or not, they were still invited in. I don't think that every single one of them got the benefits. I think the ones that were set up in the motels and all of that, yes, they did. So it was my understanding that he was going to get rid of the ones that had criminal records. Is that what y'all heard?
They had to have committed crimes and things, yes. And
but the ones that ICE are going after have no credit records. These are families with children These are people who have been here for I don't know how long, gone
Well,
to
see,
school.
that's where we see different things because they were showing lists of all the crimes and they were big. They were they were like really bad, not just criminals, terrible crimes, like
They've been
children.
some criminals also, but I'm just saying, not all of them are. And I'll share it tomorrow night. I have a video and what's going on in Texas, and I can't remember where the other one is. I'm telling you, if any of us were in another country and they were treating us that way, people would be raising hell. And I'm just saying, we call ourselves Christians, and some of the things that are being shown are just, I'm just blown away.
Well, I still feel like there's the reasons that I think that they should go is not the unchristian ones. There so many people come in, they talk about sleepers, and I'm afraid for those reasons that they'll be attacked from within, and because they are dangerous, a lot of them, and that's the only reason. It's not for any other reason than that, and that's why I hope they do only go for the criminals. But like the chat is saying, once you cross illegally, you become a criminal, and there is a legal way to get in here, and people do it. It's kind of a slap in the face to all the people that did it the right way, for them to just consider themselves, well, I didn't commit any new crimes. Well, when you cross the border, you did. But
Yep.
And the thing is, I believe they do spin it depending on who you're listening to, but I do believe more than not are criminals. Maybe somebody got caught in the mix because when they went in somewhere for one criminal, there was a guy there that wasn't, didn't do anything but come over illegally and he got popped, whatever. But I don't think they're looking for those people beating down their doors. I think they're just casualties along the way. And if ultimately, like I said, I'm just more fearful about the people that are here to cause harm. And that's what I think they're trying to get out of here. Endless war, sanctions, coups over transnationals plundering resources. Why do corporate politicians never talk about? Because they try to talk about things they think they can solve or make sound better. So if they don't know the answer, they try not to bring it up, I feel like.
I look at it like this, and a lot of people have said in the chat, and I agree that they're here illegally. You said they were invited in. They were not invited in. We just let our guard down, and they came in and they knew it was illegal. And I look at it like this: they're in my country, they're in my house, they're coming in my house uninvited, and there's going to be sad videos of families and everything. You know what? I don't care, because their problems are not my problems. I did not move to their country. They moved to ours. They're not here legally. They could try to do it the right way, and that's about it. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't.
But they were invited. And like said, but what about the people who have been here legally? You can't become a naturalized citizen if you didn't do it legally. And that's what I understand also.
But they weren't born here, and there's a reason. They're not going after those people just because of that reason. They have to be a criminal first, and it's not just that. When they're talking about the naturalized citizens, it's when they're committing crimes that it's like they said, it's a privilege, not a right. And I kind of lean that way, Bonnie. I do.
Yeah.
Like, it's different if they were pure and didn't cause any more trouble or commit any new crimes. But once they do that, like that draws a line in the sand from the other people that aren't committing crimes. And then those are the people that, I wouldn't want just targeted and thrown out because they're trying to buy by you. Those are the people that aren't going to cause an uprising. Those are the people that just want to live here peacefully. I'm cool with that.
And I'll say something else. I had this gigantic, humongous, like 200-year-old tree in my front yard, and called a lady, and she said, I got some guys, and these guys came out, and I can't say for sure, but they looked pretty illegal, which I didn't care. And they started at 8:30 in the morning, and by 2:30 that afternoon, it wasn't only down, it was completely loaded up on dump trucks and shit was gone. These guys worked their ass off, and they were very nice and they were very cool. I get that. I get that. I hate seeing people who work hard have to go. But if they have to go, then they have to go. And we'll just have to figure it out, So
Wow.
I mean, I don't personally have any hard feelings, for somebody who's trying to work hard and make it somewhere, but it's illegal. So,
There are a lot of aspects that are illegal.
Are they deporting the ones that have fought for our country?
They wouldn't be illegal.
Why do you say that if they weren't born on this land?
If the military's not going to take you if you're not legal.
No,
we had guys from the Philippines and from Puerto Rico and stuff that were just, I guess, territories of the United States, but still, and I think they get their citizenship by doing it.
You can gain citizenship by serving in the U.S. military, and that's from any country. Well, I don't know about any, but quite a few. You're not
going to go fight for the United States, military, let's say, and not commit any crimes or anything, and then you're not going to get thrown out if you keep your nose clean.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's kind of the thing. Is some people come here for work, like I was saying before, work, whatever, and they just don't get the paperwork done. But they've been paying taxes, doing whatever. They're not violent. They didn't get the paperwork done. Are they still illegal? Yes. They're past their work visa point or whatever. But I would think the priority should be the known criminals, violent people, not apple pickers, unless they're violent people, but just your average, roundup. How do we profile that? Because profiling gets really dangerous.
Good point.
Well, let's do a lighter topic. So just a shift here, because it's like we've been on all this stuff, but I find this actually really funny. So we always end up talking about the Dave Chappelle show, or not always, but quite often. And he did a skit about Diddy back in the day, right? About the making of the band, because Diddy was such a prick on that show. And when he made fun of that guy and he's like, Dylon, that guy recently spoke out. That's why it's like all fresh again, because he's like mad at Dave Chappelle for doing the skit, said it ruined his career and stuff. But some of these clips from the Chappelle show back in the day before all this, it's pretty you're like, damn, why didn't we listen closer? He did the R. Kelly one too, but a lot of people, even me, didn't even realize how deep this one was. And this is the skit from the show years ago. And this is one of the people in the making of the band right here. He's making fun of, and that's the guy that come out complaining. But here,
the music business to be doing, to be a sugar cookie getter. I'm a rapper. Who are the 5 best rappers of all time? Think about it. Dylon, and Dylon. Because I spit hot fire.
The top 5 rappers are Dylon. We're well experienced. I never said that. This is I'm legend now. I'm up for what you just did, and you're not answering the phone. Yo, fam, Puffy just told us to go to the store in Brooklyn and bring him back a cheesecake and walk.
So once again, I'm standing in front of Daddy's house, and I said, let's not do that. I know people at Def Jam. We can get a deal elsewhere. So I said that they're not going to even see the cheesecake walk. We don't have to do it. But nobody listens to Dylon.
Dave Chappelle just exposed what Diddy really did to Dylan behind the scenes. And it's even worse than we thought.
So what is happening in Hollywood? Nobody knows. Maybe the environment is a little sick.
See, there's stuff from Chappelle's show that never made it to air. And Dave just revealed that what happened behind the scenes on Making the Band was way worse than what people saw.
The sugar cookie, man.
No, say why.
Man, hurry up, this guy got grown.
All this comes after Dylan slammed Dave and basically said that those Chappelle Show sketches really ruined his whole career. According to Dylan, labels wouldn't take him seriously, and it's all because of that Dylan line. But here's the thing, Chappelle's sketch didn't come out of nowhere. As you all know, Making the Band was already insane. Diddy had those poor kids walking across New York for cheesecake, getting screamed at on camera for the smallest things, and he even pressured them to do nasty stuff for a record deal.
That was good. So y'all gotta get naked. You know what I'm saying?
So Dave Chappelle did.
It was all right there all along. You got to get naked. What I remember that though, but I don't think I really realized. I don't think I really watched the Making of the Band or whatever thing that Diddy did. And there's a part, I don't know exactly. It's pretty hilarious. They show the skit that Dave does, and then they show the actual thing he was talking about that Diddy said. And it was almost verbatim. And it sounded so ridiculous when Dave said it that I didn't even realize it was damn near a direct quote. It was pretty funny. Look, I know everybody's still being serious, but I thought this was pretty wild. It's wild. You know, we always talk about the whole thing with Chappelle and stuff. And like, I didn't, you know, right after that Chappelle show, everybody knows he went away for a while, this and that. But isn't it funny? Like, he made fun of Diddy on his show, and Diddy was trying to block it. I didn't know this. And, you know, he did the same thing to Wendy Williams. I just never thought possibly Diddy was part of the reason why Chappelle got screwed over during that time frame. Pretty nuts, y'all. But
yeah, he did get Wendy bad.
Yeah. And man, I have somewhere, I don't know if I've got them tonight, but there's definitely clips of her talking about it, you know, and things she said. And that the worst thing I've ever seen was whenever Diddy is on her after their feud and everything, he's on the couch and he's like, yeah, she talks about her son. He's like, yeah, I met him backstage. Oh my God, the look on her face. She looked scared to death. Like, that's the last thing she wanted to have heard happen. It was pretty nuts.
Indy.
Got to save that precious soul. God, it's nuts. I'll do one more real quick one. Like I said, this stuff, some of this is actually, I thought was really funny because I haven't seen the show. And I mean, I was young when the show came out.
Didn't even exaggerate anything. And when you listen closely to how Dave's talking about it now, it's pretty clear he knows more than he's saying. However, Dylan just sat down with The Art of Dialogue to set the record straight about his time on Making the Band. And there's one part of his interview that changes how you look at that whole era.
I caught Diddy sucking wood or people sucking him off and all this nastiness because somebody would have dead.
All right, so Dave Chappelle finally responded to Dylan's comments, and he's not sugarcoating anything. Dave said that those Making the Band sketches he did for the Chappelle show weren't to clown Dylan. It was to expose what Diddy was really doing to those kids. Dave said he was actually angry about what Diddy was doing, and making jokes was his way of trying to get the message across, because that was the only way to get people to pay attention.
You gotta keep going. And bitterness is quite cumbersome.
Yeah, it's bad for you.
Right. So, you know, jokes is a way of shaking that off or processing something with the alchemy of levity.
Yeah.
And that checks out because Dave's been calling out shady industry stuff for years. Remember already, Dave exposed that the company he originally signed with to make Chappelle's show kept all the rights, which meant he never got any royalties. And they were able to sell and license the show without even asking him.
And all these white people sitting at that table told me, trust us, Dave, it's a good contract. And I looked around the table and they all seemed to agree it was a good contract. People think I made a lot of money for Chappelle's show. When I left that show, I never got paid. They didn't have to pay me because I signed the contract. But is that right? Nope. I found out that these people were streaming my work and they never had to ask me or they never had to tell me.
But here's another side of the story that doesn't get talked about enough.
Well, we'll come back to that. But I was talking about that either last week or the week before. It was pretty phenomenal how he dealt with that, though. He got people to stop watching his show. And eventually they, even though he had signed that contract, they went ahead and gave him his rights back to Chappelle's show because nobody was watching it anymore because he went out there and pleaded with his fans. It was pretty, like, I should find something specifically on that because it was pretty nuts. Yeah, it was definitely, people speculated forging, but Bieber denied it. But everybody thinks it. I mean, we definitely heard the rumors. And then all the stuff that was caught on tape, you know, with him asking for the number and And Bieber gets all nervous, and then there's another time it looks like he's tapping him for a wire. There's a lot of weirdness with that for sure.
Yeah, the big names opted out of this whole trial.
Okay. So the next one that I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to tell you guys that they talked about how Diddy tried to block the show and how he was so powerful he was scrubbing off the internet of making of the band. There's some people did get some of it, you know, saved or something to be able to be seen, but like you can hardly find them online. It's really hard to do, but because of Diddy, because he had that type of pull to say, it made him look bad and he didn't want it on there. But I really do want to share the skit. Skitty makes fun of Diddy and it's freaking hilarious still. He talks about the Cambodian breast milk because he's making fun of his ridiculous demands. And it's funny. I think this is the one where they show how similar what the two quotes are. But yeah, this was freaking hilarious at the time and even funnier now. Like, and it's like, it's kind of funny. Like he was trying to tell on him, but then his career, you know, got so much backlash. You didn't hear from him for a while.
Playing mind games.
Y'all not working like a team.
There's
I
him
gotta
doing
shut the
Diddy.
studio down, yo. All right, the only way I open the studio up now, y'all got to walk uptown to the Bronx and get breast milk from a Cambodian immigrant. I only drink the finest breast milks. Go out there and milk Cambodia.
Those
Gosh, I know Yorga
all
wants
of
to
the
see it.
vagabond know that the best stories aren't about
Yeah, well, hold on.
It's 100% Cambodian, man. It's the real shit. Breast milk, you made my day.
What's crazy is that Dave didn't even have to exaggerate much. In fact, some of the wildest lines from Chappelle's show were direct quotes from Diddy on making the band.
It takes hard work. If I had my way, I'd never work. I'd stay home all day, watch Scarface 50 times, eat a turkey sandwich, and have sex all fucking day. Then I dress up like a clown and surprise kids at school.
80% of my day is not stuff I want to do. I really want to take a nap, look at Scarface 50 times, you know, eat a turkey sandwich and have sex all day. That's what I would love to do. I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? It's not even an option.
On that sketch, yeah, it made us laugh, but if you
Milks.
I just came back to watch him do the Diddy dance again when he fake does the dance. It's pretty funny. It looks just like Diddy, little stupid dance. Is he gonna do it?
Breast milk, you made my day.
What's crazy is that
Oh,
Dave didn't
missed
have to
it.
exaggerate much. In fact,
Dang it. It's really dumb, but it's pretty
some
funny.
of the wildest lines from
There you
Chappelle's
go.
show were direct quotes.
There it is. Like a kind of twitch or something. That's kind of how Diddy tries to dance. But think about him back then doing this. He is calling him out, and we're all just like, "Oh, he's so funny." But that when they did that, "Wanna watch Scarface?" Like, I did not realize how close of a quote that was. I'm such a dummy. Anyway, I wonder if a lot of people are saying they're worried about Diddy seeking vengeance because they either didn't speak out for him or they were witnessing the trial or things like this. What's up, Bob? Huh. Well, I don't know, man. I think that he at least got some charges, you know. Like, we lost 10. When did that happen? I was gonna say like 10 said 2 out of 5 ain't bad, but she kept singing it. I was waiting for her to sing.
All right. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a slap on the wrist overall. 2 out of 5, and the 2 out of the 5 were kind of almost the same charge. You know, the big shit. I think that the RICO didn't stick because that leads to discovery on anyone else in that scheme, you know? And so, no, I don't know. Girl, I've been waiting to talk to you all about what you think about this, you know?
Everybody thought he was going to walk right out of there because the charges were dropped. That wasn't a slap on the wrist. They could have totally done that, but they're making him sit there, and so he'll sit there till he gets
maybe 4 years.
whatever sentence he gets. They're going to slap that too. So he, instead of him coming out and potentially leaving or even going back, he doesn't even get to do that. And I honestly was almost convinced they were going to let him walk right out because of everybody's opinions, but it didn't turn out that way. That I think that. So Tisa was talking about it, and I agree with her. I think the judge is pissed that they didn't really follow what he said, because by doing the 2 charges they did, those were the predicate acts. All they had to do was the RICO, but they wouldn't. They refused, and there was somebody in there wanted to do it, but they eventually made that person. That person was following the judge's orders. Everybody else was like, yeah, he said so, but we don't really think so. Like the defense convinced them that they were consensual with it, and I disagree strongly. I mean, some of the things that happened aren't real mainstream, with the kidnapping thing, with the lie detector test for 5 days, and we'll throw you in the East River. Everybody's talking about baby oil. They're not talking about a lot of the details that, did happen. And the jury heard all that. I was almost shocked that either somebody's paid or whatever, but even to me, it's still not a slap on the wrist. A slap on the wrist would be like probation, or maybe sitting out there with their ankle bracelet or something, and definitely getting out for bail. People really thought he was going to, but he didn't. Sure, and I do
with everything you saw, and I'm guessing he'll get 5 years or less. With everything you saw, do you think that's justice?
I think it's the best that we could get for justice. That's what the jury said. You gotta, that's how it goes. It puts it into the jury's hands. I'm not happy with it. I think he was definitely guilty, and I think they proved it. So I don't think so. They also there was something about the charge also that allowed them to bring more evidence or something like this. So even if he's not been sentenced, Bob, in the next week or so. But that's the other thing with the judge kind of acting like hard ass and kind of mad about it, not letting him out on bail and explaining he's still guilty of crimes. And he's a violent person. How do we know he's not going to go out and be violent or whatever? But I'm just saying that if he's that upset and irritated, he's the one that ultimately gets to decide his sentence. So he might be like thinking mad they didn't follow, and he might give him the max, which isn't a lot, but it's not any, like, okay, say if I'm not sure if the 10 years cancel each other out or not. But say if it was 20 years, he's already in his 50s, he'll be 70 years old. And of course they don't do all that time, but still, I do believe it'll be less than that. But he may give the max, and then of course he'll get less because when you're in there, if you do good time, things like this, plus his time served. But I don't know. I'm really hoping that this judge is going to, the way that he reacted makes me think that he's kind of mad. A lot of people think that because, like I said, it doesn't make sense that they didn't go. They wanted them to push them for the RICO. They wanted them to do it when they had the 4 out of 5. But they came back and they talked that odd person or the odd people, however many people were going against, into just dropping the RICO and keeping the other charges, So I don't know, man. I was definitely shocked. And there was a lot of different things that were happening. And believe me, I was watching them all. They kicked somebody out of the jury right there towards the end. And the reason they gave was like, this person was like, oh, I live in Jersey. Well, no, I live here. And well, my daughter, and they felt like he was just entirely too eager to be tied to the case. And they kicked him out. They went back and forth, and the judge finally ultimately decided to get him out of there. And then they added somebody else in, right? And I'm just like, I don't know, man. That was the person that came in talking about, look, if we all just do this, we get 20 grand a piece, guys. Like, I don't know. I mean, that's low anyways, 20 grand or whatever, but whatever price, who knows? Definitely that's been mentioned that people might be buying or paying people off. And I mean, but the thing is, they didn't like get him completely off. Like, he's still got 2 charges. And they didn't let him out on bail. So I don't think that they were completely easy on the guy. A lot of people thought he should walk, which I think's nuts. They're like, oh, it's just his bedroom stuff. It's not a big deal. And I disagree. Like, once again, the details that didn't get, like, the girl's got a UTI and she's in pain, and then I'm really mad at the freaking Punisher guy because he's been talking. He sounds like he's trying to get sympathy for Diddy or try to stay in on his good side or something like this.
Well, giving a girl a UTI is not.
No, I'm not giving it to her. Asking her to continue performing in pain like that when who wants that? That's not something someone's going to want to be consensual to. You're going to be like, no, give me a day or two. Like, it's just insane.
I mean, I'm curious about the sentencing because I do think it'll be 5 years or less. I do think that's a slap in the wrist overall, and I think it's to cover up people bigger than him. If I were a witness in this case, I would be pretty concerned. Like, you're a woman that goes up there, they're like, hey, here's what happened, here's the abuses, whatever. And you know, deep down, he's going to be out pretty soon now. I don't see a hard enough knock where it didn't lead to anything. It didn't lead to everything we were all curious about. What other celebrities, what other people, all these white parties, all the people at the white parties. There's nothing in there. It's just all it was essentially his abuse of Cassie, and the rest not guilty. That you know, that is a slap on the wrist.
Well, and the thing is, it wasn't just Cassie, though. The Capricorn Clark thing was a big deal. She's the one that was being held kidnapped and threatened to be.
The charges were with Cassie, right? That was a witness who you.
I think those are some of the charges they took off last minute. But see, they actually took off the attempted and left the main charges. Like, I thought that they still had kidnapping, but I never really heard it when they were reading the verdict, whether say guilty or not guilty. So maybe they took it all the way off the table.
Right.
But I don't know. Things are just so strange. And I just don't. I feel like it could have been worse. I feel like it was somewhere in the middle, all the way. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Karen, for sure. A lot of big names.
Why did they call
present,
KK?
future.
I think
We're there.
I think they didn't call KK because they may have been afraid it would have helped the other side, to be quite honest. And then I think the reason that the prosecution didn't call her is because she was a co-conspirator, and I think they planned on bringing a case against her. And my biggest thought when I found out he was guilty of some things but not the RICO was that because he wasn't guilty of RICO, it would be really hard to go after her for being a co-conspirator when he didn't get charged. They'll say, what's she a co-conspirator of? He's innocent. Didn't you hear? So that really I think that may be the reason that they did that, because
or what
she
if
won't
he's not
ever
a
face
mafioso?
or anybody else above. Exactly. But her name, there was no way around her name being in everything. Even the civil suits, and almost every other witness knew who she was. They talked about her. They showed text messages. She was intertwined in this thing like a French braid, you know? There was no... I mean, seriously. And I think they intentionally didn't call her. I'm thinking the prosecution, because they wanted to do a separate case. And the defense probably was afraid of the cross-examination. And they didn't call any witnesses because they were afraid of the cross-examination. And they made it look like, oh, their case is so weak, we don't even need to. But I don't believe that. I just think that they pulled one over on the jurors, or they were paid or something. But there was at least one person in there that thought they proved RICO, but he was outnumbered and they wouldn't hear him. But I think he was really trying to follow the judge's orders, because the judge did explain it in such a way that, you know, if these two acts are, and they broke it down into ways that it just doesn't make sense that they gave the two, but not the RICO, other than they went on their own path. They just, not rogue is a bad word for it, but they just kind of threw out the instructions and did what they wanted. But yeah, but Jaguar, right? There's been footage of her talking all kinds of terrible things she's done, where she was giving away money to these girls and knowing way too much. I don't know. There's something about her that I'm not comfortable with anymore. And I do listen to her. She's crazy, but she does know a lot.
I think the whole thing stinks.
I do.
You know, one way or another, we'll see what happens with sentencing. I'd be curious if there's any new cases brought up now that this part is done. Maybe some other people will come out.
Another lawsuit came out, and closing arguments. Another lawsuit came out. against Christian Combs and his dad.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it does seem like Diddy had this attitude like he was going to get out of things right at the end. And then his son came out with a song during closing arguments as well, talking bad about the witnesses and talking about we got to free him. And they started planning like some kind of reunion thing for him to go out on. Like they really got this idea that he was going to walk. I really do think. So I don't know. It does seem something fishy happened, but he didn't get, I don't believe he's getting off scot-free. I mean, and I don't consider it a slap on the wrist. I mean, we'll see when they sentence, but 5-10 years isn't a slap. That's a lot of years. That's years off your life. Probation, the ankle monitor, a year or two. Yeah. But any 5 or 10 years, I don't consider a slap on the wrist.
Well, let's see what happens, girl. I'm with you. Like, let's see what the sentencing is. Maybe the judge.
But we don't, and it could be. I think he's going to push as hard as he can. I do, because I think he's pissed that they didn't follow what he said. If they follow what he said,
he could be receiving a check in a few days for like $250,000 to be a little less pissed. Like
right. Well, I mean, he probably will.
He probably. You know he will. There's people in high places running this show, man. Former presidents, current people above Diddy in the power structure of the Boue. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's kind of worked out. Yeah, there's something, because I think if he would have got off on everything, like it was all not guilty, people would have been like, what? But then if he got the worst of it, it would have snowballed into other revelations. So this is kind of a way to try and squash it for sure. We'll have to see if some new lawsuits come up. Plus, sentencing will be an interesting message, whatever that is.
About the Jaguar right? I don't know. I know I've played this before if everybody's seen it. This was her on her own stream, crashing out on a live stream, singing a crazy ass song she's a little nuts, man.
I said what in the butt. 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 You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt. You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt. You wanna do it in my butt? In my butt. Well, let's do.
She's an idiot. There's something seriously wrong with that lady, but it cracks me up every time. And it kept going on. For me, it's the backup when she does a backup to herself. Oh my god, I freaking die every time. But yeah, I really I think it may have had more to do with Christina than it did him, why they did everything but the RICO, or most everything but the RICO. And I think that oh my God, I don't know. I just can't understand how they could make it about, I don't think it ever was about, I don't think that they could be consensual in some of the circumstances, because they could prove, it was like they could prove that they were consensual once or twice because of the text messages and such. But then they did it a million more times. That's like if I come up to you and I'm like, can I have the keys to your car? And you're like, sure. And I run to the store and I do that 4 times in a row. And you say, sure, every time. And in the 5th time you say no, but I take them anyway. It's wrong. You didn't give me consent. It's not a one and all. You know what I mean? Like you can't just one time say yes and then forever it's a yes. And that's kind of the way I feel like they'd have to be thinking in order to not charge him, because he definitely did the things without consent. And there was definitely coercion and there was blackmail about those videos. It was all there, man. These people have to be paid off or just they're done, because
they were paid off, I think.
They have to be. But why didn't they pay a little more and get him all the way off? And why did they not revoke? Why did they keep him on the bill? You know what I mean? Like, right,
children.
There were no children in the cases. They didn't have enough evidence, supposedly, to do anything with the children. However, there are civil suits with children in them, and he's still facing like 80 of them. I'm not saying all of them are kids, but there are some. And who knows if any new ones will come of this still, because there was a new one just a couple days ago, and they talk about the statute of limitations a lot. But if it's a minor, they've been known to lengthen that. If they were a minor at the time. So like if somebody's 38 now, but at the time they were 12, it's way too long. But because they were a minor, they might go, okay, we're going to let this one go because this, for whatever reason, because it's a worse crime if it's a child. So you never know what civil suits may come. And there's so many that I feel like eventually they'll start to, I don't know, there's something going to have to give, man. And I kind of wonder if they can't bring if new things can't come to light and bring new crimes against him. I know you can't do the same ones because double jeopardy, but if new things come to light, like a lot of things like he's guilty of besides this.
What was that one girl's name that you were listening to? Not Jaguar, but the other.
Allie Carter.
Yes.
Yeah, I have Allie Carter. She's speaking out.
I thought that she had been a minor at the time.
And she said she's not been subpoenaed. She's not been asked. And she says that she would. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know the whole story on everything, but she's tried to put it out there. I've heard her say she's tried to put it out there. But what they say the difference, and she may have a civil case. I don't know. She's never said that, but she may have one going, because they say when there's not enough evidence, then you can do a civil a lot easier than you can a criminal. And she may not have enough evidence to bring it to the court. It may have to be civil. And that's what they say is the reason. I don't know. They could be lying. It could be all false. But, Cassie, look at all the witnesses. We had Cassie Capricorn Clark, a girl named Mia, and a Jane Doe. And none of those women alleged that they were ever around minors. So how could it, they can't bring it into court if no one's going to say, I saw it, or, this person came over, or this thing happened. Not one person said it that was involved in this court case. So as wild, I want to be conspiracy with it. Like the most evidence wasn't of the children, I feel like, or they suppressed it. But
maybe that's how they picked the witnesses.
Right. I mean, that could be argued, but I don't know what Allie did or didn't have or do. But she says she's got dead man switches and things will come out when she dies. Oh my God, Forging, you're going to make everybody mad. No. I forgot. Last week I had this whole dive on R. Kelly stuff, and I find it completely mind-blowing. I really do, and I almost forgot until I saw that comment. I just got to see where it's at. There's a lot to that. There really is. It's insane, all the different things that, I don't know, they just seem like they would have been obvious, but you don't notice until after the fact. Things are just so clear, looking backwards. Like those skits from Dave Chappelle. There were still some more that were pretty damn funny. I should have played them, but I didn't want to run in the ground, but they were pretty funny. Let's see. It is nuts, man. This whole, I don't know how much y'all know. I did like graze over it a little bit last week about all the stuff that's going on with him collapsing in a cell and everything. And
now they're saying he poisoned himself.
What's that?
Now they're saying he poisoned himself.
Oh, here we go. Well, I don't. My conspiracy radar goes off on this one, and I'm wondering if he's got anything to do with anything. Like, I don't know if he ties into this stuff. Right. Like,
the reason is that Mr. Kelly was about to expose some facts that would be extremely inflammatory and damaging.
Like the days before the event, he was getting death threats. He felt like it was coming from Jay-Z. Like Jay-Z was trying to basically, it may sound outrageous, but he felt like Jay-Z wanted to get him killed for whatever reason.
Have you maintained any type of contact with R. Kelly since?
We spoke, we spoke a couple times, but I don't really want to be like, I know he's getting calls from everywhere, and I mean, if he's guilty, I just hope and pray that he get help. If he's not, I wish everybody, everybody embrace him, and whatever.
That's way more than he said about Diddy. He just act like he didn't know Diddy.
R. Kelly just got rushed to the hospital after what looks like a poison attempt, and he's in serious danger. According to his lawyer, this is a murder plot that leads straight to Jay-Z and Roc Nation.
R. Kelly was giving an additional dose of medication by prison staff, and they're alleging that because of that additional medication that he was instructed to take and that he actually took, he suffered a overdose.
So according to R. Kelly's lawyer, the man who was paid to kill Kelly confessed that he was sent in by someone who knew Kelly was sitting on dangerous information that could ruin powerful people. And on the top of the list is Jay-Z, R. Kelly's former close friend.
I'm pulling with the big boy truck, nigga, big boy truck. We be the only big boys at the big boy box. Go get him, Kelly.
But this isn't the first time someone's claimed Jay-Z wanted Kelly dead. Kelly's cellmate, Ronnie Bowe, previously said Kelly told him Jay tried to sacrifice him.
I don't know if it could have been some Illuminati sacrifice. I don't know. He don't know. You know what I mean? But how you feel.
Now we know Jay-Z.
Like, so that's just like the gist of it. And then they talk a little bit about Jay-Z and R. Kelly's connection and Nas. They talked about Rock Nation a little bit and the young girls, and Jay-Z, like a lot of people knew about it. You know, Aaliyah was young. Beyonce was even young.
Right.
But it never came to bite him. And then they also talked about R. Kelly's like leg clots in his legs that, you know, just for a little bit. But I'm skipping past that for, you know, some more of the juicy stuff. Let's see what this one is. Something about the polygraph and murder for hire. I think they're saying that he would take a polygraph. I can't really remember exactly, but I'm trying to skip through the dumb stuff and get to the point. I'm sorry. Because I will forget the details if I go to try to. I already heard some stuff I've already forgotten just right there.
Journey. He was taken by ambulance to a nearby hospital because they tried to take him to the hospital inside of or associated with the facility that he's in, but they couldn't help him, so they took him to an outside hospital. Now they say in addition to this incident, this overdose, right? They're also pointing to the fact that R. Kelly allegedly has been asking for months to get some medical attention to a swollen leg. R. Kelly's legal team says that once he was taken to the hospital for this overdose situation, R. Kelly brought up the swollen leg, and they allege that doctors there, they took a look at the swollen leg and they found blood clots in R. Kelly's right leg, allegedly, in his left leg, in his lungs, allegedly. But his legal team alleges that once the prison was contacted, R. Kelly was then removed against his will by guards and was not allowed to be treated.
And it looks like this wasn't some medical slip up. Now, before we get into how Jay-Z and Rock Nation fit in, here's what happened leading up to this. According to a filing obtained by USA Today, Kelly's lawyers claim that after Kelly was put in solitary confinement, prison staff gave him way more medication than he usually gets for anxiety and sleep. Basically an OD, and that's what landed him in the hospital on June 13th. They also claim he was forced out of Duke University Hospital in Durham, North Carolina, even though doctors told them he shouldn't be moved. And now Kelly's lawyers claim this was a targeted hit. The OD comes just days after Kelly begged to be released from prison for his own safety and alleged that another prisoner was paid to murder him. On June 11th, R. Kelly's attorney, Bo B. Brindley, wrote in a statement to USA Today, federal officers have solicited the murder of R. Kelly because he intends to expose the corruption underlying his federal prosecutions. We have filed our motion to make sure that they fail. Brindley also later talked to News Nation and claimed they obtained a sworn statement from an inmate named Michael Stein, who claims he was offered an early release in exchange for Kelly's murder.
In terms of proof, the most powerful piece of proof I can provide is the sworn statement of the man who says that he was solicited to kill R. Kelly. Michael Glenn Stein has.
Yorga's not here to say he wants to see it.
Okay, here's what you want to do. Save.
Right. He'd be like, wait, I want to buy that.
A full declaration signed, and he's given his willingness to sit down for a polygraph examination administered by either side to testify in court. He has given us the details of who solicited him and when. And I think that's the key here. These are not R. Kelly's allegations. These are the allegations being made by Michael Glenn Stein, who's the person who says that he was solicited to kill Robert and sent to Butner to do it.
And when asked why someone would try to get rid of R. Kelly now, Kelly's lawyer claimed that Kelly simply knows too much and was planning to expose some powerful people tied to the government.
Mr.
Go back in a second. Stop for a second or whatever, but yeah, Aaliyah, R. Kelly, and Jay-Z, yeah. But ambulant.
Forging, would you pronounce oil for us?
Oh man, I've never heard someone enunciate it quite so well as that. When you do it, I do it when I'm thinking about it. If I'm not thinking, it comes out. Oh,
oh, hundo. I love it though. Shit.
It's just how most people do talk around here, anyway. Around here.
Around her.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and I'll tell you. Just tell you, they talked about his cellmate that R. Kelly had, and how he said there was jealousy from Jay-Z and stuff like this. And then I'm going to skip ahead to where they talk about how it could be. I think somebody even uses the word Illuminati because, I mean, and sacrifice and things like this. And I don't know, could it be considered a sacrifice if you just go into jail? Because I feel like that's what they're saying.
Why not? Right?
Well, they also he also almost died too. You know. What are you holy crapping about, Fortune?
Yeah.
Scared to ask.
You can surrender yourself.
crazy. Ronnie said Kelly.
What's up, Bonnie?
I'm sorry. I
You're
didn't
good.
realize you were doing a video. You can
Oh, it's
surrender
fine.
yourself to jail.
Oh. Yeah, it's just a second,
He was
dude.
getting death threats back when he was still touring with Jay-Z. And Kelly always felt like Jay was trying to sacrifice him.
He felt like on one of the shows, one of the events when they was in Madison Square Garden. Prior to that event, he said like days before the event, he was getting death threats. And he felt like it was coming from Jay-Z. Like Jay-Z was trying to basically. It may sound outrageous, but he felt like Jay-Z wanted to get him killed for whatever reason. I don't know if it could have been some Illuminati sacrifice type shit. I don't know. He don't know. You know what I mean? But that's how he felt.
And get this, Ronnie Bo was supposed to appear on The Breakfast Club to talk about all this, but Jay-Z blocked his appearance.
Jay a pretty powerful dude in that industry. You know what I mean? And I'm experiencing that now because I was supposed to be setting up an interview with The Breakfast Club, and they said that iHeart wouldn't allow me to do it because of the publicity surrounding my name, man. You know, it may sound far-fetched, but I know that Jay-Z has connections to where he could blacklist.
Same story about Diddy too. You know, like they were both very powerful. I mean, obviously, all the people saying the same thing. There was a clip I'm not going to play. Nas was talking about Jay-Z and how he knew R. Kelly and like ties to each other like that and stuff. But it's like a deep dive. Like some of these, you start connecting dots and it's like you can't. It's crazy. You're like, holy crap! How did I not notice this? Like so much of it. So it's kind of like the same thing that they tried to do. They didn't get Diddy. They tried to do that with Bad Boy Entertainment. Well, Rock Nation they operated very similar as like what was the one with Suge? Suge got jail time, but not for that reason. What was his Death Row? That was like, I feel like the model. That dude was taking people's heads and sticking them in piranha tanks and threatening them and getting what you know what I mean? Like it was kind of nuts. And then these two, both Rock Nation and Bad Boy Entertainment, were next, and I feel like they followed his lead sort of in that respect. But they didn't get anything on Diddy, so I don't know that they'll get anything on Jay-Z either. Every time something comes up against him, his name gets dropped off of lawsuits. Like he seems harder to nail down than even Diddy. But I don't know. I don't see him getting away with it forever. Something's going to come out that's going to be irrefutable. His name keeps getting dropped left and right. I mean, maybe he hasn't fallen out of the graces in the way that Diddy has, because he has been like Teflon. Nothing's really sticking to the guy. Satan. See, I know that's what it kind of sounded like. That guy was saying it.
Well, what's the highest profile person you've heard of in entertainment really getting taken down and it sticks?
It's tricky. That's why I told you, and I still stand by it with Diddy. Like, even though he got a little bit of time and not much as I thought, they may try to pull the same thing like they did with Cosby.
Right. Cosby, OJ, even Natalie Wood, she died in a really weird way. And the big actors around her, it didn't stick. They couldn't prove anything. And it was kind of a similar story. Sexual abuse, MK Ultra, manipulation.
Man, I remember the stuff about, I don't know, maybe, I wonder why they haven't had any mercy on R. Kelly. He's the one that has done time for the longest and been forgotten about. But I remember allegations that women were in rooms with just a bucket for a toilet, and it was pretty just foul. And that to me sounded like some kind of MK Ultra type.
R. Kelly taken down, what was the main charge? What's the main charge that he's serving for? Was
R.
it
Kelly?
like
I have to look it up, man.
Was it
R. Kelly? No,
Yeah.
he had women allegations up the butt. Like he had tons of them. Same as, but I guess maybe they weren't there.
Okay.
What's that? That's all I
Sexual
remember. Did you ever see the surviving R. Kelly stuff? Like,
I saw some. I did. Yes.
Apparently, he was lower on the totem pole than Diddy.
He's the one that went down for taxes. Like he served a couple of years, or still is, or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Weinstein, and I don't even want to say this, but Candace has proven a lot of stuff. Like it seems like they really did. Surely he's guilty of something, but I think some of the things he's doing time for, it's like You know, those are the things that were more like buyer's remorse than this stuff with Cassie and them. These women were keeping on meeting up with him after he allegedly did these terrible things to them. And it's like seeking out him. It was pretty nuts. Also, I didn't get the timestamps, but all you got to do is look up Candace Owens. She's saying now that the Trump administration and Trump both contacted her to tell her to stop talking about Macron. And she goes on to go in great depth. You really should watch the whole thing. We can't clip it up like we do. It's just too much information. She says that for them to do this, and it just means it's got to be true. Otherwise, they wouldn't even address it. And then not to mention, she goes into religious beliefs and some PDF file stuff. So it's, y'all got to check that out, man. I thought about it, but it's like, it would take the whole damn show to go through it all. And it was really dark, but fascinating at the same time that she was addressed over it. Even she was like, wow. So, well, this is probably the last or second to last, if not the last on this subject matter anyway. But I'm glad it was going to bug me because I meant to do it and then I didn't.
Kelly has incriminating information, not just on celebrities, but on the feds, the prison system, and even the Department of Justice. So now the question is, what does this have to do with Jay-Z exactly? Well, here's where things start connecting. Turns out that Jay-Z has deep government ties through his right-hand woman and president of Roc Nation, Desiree Perez. And Desiree also happens to be a former federal informant. So here's the scoop on Desiree. Court documents obtained by the New York Daily News show that back in 1994, Desiree was arrested for having 35 kilos of cocaine and conspiracy to distribute illegal substances. She was charged with being involved in a major operation that stretched all the way from New York down to Florida and Puerto Rico. Now, as you all know, Jay-Z's crew isn't just music, it's street ties and old connections. And Desiree wasn't the only one connected to the streets. Her husband, Juan E. Perez, has serious cartel ties, and he's been close with Jay-Z since the 90s. They co-founded the 40/40 Club, and years later, Jay made him president of Roc Nation Sports. But see, their connection goes way back, before Roc Nation even existed. So what kind of business were Jay and Juan really involved in back then? Well, you can probably guess.
Oh my God, wait, I want to see this.
Oh, wow.
We got this.
Let's just say they weren't making music together.
How old were you when you started selling drugs? I can't say. I don't like the way you're saying this. Let's say hustling. It sounds such a harsh way to put it. But it is harsh.
I can't be a politician. I'm too real. I don't want to talk about it. That's the best thing.
Never?
No. Never.
Now, before we connect this back to R. Kelly, you're probably wondering what happened after Desiree got busted with all those kilos. Well, according to a Variety report, Desiree only got 5 years probation, and that's because she flipped on her charges and became a Fed informant. This 2014 article published in the New York Daily News even refers to Desiree as the Fed's star mole. It says a June 11th, 1996 court hearing obtained by the News shows the feds were pleased with their star mole. The defendant has really worked closely with these agents. Assistant U.S. Attorney Lawrence Bardfeld told the judge that day, arguing to keep Perez out of jail. The same article also referred to Desiree as a Manhattan nightclub manager with a lengthy criminal record and close links to hip-hop mogul Jay-Z. And it pointed out that she had a long and wild history as a DEA cooperating witness and then a fugitive. Now, this
So yeah, I forgot about this. It didn't take long. I literally saw it last week, but yeah, that may be why he's not getting in trouble. That's the difference, potentially. Once this predicated on criminal conduct, including sexual children, forced labor, bad act violations. Oh, because he got caught with the minors. We're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. And so he got what Diddy should have got.
They had more evidence, I think. They really did. Corroboration out of the women. Like, I think, so let's give an example. Everybody speculates that, Bieber got diddled by the diddler, right? Everybody thinks that, but he denies it and he doesn't want any part of it. I think people are humiliated and don't want to face it. Hey, Miss Mendersu. So I don't know. There's that, that if he were willing to come into a courtroom and say the stuff, then maybe he would have gotten him. But you can't I guess they could have subpoenaed him and they didn't subpoena him. Probably because he's out here making statements saying it didn't happen, They probably thought it would hurt their case.
I mean, he could have denied it in some way. Like, I do think that's where the key would have been to getting to all the people at the white parties, would have been if they were willing to participate. But they have good enough lawyers that'll be like, no, I'm not answering this, denying it, whatever, whether it's Bieber or other big names, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. And I think that's why the RICO didn't stick, that nobody would testify on it. Like nobody would come in and back it up or admit because then they would be admitting guilt to a lot of things, right? And what do? Plead the fifth or say that
Which
you...
they all did pretty much because they were all guilty. I think they showed all kinds of crime within his corporation and they still wouldn't give it to him. I don't think they did right. I think based on the information and the way that the judge explained it, there was absolutely was proved, but they were either paid off or something, man.
The biggest people though basically pled the fifth, like you said. That's why that didn't stick. The people, if certain people would have come out,
and that's the other reason they thought they didn't get Christina. Sorry, before I forget, that's the reason they didn't think people thought that they didn't get Christina Koran, because if she would have most definitely wanted immunity, and then they couldn't go for her next. But because he got off, they're not going to be able to go for her at all. So it's kind of a catch-22 either way.
Yeah, it is for sure.
But it's frustrating.
It's interesting to see the loopholes in the justice system in a case like this where things seem pretty obvious. And this just shows how dirty lawyers like freaking justice is about money in a lot of ways.
Shoot, I'm trying to figure out. Oh my gosh, this dog.
Okay, Forging says, or maybe he didn't do any weird shit with Bieber, but because he has done so much degenerate elsewhere, no one will ever believe Bieber. Okay, let me soak that in. Maybe he didn't do any weird shit with Bieber, but because he has done so much with others, no one will believe Bieber. Target victims with less power, more chance he will be caught if the public supports the victim. Well, Forging, like Bieber at that time didn't have any power. He was an unknown celebrity. Like, I don't know. Hey, Clay. I think that he got exploited from the start from quite a few people. Combo of Diddy, Lady Gaga, Ellen DeGeneres had Justin Bieber on her show very, very early. Like, and they're all connected, and they're all like throwing this kid out there, and then he catapults, right? And then he gets exploited by one of the Baldwin daughters. Come on, man. Like, that's a funny.
I need to find that clip where he totally says, "Oh, it was kind of like arranged marriage." Like, why would you get those phrases? Like, it's like he figured it out on the stream too, though. It was pretty funny, actually. I hate to say that, but
and then he's being exploited by his parents. They're taking his money. That kid was used over and over and over. I think that's why he's breaking right now. It's all kind of slamming in all at once. He's still young, like. What, 30, mid to late 30s? How old is he? But
yeah, he's go ahead, Bonnie.
And well, I had seen where I don't know if it's a court case, an ex-producer and the now producer are both fighting him to get money. Like,
yeah, Scooter Braun is one of them. Yeah, and there's a whole lot going on, and it's unfair. He isn't in the country now, huh? He's losing it with paparazzi and stuff too. I feel sorry for the guy.
That's what I think, that they're just trying to break him financially for sure.
Huh. Right. It's sad, and I wish he would have went. I mean, I don't think he wanted to go to court. And I mean, I want to say you never know, but like there's too much footage where it's uncomfortable. And they talk about all the rugs that they gave everybody, and you can clearly see footage of him out of his mind. And it's like, if nothing happened to him, then it's a miracle.
Yeah.
But there's only like 2 minutes left of this. I can't even remember, but I think it's interesting. I did forget that he was literally had an informant working for him. I think it's Dame Dash talking about why he wouldn't deal with him because of that.
This article was later wiped
Think about it. Rappers don't. It just doesn't. Something doesn't sound right with it. You know.
from the internet, but you can still find screenshots of the original story on social media. And this isn't just gossip. Dame Dash was actually scared by Jay-Z's move. After Jay hired Desiree as president of Rock Nation, Dame showed up on Sway in the Morning and explained that a lot of people in Jay's circle, like Rockefeller co-founder Kareem Biggs Burke, had serious run-ins with federal agencies. So for Jay to bring a federal informant to run his company was spooky business.
This is the one time that the paper did scare me, and I was like, I have to be some truth to it. Is when I read about his affiliation with, informants. That he's in business with certain people, and it's tricky for me to say, but just based on where I'm from, I can't have nothing to do with that. And then just based on,
do you believe that though?
I don't know. It's paperwork. So it's not to believe. You know what I'm saying? There's paperwork. So that part of it scares me because I know Biggs is in jail. I know Irv Gotti's been harassed for years over shit he do. I know they've been with me for years. So it just means I need to stay over here. You know what I'm saying? So I love Jay, but let's say I find out that any of that, I can't for him at all because that's how I was raised. It ain't no disrespect. I don't know how anyone else was raised. That's it. It ain't nothing to talk about. And it's real serious for me because your friend, my man's in jail for 3 years over weed. The feds is really on me. It's not like they're not. And where I'm from, that's tolerated at all.
So put all this together, Kelly's murder plot is no coincidence. His lawyer made it clear Kelly is targeted because he holds serious dirt on the feds, the prison system, and the Department of Justice. And Jay-Z's connection to Desiree Perez, a former federal informant with a criminal past, puts him right in the middle of this. And why would Jay-Z hire a former federal informant to run Rock Nation? Think about that.
I think that it's funny. I think old boy basically said snitches get stitches. I can't work for him. I mean, it's kind of the whole rule, right? Goodness forging. Yeah, they definitely have him on film all the time, looking like sad and no, nobody would want to admit it, Bonnie. And that's the thing is that I think that's if it's more I don't know, even a girl, you don't want to, if you don't have to, you don't want to, but I think that they should, but I could understand why they wouldn't want to be in front of the world that way, and go through it twice basically. And I think that's why I think it's so unfair. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just saying that I think so too, because they tend to rip the victim apart, like reputation wise or.
Yeah, I saw some mean comments about Cassie on these live feeds, and I thought these people are just terrible for doing that. Like the poor thing. I mean, I'm not saying the things she did and what was dealing with it wasn't gross and things like this, but she was definitely a victim, dude. There's just not another way about it. And yeah, to think that she and Jane Doe and Capricorn Clark and Mia, all of those girls were probably scared. They didn't want to go testify. They didn't want to be humiliated and embarrassed. Some of them tried to remain anonymous, but people like 50 Cent are telling on them, their identities and stuff. And I'm just saying they went through all that and for nothing, basically. Literally almost nothing. I mean, he did get the one charge with Cassie, but it's crazy. I mean, I guess Cassie's the one that at least he got a charge for, but the other ones, it was like for nothing almost. They just humiliated themselves, and he didn't get any more trouble. So I wouldn't want to be them. I think it sucks.
Yeah, like Fortune's saying, a lot of careers would be ruined. And even if all the truth came out, the extent of it, because it has been leaked to Epstein, right? And so the extent of all of that put together, it would be so many people going down.
Yeah, I'm still wondering though if it's like dominoes, like I said with they're going a different direction here, but those other arrests with the fraud, like I'm hoping that there's more like that to come, more things to come. As far as more arrests and more exposure. And, there was like a side note when Timcast was talking on that earlier, but he said something about all of the stuff that RFK found that the CDC was hiding. And he didn't like go in detail, but like things like there's a lot of things they keep saying are coming, were being hidden and covered up. And it's like, I don't know. Maybe we get rid of the people, basically get rid of anybody that's hiding or covering up things and try to have more transparent people, you know? But that's just me hoping again, you know?
I think that we're all being shown how things work and like exposed to the corruption, right? And if we expect arrests and jail time for all these people, that's, I mean, a lot of wasted energy, dude. There's, we've seen so many corrupt politicians and lobbyists and whatever over the years, and none of them are sitting in jail. So I think maybe the silver lining, though, kind of weirdly to say after that, is that we see them. The more we see them, the more maybe we can find the solutions, whether it's in your own locales. I think that's a big one, fixing things in your own locales and moving up from there. Because the fact is the top, it's they reveal themselves and they eat themselves alive. But we're never going to change it, and it's not going to change the price of my eggs. And so I think maybe the best thing we can take from it is knowing how the world works. Because whether it's this stuff with Diddy and everyone or whatever, it's the same structures of how the world works. You know, politicians, powers, the heads above us, whatever the eye of that pyramid is, I don't know. But at least now we know they constantly lie to us, you know?
Yes. And I just tried to highlight John's comment. The greatest weapons.
I do that too. Wait, which one? I do that too when I'm on yours or somewhere. I'm like, oh, wait, I can't do that here. Because like there's a beauty to it where you can kind of like not say anything, but kind of like, you know, you're acknowledging it or talking about it without talking about it, you know? So yeah, it kind of feels weird when you can't do it.
R. Kelly victim, if you can walk, you're not going to stand there and get peed on. You're going to leave the room. No, a lot of people will stand there and get peed on because they're getting paid. For real. People do it and some people like it. But yeah, John Dunning, it's about truth and love. Like, we're not always gonna really see justice as we'd like to see it, but the veil is thinning the more these idiots do what they do, whoever it is, whatever.
I feel like this is the most we have gotten out of things, like the most transparent things have gotten, and the more, and everybody's going to kind of tell on each other and stuff. And I think Jay-Z probably will be next. I mean, they got Fat Joe in the works. They're coming from Diddy's son. Who is the other one? I feel like there was one more. Oh, Tyler Perry and I think Jay-Z. They had at least try. Maybe they swing and they miss, but they have more than once. But I still think they got more, and hopefully they do come for him. A lot of people say, here's another thing. So Diddy is going to do some time, maybe not as much as people want, but while he's sitting there, you know, just pissed off at everybody that didn't stand up for him and mad that other people
fuming.
Just saying. Oh, by the way, let me just go on and drop this information about this one. And let me tell you about that one. He definitely threatened in that leaked phone call that he was going to put out that Netflix film or something. He was talking about a tape he had on Jay-Z, clear as day. He was just, so I'm just saying, because he got that time, it may cause him to roll over on a couple people, and I wouldn't know why not. Algorithm.
Well, wouldn't that be something? I've got a Netflix special, like
Is 50 still going to do that? Girl, I can't wait. I swear, if it's on Wednesday, I might not even stream. I might just watch it on repeat. It's going to be so good. I can't wait. I love 50. He's hilarious.
I suspect the validity. I don't know if that'll happen, but if it really is, those lips. It's all about those lips.
Oh yeah. Humiliation ritual. Yeah, they definitely, that whole making the band thing was definitely that. I don't even know if I finished all those clips with Dave Chappelle, but I'm telling you guys, it was hilarious. It was funny then, but it's funnier now with the Cambodian breast milk. Like, because he's like, go walk across town and get me a cheesecake. It wasn't, he was just making it a little bit more ridiculous, but it wasn't that much more ridiculous. The real tea is that it was supposedly Beyonce sitting upstairs that wanted the cheesecake.
Mm-hmm. I mean, cheesecake is good, you know.
All right. Well, I don't think it would be complete without America's Mom, man. She did an interview with this really cool chick. What is her name? Shoot, I'm not going to be able to tell you. Yes, I will. It's like Jade or Sage or something, because she kind of had a Roseanne moment, and I think she's suing Disney or something. And so these girls got a lot in common, and this was really fun. A lot of different parts out of this interview were pretty fun. But.
Beautiful. I have a kind of a funny story. So we hang out at the bar, right?
Yeah.
I want to get back on track a little. And we love Sage. Like, she's the best. I get her number. She tells us that she has help. I don't want to give too much away.
He's saying him, Roseanne, and Sage were hanging out at a bar.
Yes.
You successfully sued Disney.
Correct.
Oh my God, you're our idol. And you won.
Right, but
we
real quick.
settled, so does that mean okay, we'll get back to that. Yes.
I just want to say, so I got her number, and then I put in the wrong number.
Of
So
course
for like
you
a month
did.
later,
He's
I'm like,
horribly dyslexic. All my kids are dyslexic.
I didn't know that.
and she doesn't respond to me for a year.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, and I'm texting her. I'm like, okay, she's a fake, another fucking Hollywood
Oh
fake.
my
I'm so mad at you. And then Sage, another project comes up, and she calls me, and she's like, I miss you guys and talk to you. And I noticed right then it was a totally different phone number, and I'd been cursing you for like
Wait,
a year.
you cursed at me?
Well, you weren't responding to my text.
Okay.
I was very upset.
Wow.
Because Sage hates us.
I was
He
so
said,
mad.
Mom, she acted like she liked us, but she hates us.
One big fake. No,
It
I'm a,
happens all the time.
I'm
So
a
it's my
terrible
fault.
actress.
I
No, but
apologize.
what I left from that to me was the best. I'm not saying this because you're here.
Yeah.
I told my mom and dad right away. I'm like, the best part of the Bertram thing.
Yeah.
Besides seeing Megyn Kelly, who's one of my
She's a
idols,
doll.
and talk about brilliant. And
Yeah, she's
goals.
fierce as hell.
She is, and we had the same attorney with because she was with NBC when she got canceled, and Brian Friedman is the attorney, and then I had him. Chris Harrison from The Bachelor, he had Brian Friedman. He's one that's with Justin Baldoni now, and that thing's not over, not over. Yeah. But anyway, I left and told my mom and dad. I'm like, oh my gosh, you know when you have an impression of somebody, but then you're almost afraid to meet them because you're afraid you're gonna be disappointed. Isn't that what everybody says? Don't meet your idols. Don't meet people that you love who are famous because they're gonna disappoint you. You were so shockingly nice. That's a compliment. I hope you take it that way. Because of Hollywood people, I don't like them. They're not my people.
No, they're not.
And they're not. That's not who you are, though. And I was so blown away at how genuine you were, and looked me in the eye, and were interested, and just talking to me as a human being. Like I didn't feel like I was annoying you. I guess.
No, you
And
weren't.
It was
annoying us.
really special.
You were very fun and very, very interesting and
I really did think these two were fun together. I just absolutely love her. I really do. Everybody loves Roseanne. That's what was really weird. I guess Indy isn't here anymore, but when she goes, I love Roseanne, it freaked me out because I was totally about to play it and I went a different way. And I was like she knew it. And she's like, no, do the Roseanne thing. I was like, how did she do that? I'm like literally deciding which. I went ahead and did the R. Kelly thing instead of the timing was weird because I didn't see anything else relating to it. I was like, how does she know that I have these clips? It was actually really good. So the woman is biracial, and she tells this awesome story about how and the times like her mother's parents didn't want her with her dad, and because of the times, because he was a black man, her mom was white, and how her dad wrote a letter every once a week to them just to let them know that they were being taken care of. Just this heartfelt, crazy, awesome story about how amazing her dad was, and even her mom. It was definitely heartwarming. But yeah, it's like over an hour. I'm not gonna play it all.
Good night, Forgy.
Oh, look, right when every time I do that, I go to say something, it's the clip I'm about to show. It's actually the reason I went here is not for the endearing things of her father. It's because Roseanne totally talks about slapping Whoopi Goldberg, and I thought that was pretty funny. So I'm really going for that. But along the way, we're going to get to hear about these letters. I spoiler alerted y'all on how he would write these letters home. But it is pretty funny. Roseanne cracks me up. She just doesn't hold back most times. Well, if I wasn't so slow.
Oh my God, your dad is something else. Huh?
I'm gonna send you the
I
video
have
clip.
chills from your dad.
Every month for years,
Month.
he did that and sent it to my and you and in the video you'll see my mom and she's like, I told him it's a waste of time. I told him don't do it. And he kind of you could see him get tight and he was like, I needed them to know that despite what they thought of me, I was taking care of their daughter. And I was like, oh my God. And so
What a guy.
he didn't know if they ever read the letters, but he was doing the right thing. And so when your family leaves you and again comes back, and we are all so close to this day. And even friends back in 1971 didn't agree with an interracial marriage. It had just become legalized a few years prior.
Yeah, right.
My mom and dad got to
In
be
65.
right. So this is so new. My mom and dad got to be like this. Their relationship was so close because they knew all they had was each other.
And them against the world.
Yes, that's why 54 years.
Yeah.
That's why they're my heroes. And that's why it's just humbling to see what they went through. And that's the other reason why I call BS on all these people who talk about, oh my gosh, being a Black person in America today, Whoopi Goldberg, give me a break. Like I can't with them because Whoopi understands too. And she's full of it and it's disappointing. But that's the kind of upbringing
I'll
I
smack
had.
that bitch right across her face if she ever has the displeasure to run into me.
Can I be there to witness it?
Yeah, we have to set that
Can I
up.
hold her arms back while you do it?
She's just an ugly soul. She's an
It's
ugly
sad.
soul.
She didn't used to be though, I feel like.
They never
No.
were. There's
I think
conditioning
they make
happening.
her be that way on ABC. ABC is just a racist
Yeah.
bullshit company. It really is horrible. But let's go to your dad going to West Point. That was a big deal for
Wrong button. Yeah, I definitely found that a lot of that stuff pretty good in there. Let me see. And then she talks about her dad and his underwear. It was pretty funny. Just to think that where Roseanne came from and just how her life was. And I mean, the odds were stacked against her. It sounds like when she tells a lot of pieces of her story, but it kind of made her who she is. And she's pretty awesome. Most people can't help but like her. And they talk a lot in here about, I'll probably find some of those where they talk about, how she wasn't a beauty queen and she wasn't super thin. And she was one of the first of her kind to just be like, not only famous, but like a superstar and be not the usual cookie cutter mold. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, totally agreed. I used to watch her stand up before she even had her show. She had that tight curly hair. And, she was overweight and gregarious. I loved that shit. And then she got her show. And then, time has gone on. We all know what happened. But I love Roseanne. Absolutely adore her. She speaks it as it is. She's
Yes. And
like
it sounds,
a real person.
yeah, it sounds like it's her true personality.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to hang out with her, man. Good night, Forging. I'd love to kick it with her one day. And when you hear other people talk like that lady talking about how great she was and how she was not, don't meet your idols, but it wasn't like that. That really just speaks to her, character,
Right.
and how awesome she really is. Because people like Ellen, she's supposed to be the be kind girl, but she's such a bitty in real life, and rude to these people. Yeah,
Right.
she is Vendor Sue. But it's pretty funny. Like I said, this next, I want to play this for you guys. It's short too, but she's talking about her dad, and it's like straight up. There's no way she's making this up because there's no reason to make it up. I wouldn't want to share this if I was Roseanne, but once again, that's what makes her her. She's a trip, man.
my dad sat there in his underpants, which were stained, and he never took a bath or nothing. And he sit there in front of the TV, and all he loved was sports, of course.
Yep.
And he got himself a bell next to his chair there, and he ring this bell, ding, 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 and that meant a certain number of rings meant bring me cheese.
Cheese?
Yeah, we was on the welfare cheese, and so he always wanted the entire brick of cheese, not just a slice. We have to bring in the whole brick of cheese with the wrapping paper on it.
Oh my gosh. George is laying in bed right now going, wait, I want to see it.
And
right.
Here you are, sire. And then he just held up the cheese, and he only had 8 teeth on the top and 8 teeth on the bottom.
Oh my gosh.
And so he'd take a big old bite out of the welfare cheese there and say thank you, and then the next ringing of the bell, you had to bring him a bowl of Captain Crunch. Those are the only things he ate.
Cheese and Captain Crunch.
Yeah, and then we put the cheese back in the fridge, and we told our friends, Daddy just takes big bites off our cheese, and they said, no, he don't, because they're all nice blonde Mormon folk. And so I go, yeah, he does. He just bites off the welfare cheese log. And so they go, we got to see. I go, yeah, because it's only got 8 teeth in there, 8 on top, 8 on bottom. So we charged our friends a nickel when the parents were busy, and they come in through the kitchen door, and we open the cheese door for a nickel drawer, and they'd go, oh my God, they had all these like rat bites.
Just one tooth
From his
here.
chiclet teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Summer teeth.
So he wasn't quite as elegant as your dad.
That's okay. You would be who you are today
That's
without
right.
it, right? Thank God. He was perfectly exactly how he was supposed to be.
She
I
was
don't know.
banking off of his.
Do what?
She was banking off of him eating the cheese.
Right. You will.
This is so weird. I can make money off of it. So he's sitting there in his underwear in front of her friends too. That's just whoa.
It reminds me of the dad on the Goldbergs. Y'all ever saw that show? He is always in his underwear in a recliner chair.
Yes.
And it's just like, back then it was different. Like now it would be, I don't know, more creepy a little bit.
Oh, I would have never walked into a home with the dad sitting in his underwear. I would have.
Oh, dude.
Even
my
if
dad-
they were going to get to see cheese that had bite marks out of it with only 8 teeth.
No.
Yeah.
There's just something about that, her willingness to share that with all. She just is so cool. You know what I mean? Like she doesn't give a I love it. I wish I could meet her in real life, like for real. She'd be cool.
Billy needs a bell.
Yeah.
What? Oh my gosh. You can't eat
more cowbell.
But we got to get a code on how many times you ring it. Oh my God, I can't believe that. Poor Roseanne. But once again, like old girl said, it made her who she was. So, okay, I didn't really tell y'all much about this chick though. So she was like I think she was the first woman on ESPN, and she's a pretty cool chick too. And her reason that she had her Roseanne moment was over the what shot. And it's pretty intense, man. I was hoping we could get to it before this. I have nothing else. I mean, I do shorts and little things that I probably won't get to, but this is the last thing I really planned on. Not really. I just figure I'll do another one later. It's crazy. I never know. I always think I won't get through them, and I do get through a lot of them, but there's always like 1 or 2 left. And I just, a lot of times they are old news by a week. A week is a lot, when it comes to news and things that happened.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Yeah, this one is like this week sometime. It was probably a couple days old or something. Yeah, I'm trying to. Okay, this is about her, being her first day on the job.
But that first day that I was ever on SportsCenter, someone was sick. Someone called in sick, and they didn't have someone to fill in. It was that type of. I was going to get on it eventually within a month, but that day I was not ready, and it was a disaster. I was terrible. I was awful. I can't even look at the tape. But I remember 30 seconds before that red light on the camera went on, and I could hardly breathe. And I literally went back to that 11-year-old girl on the couch with my dad, with this crazy dream in 1984, a dream that girls didn't have, especially girls who looked like me. There were a couple of women nationally, but they didn't look. They were white, and that was just a different time. And I had to really keep it together that first day, and for many years after that, and remembering how far I'd come and how many people. Really, so many people helped me along the way and gave me a shot, even when I sucked, and I sucked for a long time. Like I was really bad.
Well, they saw something in you that you
They saw potential.
You didn't harness it yet, but they saw it was there.
And they kept. People didn't really work with you in TV. I don't know. They just were like, okay, let's give her another chance. They saw I worked hard, and they saw that I knew my stuff.
Yeah,
it was just the delivery. Yeah, slowing down, and it's still a problem. Whatever, it's too late at this point. Like I can't change it. Right? It is what it is. And
what do you think you brought to sports casting that nobody brought before you?
Oh, gosh.
With your unique, who you are and how you see things.
I've never been asked that question before. Others certainly had these qualities before me, long before me, but what drove me was my curiosity, and genuinely wanting to know what these athletes were feeling at that moment, right before kickoff on the free throw line and game 7 of the NBA finals. Like, I wanted to know what was going through their minds because I've never been there and I never will be there.
Yeah.
And that was my job, was to get those feelings, those answers out of them. So the audience, the millions of people at home could come into their world too. That's why we love them, because they're doing things that we're not capable of.
Right.
So when I asked questions, and I always asked my own questions, people didn't write my scripts. Like, it was important. Very few people have scripts written for them at ESPN. And so I really wanted to know the answer. It wasn't like a fake thing.
What was her name?
I think it said Sage Steele. Now, I don't know if there was someone else on that interview or it was just that lady. Cola, you're muted. Yeah, Sage Steele.
Crap, I was sitting there saying it too, and I was like, yeah, that's what I just said.
Well, I was making sure you knew, you know.
No, you didn't. I was over here typing and talking and thinking okay. I kind of did spoiler alert the next one too whenever y'all are ready. I'm going through them kind of quick because I don't know how much longer you ladies have in you, and I know we probably will wrap it up pretty soon. So trying to roll through them. Of course, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I definitely marked the parts that I like. The cheese thing, like I'm just like picturing the scenario in my head, and I'm just like, I just love her every time she shares a new story evermore. She talks about her dad on a different one. She talks about her dad pulling up to, like, you know, take up for her or something, and him getting out and slipping on the ice. And there's just something about her delivery of that story and how she literally cracks up as she's telling it, that just, it's just so endearing. I just love her. You know, she never like complains or says he wasn't good enough. She loved him. Just, you know, it's just pretty, she's just pretty awesome. And this is, like I said, I spoiled alert. She talked about how she get, you know, she was, you know, not so attractive or whatever. She talks about how she thinks she gets better looking as she ages. And everybody does say that, you know, everybody says she's aging better than Madonna and better than most. And it's kind of funny because it is true that Roseanne looks better than Madonna. And you never saw that one coming.
No, my mother wasn't a beauty pageant winner. When she
it wasn't hard for me to age because I was always a big fat slob. So it wasn't, you know, I think I got better looking as I aged.
Everyone agrees, and I agree.
But I never, I mean, I always knew I was out of the running anyway.
Yeah.
But I knew I was breaking boundaries.
I was going to say, you were iconic in that way, because really, who else came before you who was the first mainstream person, much less superstar, to be wholly who you are, representative of America?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
that's a good question.
You know,
I mean, Lucy, she was kind of a model, wasn't she?
yeah, but yeah, I think I busted the model.
Yeah,
but
you broke the mold literally and figuratively.
Yeah,
but thank goodness, honestly, because in Hollywood in particular, my world is a lot smaller than yours was, you know.
Yeah.
And there was no one else like you to do that and to own it.
Yeah,
and that's one of many reasons why you did that show did so well from its inception, is because you represented normal people.
Yeah, I look like everyone else in the heartland. And so I think that's why people believed the family, because they looked like everybody. But
and then had issues like everybody, and you put it out there in the best possible way.
But you know what's funny is after the success of Roseanne, then it became okay for normal looking Americans on TV. But if you think about it, it was a big fat dad, but the wife was still hot. I just realized that now. Like Kevin James and Leah Remini, they still never adjusted after you. They started to try and
no, they don't
back
dig
into that
fat
bullshit.
chicks.
They don't. It's kind of
no
gross.
Fat chicks. That's why I was so irate over. Well, I mean, I did so much stuff for fat women, but
I know where you're going. Our first viral clip on this podcast.
What about
Lizzo.
Big Fat Lizzo?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Because you know, I got mad because all these fat women that broke into things, and it's because of me.
Yeah.
And not one of them goes, "We'd like to thank Big Fat Roseanne for breaking the boundaries for our big fat ass." But they pretend like they did it, and it really.
Do y'all remember her doing the national anthem? Did I freeze? I think I froze. Crap. Maybe I didn't.
I'm so on you. Yes, I remember.
People dogged her, and she did kind of like, she was Roseanne, you know, she's not a songstress, But
she was not. I don't think she was trying to be as bad. I don't think she ever was a good singer. Like I don't think she was trying to do as horrible as they thought. I don't know.
exactly, I think she kind of got
Too.
dragged
She
out,
was-
and she was,
and grabbed her
she's a
crotch
comedian,
too. She
like-
grabbed her crotch, didn't she? Grabbed her crotch.
Yeah,
and
she did. She grabbed her crotch. Now, why can Madonna do that?
I don't
But
know, man.
Roseanne can't. Or why can a lot of people do that? But she was extra, but
Extra.
yeah, she was extra. I don't know. She always has had that reputation as a rebel,
And I feel like, because she started on the left and then she moved over, left the party and came the other way. But I feel like I don't know, I'm losing my train of thought. I feel like she looks out for, like, she relates to average Americans, and she even mentions it later. I'm going to definitely play it. She talks about her base, and she realizes and doesn't take for granted that it was working class, regular, everyday Americans who rose her to fame. And I think that's pretty awesome. A lot of people get up there and they forget, but I just really think she still appreciates the people, and she still it's amazing. I just really like her a lot. That's why anytime I watch all the interviews. What's that, Virginia?
The sitcom was about that. The average worker. That was her sitcom. The whole basis of it, like you're saying, like that's what she kind of represented.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what else is on this one, but let's go ahead and just do this quick. It's a couple minutes, maybe right here. It's just right where we left off. I didn't even do anything besides stop sharing and reshare here.
It makes me mad. But that's another thing of being a woman that's very successful and breaks a lot of boundaries for women. And I didn't know it till I got fired. But women hate you for it.
Oh my
Women
gosh.
hate you for breaking down boundaries for women. And I didn't know that. I thought they would be proud and happy that
Aw.
doors were opened and stereotypes smashed. But no, they want to be the only woman. They don't want to thank women who came before or even acknowledge them. They want to erase them. And so I was going to ask you, I really want to get into this part. What took you down at ESPN?
Yeah.
I want to hear it.
First of all, I want to say you are so right with women, and that's been one of the most disappointing things throughout my journey, because women are the ones that preach about we are women, hear us roar, and the glass ceiling, da da da. Where's the ladder? You're not pulling people up with you, but you're going to crush men along the way and tell men to be better. So I have always been more so lately, I'd say, open and constructively critical, I hope, with that situation and that topic, because it's so hypocritical when we criticize men, but then we don't even take care of each other, and then we're ugly to each other. So
so ugly.
Yeah, it's not okay. And I tell that to my daughters: no mean girls, no mean
Yeah.
girl shit. Like absolutely not. And
No mean girl shit.
Right.
I love that. Because there's enough of them, There's enough mean girls.
I think the whole show made it because they did seem like sort of the normal family with all the issues, the same problems, the same. It was easy to relate to.
Right. Just trying to pay your bills, make some dinner, not lose your mind when the kids act wild.
I used to watch that show a lot. I remember some of my favorite episodes were the most ridiculous. She would have these dreams of being like a goddess and being fanned, and everybody would wait on her and stuff. There was a couple like that, and they were so ridiculous, but they were so funny because it's like she's a trip, man. I can't remember much of the others.
Even her relationship with her sister, it was
yeah. And she always liked Darlene's boyfriend more than her.
Right.
There was
was a mess, but
Because he was like more truthful and like he actually was scared of her. It was pretty funny. I love that dumb show. They
I
totally
remember one time she made DJ a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and DJ had a fit. He was being a little bitch, and he was like, "I wanted the jelly on top," and she glares at him. She looks at him right in the eye and flips it over. So it's on top, and it was just like the nuance in her face, like the kind of like just staring at the kid, like, "I got your number." Flip the bitch over. Now the jelly's on top. What, bitch? Now what you gonna complain about? You know?
Where's your brain?
I'm sorry. Honey. Yeah, I wish they would make new stuff. I thought it was really funny too, and that's why I love watching her interviews because like little things leak out here and there. She can't. Some things she legally can't say, but she'll try to anyway, which is great. But you know, she talked about how they tried to get her to come back and play a ghost on the show that they wrote her dead on and kicked her off of. There's some. I'm so glad. As much as I'd have loved to see that episode, I am so glad that she told him no. You know, it's
Agreed.
just crazy. The show was like not doing good without her, and eventually it was over.
There was one time her and Dan were trying to pay bills, and he was like, "Well, we don't have enough money to pay the bills." And she's like, "Nah, Dan, I got it. I'm gonna write checks,
I know
for all
what
the
you're gonna
bills, but I'm not gonna sign the checks." And then it gives us 2 weeks.
It gave them time. Yeah.
Yep, give them time. I'll
Yeah,
send them a
they were
check
all
and it won't be signed. Then they're gonna have to call us back. We'll be good. We'll be fine.
Yeah. It's funny because you know it's some real shit. Like it kind of makes you wonder if she ever did some shit like that before. She seemed like she kind of some of that stuff you just don't write in the script. You live first, you know.
Yeah.
Well, if they were eating welfare cheese, they were a wealthy family. So yeah, she probably did learn a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
think
that's what
it was
she
based on her
is.
family. Yeah.
What's up, Virginia?
I think the show was based on her family to some level.
Yes, I think even the number of children and all that. So now when I watch her podcast and that little boy that's always with her, that's DJ, y'all. I mean,
Yep.
it is. It's
Yep.
not DJ, but it is DJ. You know, that character was written after that boy. And then the two daughters are both liberals and she hardly can stand them if you listen to her. But her and the son align, you know, and it's just funny the way that works. I sent you the link in email, Monty. I just don't know how much longer we're going to be on, but totally, it took it was so hard because I'm so bad with electronics. It's like, if it would have been in there, it would have been a little easier, right? I'd have hit M and it would have popped up or whatever, but I had never typed it in. I was there to complete focus. It's terrible to admit. Let's see. Okay, so now the next part, I hope, is where she talks about getting her Roseanne on and how this is kind of how come they click, you know. We got Monty. I guess he didn't know. I did it a while back, Monty. I just didn't say anything. My bad.
Hello.
What's up? I'm still going to play this real quick. It's real short. Anyway. This is the other chick talking about her Roseanne moment.
Monty.
You know, they themselves and they've got beautiful hearts, and I will remind them. But I always tell them, and of course, my daughters are 23 and 19. And I have a son in the middle who's 21.
Shit.
Hey, Dad.
I wasn't in the right place. I just thought I was. I'm close, though.
And you got to call them on it. And now it's so nice. I don't have to care because I'm not there anymore and I can say what I want.
Yeah.
What blew me up? What ended it?
Yeah.
Me opening my big mouth. I finally got my Roseanne bar on and I just said what I wanted to say.
What did you say?
I was on a podcast with former Bears quarterback Jay Cutler. I mean, he's been retired for many years. It was a new podcast for him. And his publicist said, "Hey, he hasn't had a woman on yet. Would you like to come on?" I was like, "Sure, I'll talk." And he asked me a couple questions, mainly about the Band-Aid on my arm, because I had literally just come from getting the COVID vaccine. And I got it because I was told by Disney and ESPN that if I didn't get a shot and was fully vaccinated by September 30th, 2021, that I'd be fired. And
fascism.
100%.
Dang it.
Fought it for the months leading up to it. I talked to my agent, like, how can I get out of this? And do a religious exemption. Do a medical exemption. I'm like, okay, but that's not what this is. I don't want to lie. Like, I want to be honest. I think this is wrong. And to force anybody to do this is great. It's experimental. Just give us time for more research
Right.
to have taken place. It was a quick Google search. I'm no scientist, but I could see easily, on average, it takes 6 to 9 years for the FDA to approve a vaccine.
That's right.
And I'm like, this is happening in a couple of months. Realized how political it was. Trump was in office and it was evil. Biden's in office and it's required and it's good. And if you don't get it, then you're evil. So once you started to pay attention a little, you could tell, right? But I had this incredible job that I'd worked my whole life to get to that level at ESPN. I had 3 kids. I was very recently divorced and 100% responsible financially for everyone in my family. So I had to make that decision. And to this day, Roseanne, honestly, I'm still trying to forgive myself for caving in and getting the shot.
Well, you had to.
You had children. You should forgive yourself immediately. And I know we talked.
You
at the
had
bar.
to.
I did have to.
You didn't have
I might have cried at the bar when I told the
You
story.
did.
Yes,
You did.
because it was even more raw. But I didn't want to. I was so afraid of getting caught because everybody was getting fake cards too.
Yeah.
I keep
Dang.
forgetting I'm muted when I go back. She goes into more detail, but we can take a break for a minute. There's not much left with it. It actually made me like her even more. It's like so much to deal with,
Yeah, that's a tough choice, dude. I'm not. Ooh, I mean, being in those shoes, and I hope she didn't have any effects or whatever. I don't know if that comes up later, but
Yeah, I don't think so. I hope that's the only one she got.
Yeah.
What the heck, Virginia? What are we talking about here?
Oh, in Roseanne, remember when she opened that restaurant? It was toward the end of the show.
The lunchbox. It's called the lunchbox.
And it was loose meat sandwiches.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
It was her, Jackie, and their girlfriend, and their mom.
Oh, the mom. Remember? Oh, God. Her mom and Jackie was hilarious. She couldn't stand her.
And her
And
ex
it's
boss. And her ex boss.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot his name. He's a real good actor, but that show broke so many boundaries. It was middle class family with day after day average dealings and problems and situations that everybody dealt with across the nation. To this day, even they was the first to break the domestic violence thing. They brought it to light. When Jackie come over crying to Roseanne and Booker, I think it was Booker that beat her up. Dan was like, "What's going on?" And she goes, "I just don't want." Jackie told Roseanne, "I just don't want no one to know. I just don't want no one to know." And Dan didn't even say anything. He just grabbed his coat and was seen walking out the back door.
Oh, I love him. His character's a cool guy.
The next thing you know, it comes back from commercial, and he's sitting in his recliner with his coat still on. He's waiting and ready already. The cops show up. He's like, "Roseanne, we're here to take Dan to jail for assault." And she goes, "What for?" And she started to tell the story behind it, of why. And Dan's like, "Shush, Roseanne. No one needs to know." And he happily put his wrist out there to be cuffed, and he went with him.
Right. Yep.
There was a time here, I don't know if it still is, but so if you punch somebody, it cost you $40. That was your fine. Because I remember a lot of people saying it was worth the $40.
Right.
That's kind of funny. It seems like a very not important detail, but the whole body and face and all the things, like her character it really is crazy because I can't think of the name of the show, but I could see it. They tried to do it again and it just never worked. I mean, it was just her character. It is true. Like every wife was super hot and like a size 3, right? And the husbands were all fat. Like every time it was the same thing. Look at Peggy Bundy was like freaking Jessica Rabbit figure, you know, they were all hot. And then, like I said, what was there? Something Doug. There was Molly and somebody, and she's kind of a chubby, short chick. And it's like, it didn't feel like Roseanne, you know?
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, she's pretty awesome.
David.
Go ahead. What were you saying, Bonnie?
I said Archie Bunker, and I said, well, they weren't young, so I guess they don't count.
Yep. Calm down, David. I bet he gets so sick of that because everybody says it, but it's like, it's kind of your fault. You say it so much. Like, it's like, now that's like associated. I see him at almost MK Ultra say, calm down.
Yeah. Calm down, David. No, I think it's kind of
Tourette's. Yeah, Tourette's. Calm down, David. To tie Roseanne's ass hairs with honey, the bears loved it. What the heck just happened? Do y'all want to hear the other her talking about the shot? What was that? There he is. What was that, Monty?
What kind of TV you watching up there, Black Watch?
I don't know.
Getting to him.
It is kind of sad, but I think I'm just glad she spoke on it and that they aired this. Moonchild, what's up, girl? I'd give you the link.
I thought about that long and hard because I was so afraid of getting it in my body.
Yeah.
But I thought since they knew I was against it, that they might go double, triple check. And then if I got busted, it'd be headlines, Sage Steele, fake vax card.
Yeah.
Who knows what they do
Yeah.
to you? This is 2021.
Yeah.
And
Everyone's
so
crazy.
I went to the pharmacy that day that I was scheduled to be on Jay's podcast. It was the last possible day I could get the shot to be fully vaxxed. And I sat in my car and I cried before I went in there. And I was like, and I prayed all night, the night before and that day, like, if you want me to walk away from this job, God, please give me a sign. Or a sign that I'm going to be okay if I get this stupid thing. So long story short, I went in the pharmacy and the sweet woman who was administering it looked at me and she saw my red eyes and she said, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "No, I'm being forced to get this shot to keep my job and I don't want to do it." And she looked at me and she said, "This is so wrong and I am so sorry." And she held my hand and squeezed it. And then she put it in my arm. I've never been the same since here mentally.
Really?
Something changed in me that day. Like an anger, I think. I'm not an angry person, but for that situation, I was angry that
because you knew it was unjust.
I knew it.
Yeah.
And the my body, my choice people, like I was livid, but I did what I had to do at that moment. I would do it differently today, but that's okay. It led to today and I wouldn't change a thing, but I got back in that car, cried the whole way home, went, "Oh my God, I have this podcast," flipped up the lid on my laptop and did the FaceTime, Zoom, whatever it was, and started talking. And I forgot that I had that Band-Aid on my shoulder because it had just happened. And when Jay asked me, and he asked me before, he's like, "Can we talk about the COVID stuff?" I was like, "Sure, I don't care, go for it." And then when he asked me an hour later, I was like, "What's the Band-Aid?" And it all was running through my head. And I just said, "Well, I think it's sick and scary for any employer to force their employee to do anything to their body. But I work for a global company, Disney, and I guess I'm not surprised. And I love my job and I need my job. But I think it's sick and I think it's scary. And I took it. And that's what I said.
Nutrition shouldn't be a worry.
Okay,
And
I'm
they-
muted this time, at least. I
They
feel so
fired
bad.
her for saying that.
What's that?
Did they fire her for saying that?
Yeah, she goes into it a little bit more in a minute, but she says it goes in, believe it or not, it goes into like Obama a little bit. I mean, I'll let her tell it, but I figured we'd take a break for a second. Like, I just don't like to do one thing for very long. I think I got ADHD or something, so I only want I only like to do a little bit at a time, digest it, talk about it, and then dive back in. That's what happens to me so often. Like, I'm watching somebody else and my attention diverts. So I like come back and forth and I get up and I go do one other thing. And that's kind of like my own dysfunction a little bit at a time, you know, to keep so that I can stay on track, whatever. I sent you the link. Go ahead, Virginia.
It looks like she has a lot of regret and hopefully she didn't have any physical symptoms or anything go bad. And then part of me hopes that certain groups got placebos, whether it was in
People keep saying
Minecraft.
that. You really believe that? I keep hearing that. I mean, where does that come from?
I don't. Okay, so here's my thought. Let's say in Minecraft, some of these people who administer know that it's not right. And let's say in Minecraft, they give you saline and they say, sorry, this is fucked up, and then give you saline. And you just, I'm saying rogue behavior. I'm saying rogue behavior is not good. All right. But what if some groups that were really cornered in were able to receive, I don't know, not everyone got the same thing. Even if it was active between different brands, between different companies, they were still a little different. It was a big experiment. Maybe some people got out of it or got a lesser poison.
People say it all the time. I hear it that so often, and I'm like always wondering how, you know. Oh,
That's
thanks.
It kind of happened with my son, and we keep praying that it was placebo because they had to do it to go on a cruise that had already been paid for, and the lady that was going to give him his, she was like, "You're not wanting to do this, are you?" And he said, "No, I'm totally against it." And she was standing there ready to give it to him. And she said, "I'll be back in a minute." And she went, and then she came back. So we're hoping, praying that she switched. But
Shoot, you know, they were just talking. I was just on Redacted. They were talking about if you did get it right, and you thought, you know, you were trying to. There was stuff you could do to try before it got to a certain level. It needed to be happen first, because once they were talking about that white fibrous stuff, you know,
Right.
and they were saying the best thing is to just not let it build up to that and to like start detoxifying it. I can't remember what they definitely named some stuff that you could take so that ahead of it, you know, I don't know. I didn't do it, and I know, but
things like that would, you know, set you up before, clear you out after. I'm wondering if certain people went and just got like a vitamin B12 shot instead, especially depending on the reason the person was in there to do it. You know, you never know, because
definitely people say they were. I don't understand why they wouldn't just give the same thing to everybody, other than like they're just some kind of scientific data or something.
A lot of people had to have just the piece of paper, you know.
Yeah.
And then they could just get that. That's what she was talking about. Like, you could get in trouble if you got caught, but yeah, that was one way. I would think that would be better if you could do that. I don't know what kind of trouble you could get in for that. Depends on what the laws are.
Quite a bit of trouble, but it's like you can hide in the numbers because so many lined up. So many people went to drugstores, CVS's, whatever. Well, you never know. Maybe you could get just that piece of paper, depending on your situation or who you know or whatever it is. So just with that lady, I hope that she hasn't had any effects, but there are loopholes.
Right. And if you wait, I think I just saw recently that they were saying, I can't remember the article, but I'm almost sure it was kind of mainstream. And I think it came across like, you know, sometimes you get like news articles about young men with the, you know, myo and then the carditis. And we were saying that forever ago, and we were conspiracy theorists, and it wasn't true. And now it's like, oh, by the way, guys, just so you know. And it's like, man, they just act like it's the first time it's been spoken of. I swear that they were saying that wasn't true. And now it's like just a fact. No big deal. Best band ever? That's a hard question. Zeppelin?
Zeppelin.
Well, that's what he said, not me. I don't know. That's too hard to. I'd have to at least name a couple or something.
Yeah. Depends on the mood.
Must be.
What did you say? Sorry, Bonnie. I was just gonna ask. What did you say? CCR or
No, Zeppelin and ZZ2. That must be when the levy.
Like also. Two like also. I think it was
Yes.
ZZ Top and two is like also, I think, but I don't know.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
That's
Zeppelin and then ZZ would be like second.
Well, it could be better, but it's doing pretty good. I got tomatoes and peppers and onions and a lot of flowers, but I feel like we're a little behind than what we thought we'd be. But I've got all that already coming, getting ready to be harvested, and hopefully continue to harvest. I don't know what's taking the cucumbers so long, but they're still alive. They haven't really started producing any cucumbers, but it's doing pretty good is the shorter answer. So let's see, what's this called? This talks about the Obama and Disney again, because she sued him successfully somehow. They settled with her, which is still a big deal, I feel like, and hard to pull off. But yeah, this is pretty good.
So what happened? How long later?
The podcast came out 2 weeks later, and within a couple of hours, my agent called and he's like, "So," and I thought I might get in trouble for something else, which it was the first time I talked about my divorce, and it was like a 5-second thing, but I thought they'd be like, why'd you talk about your personal life? And I really didn't, but it was more the part of having to bear the burden financially for the ex-husband, for the kids, and I was like stressing about that, and my agent was like, "This is not going over well. You're going to get a call from the number 2 in command, Norby Williamson." And I was very close to him at the time, and I'm not now. And he has since been let go from the company after 38 years or something, 39 years. And he called and he said, "You whacked the company, you whacked Disney, and you can't do that." And I said, "What do you mean I whacked them?" First of all, I complied. I took your shot. I can have an opinion. And he said it wasn't going over well in Burbank headquarters, Disney headquarters. And the other thing I said that ticked them off was about Obama.
That's what I remembered. I didn't know it was the COVID shot. I thought it was the Obama thing.
What was the Obama
The Obama thing was Jay asked me why it was important for me to say that I'm biracial, not black. If someone says black, of course, I yes. If I'm asked, then I am a biracial woman. I'm so proud to be white and black. And I was on The View in 2014, and I was asked the same question. And what I did in 2021 with Jay Cutler was I repeated the same story I said in 2014 to Barbara Walters and Whoopi Goldberg and Sherry Shepard and Jenny McCarthy. And it just hit a little different 7 years
What'd
later.
you say?
What I said was Barbara was upset that I wasn't saying I'm black. Obama was president at the time. And I said, and she goes, "Well, what happens when you fill out a census?" And I was like, "Well, I haven't filled out a census in a long time. I don't know." She goes, "But what would you check?" And I would say, "I'd check black and white. I'm 50% each." And she goes, "Well, our president does black, checks just black." And I said, "Well, congratulations to the president." I said, "But I'm pretty sure my white mom was there the day I was born." And she did not laugh. I thought it was funny.
Such a good line.
As I said that,
That's a
the
great
monitor
line.
behind us put up a picture of my family with my white mom and black dad and 2 biracial siblings. But the thing that got me in trouble there was I said, I just think it's fascinating because Barack Obama was raised by his white mom and his white grandmother, and his black dad was not around.
Yeah.
But you do you. That's fine.
Some people
I can't understand why they were upset with her. But yeah, it's she's got a point though. Oh, I am. Yeah. Okay. Make sure I wasn't unmuted.
Yeah. I know Hispanic people that their driver's license says white. I think they just put whatever they want.
Well, okay, for a Hispanic or Asian person, what should it say?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
Know what the options are.
Right.
I've seen it where it says Latino, but that's Latin. I don't know. I can't remember what the options are. I always put other and I put American. It's none of their business.
And
It's a
that's
good
what I
question though, because black, white, and they don't have like, they don't have Asian, or I guess they might have native, maybe. But just thinking about it, like that box, there's short options.
Yes. And that's what's so weird. When the CDC called here, my married daughter was living here at the time, and we were out on the deck, and they called, and I said, what the heck are they calling for? I don't want to talk to them, because it popped up that it was CDC. And my daughter said, I'll answer it. And I said, okay, let's do this. She put her on speaker, and the question she was asking her, she was like giving weird answers. And then whenever she came to, she said, what nationality are you? Or I think she said nationality, not race. And I said, say American. And so my daughter said American. And she said, no, ma'am, that's not one of the answers. She said, you have to say white, or this or that, or whatever. And she said, no, I'm an American. And she said, but you can't say that. And she said, well, what are you? And she said, well, I'm Asian. And she said, if you can say you're Asian, why can't I say I'm American? And I started thinking about it, and I said, true. French can say French, German can say German. You know, why can't we say American? It makes no sense to me. Why are we the only nation, or are we the only nation, as far as I know, that has to give a skin color for your representation, whatever it's
Well, America is a continent, Black Watch, North and South America. You're in North America with us, then there's South America.
What, Bonnie?
I said, so what do you call Germany or Africa or
Europe?
Or yeah, Scotland, England, Ireland, Britain. they're ish. They're those.
For sure. And they break it down to okay, so the check boxes, you'll have black, white, Asian, like Latin American, whether it's Spanish, you might have Pacific Islander, but it is kind of broken down very, very simply on color for the most part, shades of yellow to brown, white, through brown. Yeah, well, Kim, on the shit, it's not really even country. Like, they don't say, are you German, French, Czech, Swedish, Austrian? They don't say that. That all falls under white. So, and then black, I mean, that can be a lot of places. It can be Africa, it can be Haiti, it can be Jamaica, it can be, that's its own thing. And then Asian also will break down to anything from Japan and China to Israel. That's technically Asia. So like it kind of narrows down to black, white, yellow.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I might as well show y'all the She talks more about her settlement with Disney. And I guess apparently Roseanne's in the middle of suing them too, but she can't really talk about it. But I don't know. It's kind of interesting little tidbit right here.
And
I think settling out of court with Disney is a victory.
it is definitely.
I
Yeah.
do too.
I look forward to settling out of court with Disney with my lawsuit.
When is this happening?
We
Now.
can't. We're not allowed to talk about it. But I will say we can't talk about it.
Okay.
We can mention this, that you are pursuing what's rightfully yours
Yeah.
legally.
Yeah. They
Did you get the letter from Disney?
What?
The scorched earth letter, like we're going to destroy you and ruin your life and
I
kill
did
your
not get
firstborn?
what you
No,
got.
we got that. We've gotten that.
Goodness gracious.
It is terrifying. I read it. It's terrifying.
I went, oh well, they already tried to kill me.
Yeah, I
lived.
walked to mom and I was like,
I
"What do you
lived.
think?" She's like, "Man, fucking, I'm too old to be. I'm too old not to fight." That's what you said to me.
Oh,
that was
yeah,
the most
and I am.
badass
How, but
thing.
that is so bad. How many people would have said, I'm too old to fight?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you said, I'm too old not to fight.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
I've already. What are they going to
After
take?
all the shit I've lived through.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I was scared. I was like, I don't know, Mom. She's like, "Fuck, it. Let's do it. Let's go."
What's so funny? I mean, besides everything.
There's right and there's wrong.
Absolutely. And I think that
Nobody said it.
gosh, I think I would have regretted it if I'd stayed quiet, even though it would have
You
been
would've.
easier and cheaper and a lot of things, right? Just to stay quiet.
Yeah.
But the fact that you're choosing not to,
I went to every lawyer in LA because I always wanted to fight because I knew what they did. After they told me it was only going to be one season
Mhm.
because we were renewed and that I had to pay for that season if I didn't sign my rights away. And I said, well, what if you get more than one season? They said, that'll never happen. And they did 6 seasons,
I think they did 7.
7
6.
or whatever. And
Stole her
no,
show.
they swore, well, I said, well, what if you do get another season? Oh, well, then we'll renegotiate. And then they said, we never said that.
Mm.
So I went to every lawyer in LA and they all said, well, we previously represented Disney, so we can't represent you.
so many.
Conflict.
So
And there
many,
was
yes.
not one lawyer in LA
Oh.
or New York or Chicago. And so I flew to Israel to find a lawyer. And he said, yeah, you've got a case. And I was so thankful and happy. And then 3 days later, he called and said, I'm going to work for the Trump administration, so I can't represent you.
God.
And I never gave up looking. It's been very difficult until I finally found some great Hispanic lawyers from Trump. And I say Hispanic because
They're the most fierce Americans right now.
they are
Yeah.
fierce.
Mm.
God bless them.
And
Because a lot of them came from communist countries.
yeah,
They don't want to say that.
and
Hmm.
they hate communism.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I needed. And so we'll see.
Is there
Okay, weird things are going on.
What's that?
I was sorry, I thought I was muted.
That's all right. I didn't even hear what you said, just barely.
Right?
Anyway, I don't know. I hope whatever is going on with Roseanne, she gets it. And she kind of, I feel like the girl kind of explained it. Like, they got on her so bad for saying a thing about the shot and saying a thing about the Obama. And then they fully supported someone else, like advertising the other side. And that was kind of how she got them, I think. But I don't know if that's, if I know which clip that is or not. I just remember that it was in there. And also, one time when Roseanne says Tom, I'm not real sure if she's referring to Tom Arnold or somebody else that I don't know by the name of Tom. But if we get to
Right.
that, I hope you guys will tell me your opinion, because I was sitting there thinking she could have meant Tom Arnold. I mean, it wouldn't be out of the realm, but I'm sure he's not the only Tom. Let's see. Who was the one that played her husband? His real name was not Tom Arnold. It was something, John Goodman. Okay. So
John
never
Goodman. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm not really sure. It could have been anybody, She didn't say a last name, but she was definitely complaining. Let's see.
No, it's got to be Tom Arnold. Tom Arnold is Wano Savin. You know that, right?
No.
Come on, girl. You know it's true. Girl,
It would make sense because Roseanne is she knows more conspiracy theories than I do. It's insane. So it kind of would almost make sense. He taught her everything he knows or something.
Dude,
didn't he finally
Roseanne
come up or
did
show
Wano
up in
Savin.
person? Like for the longest time, it was just the boots. But I think he finally cammed up, and I think he went somewhere in public finally, which took all the mystery out. So he could. So if it's true, then he couldn't have been him. I don't know, man. Unless he had one of those masks.
He did. I have pictures.
And he didn't look like Tom Arnold? Like, I don't know. If you said he did, I might be like, well, who knows?
I didn't think he did. I mean, he's got a big belly.
I think his name was Wayne something, like he was an insurance salesman or something like that. He's not Tom Arnold, but he did a good grift for a minute. I'll tip my hat.
Yep. And a lot of people believing.
Yep.
And then so what finally happened? He just disappeared. I feel like, is he still around somewhere?
I have not really seen him for I
Who?
don't know, a hot minute, year or two. Like seems like he disappeared, but maybe I'm not watching the same things.
Yeah, I haven't either. Even Snafu.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Mom.
I was asking who.
107 is what we're talking.
Oh,
Or
yeah,
seven.
he's still around.
I thought that, he hadn't been completely. Some
He's
people
in-
still know of it.
He's in Spain right now, supposedly, allegedly.
Is Snafu still on? Because I haven't seen him.
So what, like a YouTuber? Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, Snafu. You never watched him? He came on my panel one night. And I got to talk to him. He's from Texas also.
Yeah, I'm not real sure about that, Bonnie. I'm not sure. I definitely knew 107. I remember the Charlie guy, Charlie something.
Ward.
Yeah, Charlie Ward. And that one girl that died, I really think she was kind of, had to be doing something, right?
Yeah,
Kristen what, Monty?
Kristen W.
I don't know why I always get that one. I always because there's a lot of people with like one initial, but yeah, that's right. That's what I was thinking of. So, I'm sorry. I know I'm like back and forth, but this clip is where she talks about how sad she was when they accused her of being racist and all the things that happened. She explains it better about an Iran deal, and it was just pretty heartfelt. And she's talked about it a lot, but usually she like screams, "I didn't know the bitch was black," and all kinds. Sounds like a crazy lady. And this was more heartfelt. And like, I don't know. I just feel so bad for her. And I wish that I want to say that I wish that she could get like a campaign to like reach, but I feel like most people still like her mostly. Like only people real far on the left are mad at her. And even some of those don't even probably know that what side she's on.
But to accuse someone of being a racist.
It killed me. I wept for 3 days. And I kept calling ABC and Tom Warner, who owned my show. And I said, can you please put out a statement saying that I am not a racist? It killed me. And then the next day, they said, if you'll sign away your rights, we'll make that statement.
What?
Yeah.
This is the one who keeps it moving. He stocks the right parts.
Tom, whatever, it wasn't Tom. She was talking about the person that owned the show, created it, whatever she said. So I don't know. I guess when she said it the second time,
Neutrogena Ultra Shear.
They got me with the double.
All I cared about was that because it was my whole life and a vow I took to God to fight fascism and Nazism and racism. And it's all that consumed me. And the next day, there was a ton of shit about my racist tweet. And it had nothing to do with race. I thought she was white. And it was about the Iran deal, which was a destruction of women and women's rights. And
I'm sorry.
it destroyed me, killed me. I didn't think I would make it out alive of it. And I had people in the army that said, you need to go to, what's that town called over there in Taiwan? They said, you need to go because they're going to try to kill you. Because you had #1 show and you were a Trump supporter and they're coming for you. And Singapore, I was going to go there. But, you know, I felt like God was talking to me and saying, all you have to do, and I mean, I was down. I couldn't even walk. And I couldn't get out of bed. I was devastated. And then God came in, like he has 1,000 times in my life. And he wrapped his wings around me. And he said, you will have to get louder and more fierce than you've ever been in your life. And that's how you have to fight. And so I did. I did. I had so many people's numbers and I called them all. And I'm like, I'm doubling down. I'm tripling down. I won't go quietly into that. I won't go silent into that good night. I won't. Because I've already fought hard enough.
You can't.
And if people want to think I'm a racist, that's just because they're racist and fuck them. And
and fuck them. That was the best way to end that. And fuck them. Exactly. I really only think there's one more. No, I'm lying. 2 more. But still, they're real short. Then she talks about Trump supporters being her base because they really are. But the fact that she's aware of it's pretty cool. You know, not everybody would even notice or care. She's a trip. I'm going to go ahead and play it. Y'all are so quiet. Everybody's muted anyway. It's short, but she definitely shouts out the Trump supporters and says that that's her base.
Right. And they are.
It is true. But, you know, a lot of people wouldn't even notice, I bet. They wouldn't even care or notice.
I'm wondering if the fact that Tom Warner would not say she's not a racist, you know, when people that
he called me 6 months later and said, I said you're not a racist at NAPD when I resold the Roseanne show.
That was nice of him.
Yeah, that was nice of him.
Okay.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
But all
But
the
when
racist
push comes to
stuff,
shove.
all the racist stuff about her racist tweet where she
Right.
called Valerie Jarrett, said Valerie Jarrett looked like an ape. They would never show the picture that I captioned, which shows her looking just like that woman in makeup. They would never show it, so I could never put context to it.
Of course, because context truly matters.
Yeah.
But when people that know you stay silent,
They all stayed silent.
I think that's the hard.
Well, because
that's the
they
hard
knew
part.
if they did stick up for me, they'd be called a racist too.
Yeah.
So it's their fear, and I don't even blame them.
You know what? I'm with
You
you on that, but
understand
as we get further along in the culture wars and where we are as America, fuck you. Like that now's not the time to be silent and a pussy. It's just not. Maybe 10 years ago I could understand it, and I've actually defended a lot of them. But right now I'm feeling the divine spirit. Fuck you. Like stand up. This is why bad shit's happening. This is why bad shit's
Yes.
happening all over the world. Is because people are too afraid to stand up.
Because they're silent. They're choosing.
They're pussies.
They're
They
choosing
Call it what it is.
silence.
Stop being a
They
pussy.
chose to do that to me in order to do that to all Trump supporters.
Yes.
Yes.
And when I made the connection, I'm like, fuck it, I'm fighting.
Good.
Because those are my fans. They're my people. They're every reason I came to TV. They're every color.
Mhm.
And, you know, I was always so proud that I had a diverse audience. You know, whenever I did
Good.
stand up, I had every color and nation of people in my audience. And the last few times that I've done some shows, you know, they ruined that for me. And it's devastating. You know,
Aw. I'm like, the DJ was going off. I'm like, tell him, DJ.
Right, DJ. For sure. Yeah.
It's pretty funny. But yeah, it just, you could tell that's just how she felt. And it's bullshit. They really did do her wrong.
I agree. Didn't work with that narrative, but I give her credit, just like Dave Chappelle, for not selling out, giving up what they believed, what they were going to say. You know, they were like, nope, I'd rather tell the truth than take your check.
I still can't get over the stuff in the Chappelle show, man. Like I said, I just didn't watch the band show like that. And I did not realize how absolutely funny it was, first off, because once again, when they did those side by sides and then they showed what Diddy actually said, and it was so ridiculous. Like, I just want to be able to watch Scarface eat a sandwich. You know, it was so dumb. And I really thought when I never watched that show, so I just thought Dave was just being funny. And, you know, it's what the Dylan Dylon, whatever guy said. I never said that. I spit hot fire. He was so mad. It's like, dude, but that was so funny, you know? It was still funny. And it's like, I don't know. He's just being kind of sensitive about it. Everybody, I didn't finish all those clips, but a lot of people were saying, you know, he's coming for Dave Chappelle because he made the skit, but he's should be going for Diddy for doing those things to him. Like, he wants to overlook that part and be mad at Dave Chappelle. Dave was making it funny, bringing people's attention to it through humor. Like, wait, it is kind of weird, isn't it? What he's doing to those people, right? You know, obviously I missed it, but I'm sure other people caught on. The freaking fake Diddy dance he did about took me out. Oh, it's like, it almost looked like what the kids, they call it. God, I feel old saying that, but flossing. It's kind of and he just did it for a little split second. Oh my God, it almost took me out because it totally. It was Diddy reminiscent. I was like, yeah, that's kind of how he does it, Dave. Good job. It was funny though. Oh man. I'm trying to think who else did some Diddy impersonations that were pretty funny back in the day before he was a monster. I think it might have been like Jamie Foxx or somebody, or maybe, oh God, because he like.
I guarantee you South Park did some shit.
I think they did too. It's so weird how you look back and it's like everybody, they were all telling us. But like the one stand up, I'm going to have to find it. And he's like, take that. Making dude Diddy, you know? And he's like, he came out there and he like dances out the stage. It's pretty damn funny. I need to find
out the obvious for sure.
I've got to find that clip. It's pretty funny.
50 Cent today calling Diddy the gay John Gotti.
Gay version of John Gotti. Yes, and I was totally watching something on that, Monty, and the fucking lawyer wasn't getting it, and it was like almost comical. I don't think John Gotti was gay. And the dude like talking to him, no, he's not saying John Gotti was gay. He's saying because Diddy's gay, he's the gay version of John. Oh, it was just so kind of almost cringy, the whole thing. Like,
I was watching a video clip of Diddy on Benny Johnson. It was a whole bunch of just 50 Cent being 50 Cent. And one of them was like, he goes, hell, it's 50 Cent, and they're saying, hey, we all know that Diddy ain't in the closet. He's in the hallway.
I saw that one too. Oh my God, that is the best. I don't know if it was Benny I saw it on, but yes, he's in the hallway. Gosh, that shit. He takes me out. He really is hilarious. I'm over here cheating on Roseanne real quick. I'm looking. I got another tab open to see because I think there were a couple more funny small ones, and I'm gonna end up closing up without. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I don't have this one, but there's a clip of him like, I'm a savage. Everything I want, I get, like breaking a phone and acting a fool. And it's just like, I don't know. It's funny to look at now. You know, he just couldn't take no for an answer. He was a fucking mess. I'm just looking because I thought.
I love it. Acting a fool. That's what's up.
I need that clip. Okay, here's some Wendy Williams stuff. I knew I had something like this. Is real short, but this is Megyn Kelly covering it. Let me see. This way? No, shoot. That works. It's short. It's like a minute or two, and that's why I threw it in here. I mean, we all know it, but it's like it kind of puts it. I think it may have the thing about he says backstage, which is like really, you know, scary almost for real. Anyway, here we go. Oh crap.
8. All right, so here's Wendy Williams. This is back in 1998 in the call that got her fired from Hot 97, Hot 28.
I just want to know, I mean, do you really think that every player is gay or every other player is? Are you a little gay obsessed, do you think?
I'm not gay obsessed, and every other would be an exaggeration, but I would say 2 out of 10.
Okay.
In sports, and 5 out of 10 in music.
Okay.
Yes. And I don't think that's gay obsessed. I think that's after being in this business for over 20 something years and seeing things from the inside out and the outside in.
So next thing she knows, she's fired. And then again, that was 1998. And then she spoke to Howard Stern in 2006 and he brought it up. Watch this.
Did you get fired for making fun of Puffy?
Something like
Something
that.
Well, listen, you figure it out. You do the music of what was playing back in 1998 on the majority of every radio station 25 times an hour.
Okay, it's not a denial. And then last but not least, Diddy went on the Wendy Williams show in 2017. So now we're, many years after her firing, almost 20 years after her firing because of that comment. And he makes some comment about her son. Watch this.
As the mother of a now 16-year-old.
Who I met backstage, he
did?
He's a great young man.
Oh, thank you. You represent a lot.
You can see how awkward she is as soon as she hears
Thank you.
her son. Watch this.
As the mother of a now 16-year-old.
Who I met backstage,
He did?
he's a great young man.
Oh, thank you. You represent a lot.
You can see how awkward she is as soon as she hears they met. And he's now got a visual on the son. And I would submit to you, Wendy Williams was concerned to hear that the two of them had an exchange backstage.
Well, I think that clip is really interesting because it takes a lot to trip Wendy Williams up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a woman who would get on TV 5 days a week, much as you do, and speak extemporaneously, and this is her world. She's been in it forever. And Sean Combs, you can tell my opinion, that she's taking that as a not so thinly veiled threat.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills.
I mean, we did kind of know all that, but there's just something about her natural reaction to that does not look good. Yeah, vote or die. I remember that. I don't know if I played any of that footage. It's pretty creepy.
Right.
Okay, did y'all see Trump at the Eye Center? How long people would be detained, and he answered with how long he would be in Florida. I didn't see it. I'm just catching up, y'all. So let's see, what is it? Talking about her faith, which I do. Oh my gosh. I do. I know I'm flipping back and forth on y'all, but I only have like one or two more of Roseanne. And I don't know. She's like my favorite to share, to be honest. Cause I feel like more people than not. Actually, I lost my spot, didn't I? Now all of a sudden. No, here it is. That's weird. Like whenever it gives me the offer. Okay, here it goes. No, there's something about Kathy Griffin. Somebody totally wrote Kathy Griffin in the chat earlier, and I was thinking, don't make me look it up. Kathy Griffin's in there somewhere.
The best thing I learned about your mom starting that day in Los Angeles. I didn't understand the strength of your faith.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't understand it. And it is so beautiful. And Dave and I were talking about this after our conversation yesterday, where you shared the story about when you were 3 years old and God told you what was going to happen in your life with your show. Like, so beautiful. I can't wait. I can't wait
crazy,
for
right?
people to see that on my show too. This is the prayer that my dad made us memorize as kids.
Oh, great.
From his days at West Point, when he was forced to say it probably 10,000 times. But this is what got me through everything in my life.
I love it.
And it reminds me of what you're doing right now.
What?
Help me to choose the hard or right instead of the easy or wrong, and never to be content with a half truth when the whole can be won.
Amen.
I'm going to send this to you,
Please.
to your mom, because you can apply it to everything in your life.
Say again.
Harder right.
The harder right instead of the easier
Instead of the
wrong.
easier wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, think about that. And what you're doing right now by fighting back, by saying I'm too old not to fight back, it is the harder right.
Yeah.
It would be easier to stay silent right now because, hey, you're good. You're not
Yeah, you're
you
not
know,
hurting.
hurting in life financially, whatever.
No,
you're
but I'm
Roseanne.
closer to going up there
Correct.
to see my God, where he goes, "Why were you silent?"
Yes.
And I
And if
know
you-
he'd ask me that. I gave you a big fat mouth, and you was always
And you
going
waited.
around.
Yeah.
And now
At
you're
the end,
silent.
yes, because you have, and the last part of that prayer,
Gave you a
you
big
have the
fat
opportunity
mouth.
to not settle for a half truth. Like the whole truth has to come out.
Yeah.
And
That's
people
right.
don't know it. I think now they're learning it in every aspect of our
Yeah.
country and life and world with the anti-Semitism and everything.
It's
So
bad
we
now.
have to speak the truth
Yep.
and not settle. So thank you for doing that for all these years for me and for so many others.
Well, I want you to give your dad a big hug and a kiss, and give your mom a big hug and a kiss, and say, "I sent it to
I
them
will.
through you," because what heroes, and to create such a lovely child.
Oh my gosh. I can't imagine how that chick's feeling right now, because she talks about how much she meant to her and that she didn't disappoint her when she met her. Do what?
I
What the?
think Billy needs to poop.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Blackwatch.
I hope so. I don't want to get arrested. I might have a Roseanne fetish. I do freaking love her. I might just have one.
I don't
think
think it's a fetish. It's just being a fan, enjoying what she has to say. You know, she's a balanced person as far as the grand scheme of the world, dude. She does not sway too far one way or another. She's very informed and very truthful and clear about what she thinks. And right or wrong, I respect that transparency. So I don't think it's a fetish. I think it's a valid person to be a fan of. I love her too. Cola, I'm with you.
There's
girl.
something about her realness. Like, there's just not a lot of people like that. They say it, but they don't really mean it. I'm going to play one more and it's over. But I will say, talking about being down to earth, the girl says something. I'm not even going to say it. I'm just going to let it happen.
Okay.
Spoiler alert for once in my life. I mean, I do it on accident all the time too. I'll be like thinking it's, and I play the clip right after I was just saying it.
Don't make me cry again today.
I've already been crying this whole episode a couple times.
Thank you.
I just love you.
Thank you.
You're on a beautiful.
Yeah,
life
you're
path.
a rare
And
person.
this guy's something else. I'll tell you.
Calm
Remember, he
down,
still
would
thinks
you?
I'm a lightweight. Let's let him. Let's let
No,
him
you
believe that.
don't.
Let's
For a
enjoy
couple
the
more-
last
You
few
know
months of
how
him
awesome
smiling,
she is,
shall we?
don't you? How lucky are you to hook up with her?
Listen, it takes round 2 sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Or 3.
Well,
but
I-
it's
Second
just 2
marriage.
for
My
us.
second
Just
marriage
2.
is the best. so.
I've been 4 times, and I'm never doing it again. I'm just gonna get a dog.
You can't even get a dog. I can't let you get a
He
dog.
won't let me get a
No,
dog.
Jake knows.
Yeah,
Don't
Jake
let her
knows.
do it.
Get an AI boyfriend. They have their
I
AI
don't
is
want any
advanced.
boyfriends. I don't want to listen to one more
No,
man.
no. Listen, you could
I
program
don't want to
AI.
listen to
listen
any
you.
man tell me anything
No, no,
ever
Mom.
again.
You can have an
And I
AI
don't want to be a
boyfriend.
lesbian because I hate women and all they do is I don't want to be a lesbian
Mom,
either.
listen.
What?
You could program an AI boyfriend to just love every time you tell the same story over and over and be like, "You are the most amazing." You can do
That's
that.
why I have grandkids.
Tell me I'm beautiful. Tell me I'm beautiful.
They
yes.
love my
we got-
stories.
they're
My
gonna miss their flight.
grandkids. They love it when I burp.
We gotta wrap,
laugh.
all right, wrap it up. They're gonna miss their flight.
She hasn't belched one time during the show. I'm very disappointed.
There you go, baby.
There
Thank
you
you
go,
so
baby.
much for being here. You're
There you go, baby. She's goofy as hell.
Yeah, totally real person. I love it. Yeah.
The burp on cue was too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man, you talking about? She's actually lost weight.
Yep.
She's actually not that big anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really enjoy her stuff. Like, every once in a while, there's one that's not as, it depends on who she has on there and how she vibes with them. But I'll tell you, I wish one of these days I'm going to go back and get that spiritual guy. I mean, it's a lot of woo woo. It's kind of way out there, but they're like the gist of it is pretty interesting. I really enjoyed it. And I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff he said that I would not do, but it didn't mean I don't want to hear, kind of like she was saying about the athletes. It's stuff you'll never do. I would never try to astral project and leave my body. But this guy claims that he does it all the time, and that all you got to do is stop fearing death and it's not scary. And I'm just like, good, tell me about it. Tell me more about it while you go do those things.
Right. Some kind of point of view.
Pootie
Well,
never even came up here.
come on, Pootie Poot Poot.
What did she do? Took her makeup off. Oh my gosh. Black Watch. Hold on. I got one. I usually only do this for Jeff B, but
I'm about ready to.
well, I'm not. I just gives me an excuse to play the Mel Gibson thing. It's pretty funny anyways.
I love it.
Stop being that.
Well,
just kidding.
okay. So she lost weight. What did she do? Took her makeup off. Okay, here's the thing. How old is she? Probably almost 70, like 70-ish.
It's crazy.
And she is not getting all that plastic surgery. She doesn't have a bunch of facelifts. She doesn't have like all this modification of her body. She wears some lipstick and mascara and smokes cigarettes and drinks wine on her podcast. She's not fake at all. She's not putting up some pretense of whatever. Like I agree, Black Watch, with most celebrities, but with Roseanne, dude, she's not
Who's Steve?
not creating a persona with trickery. Like she doesn't have fillers in her lips, or maybe she's had, I don't know, something here that I have no clue. But if you look at her, she's a natural woman, natural body weight, natural face, natural hair, natural speech.
Yep, she looks good.
She does.
I think so too.
And she even went on camera when she was so sick and not looking so good. But she
Right.
still looked good.
Yeah, she's just a likable human. And I don't know, I'd be shocked if I found out that, she was sold out or something like this. I just don't believe it. I think she goes out of her way to not be. And like people always say everybody, and I just don't think it's everybody, I take up for Dave Chappelle until you can prove it otherwise. Now, when I get looking at people like Kevin Hart, it's almost undoubtable. Like when it's a true sellout, there's no doubt left, to even think about. It's just out there, and it's just is what it is. Like, he had all the things.
Yeah.
That made it obvious. And then
anybody at that level with that money, they've definitely done things that are questionable. They've worked in the system of Hollywood with the money and the sellout factor for sure, right? But the ones who save themselves, I think we can identify those. And I think Roseanne, I think Dave Chappelle, there are very few where I believe we can kind of look at their behavior and be like, okay, these people have integrity. Like they were in the program, right? But they're showing now, even if it makes them have a bad reputation, they're speaking now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I told you earlier that one of the videos I had doubles of like different people. Benny Johnson covered that orb and a couple other things. And this is just like a minute, just about a minute of him talking about it again. It's the same thing from earlier, but it's like I said, everybody's covering these things because it is kind of interesting and like out of the blue, sort of. Well, I don't know, all at the same time, rather.
No big deal. We have video of the orb flying around in the sky with no propulsion mechanism, no vehicle mechanism. And, it just like kind of hovers and is chilling over the city.
Just chilling.
Don't worry about it. We saw it. You can see it kind of land here. Nothing that strange, just like massive new towers at Area 51, massive triangular towers at Area 51 that you can see clearly on Google Maps. It's certainly definitely not some type of capacity to communicate with aliens or anything. Nothing strange about this at all. Go check Google Earth.
Benny's pretty likable too. I don't think he's a sellout either.
What the hell is it? Thousands and thousands of massive aerial views. Everything's fine. Nothing out of the ordinary at all. With the skies of New Jersey looking like this, with thousands and thousands and thousands of massive aerial vehicles flying over New Jersey. at a very low.
That's a different thing. That's why I went ahead and played it, because this is about New Jersey. It's crazy. They're like compiling together.
Altitude, the size of semi trucks. The residents of New Jersey be like filming them clearly, and just no explanation at all from anyone. Everyone just said, "Oh, it was just a training exercise." That's what they always say, right? Now we're getting more strange footage from the American military now. And I'm not trying to be a simpleton. I understand that a lot of the stuff is probably being used as an op against us. And no doubt that if Donald Trump becomes too effective, they're going to run the whole don't worry, aliens have come. And the aliens.
This is the part I was talking about. This is worth playing it. Just this thought crosses my mind as well.
Aliens demand globalism. The aliens demand that we give away all of our rights and we can just live inside their alien utopia. I get it. I've read about Project Bluebeam and so on. So why would the military be releasing this style of footage? You know why? Here's the brand new one. This from Jeremy Corbell, ladies and gentlemen, with a massive literal flying saucer. The military is releasing. See, a literal flying saucer flying through the clouds. What the hell is that? What is that? I don't know. It's allegedly military footage.
That's the other one, yeah.
And you can see the saucer moving around.
Roku Ads Manager puts Roku's reach within your reach. Sign up at ads.roku.com.
Again, no propulsion mechanism can be clearly or easily seen, but it's just dipping around the clouds there. What the hell is that? Increased contrast.
Yeah, so some of those we had already seen and everything. All right. This is 1 minute and 20 seconds right here, and it's talking about some other deals, some flying saucer type thing real quick. Let's just do a minute.
I don't know. Let's read. U.S. military personnel captured an eerie flying UFO saucer, a literal flying saucer. Got it? Okay. Just playing the oldies here. Investigative journalist Jeremy Corbell say the video was recorded by government personnel near the Afghan-Pakistan border. It shows a massive disc weaving in and out of cloud cover. The Department of Defense labeled the disc a UAP, unidentified phenomena, and it looks markedly different than other tic-tac-shaped UFOs seen by military footage. The raw thermal imagery, along with the additional enhanced clips produced by the U.S. government, show the unidentified craft abruptly changing direction without any visible signs of propulsion. This is the first time in history that military filmed footage of a disc-shaped UAP designated as such by the military has been captured by camera and released to the public. So why would the military release this exactly? Makes you wonder. Again, I'm just trying not to be smooth-brained simpleton here. The military isn't just here to release its secrets. You're not just going to get all the secrets from the military. Okay, there's some type of op behind this. I'm not saying I know exactly what it is, but it sure as hell seems like a distraction mechanism. Again, wait for aliens to finally make contact as soon as Trump gets too effective.
As soon as Trump gets too effective, he does. That's what's so funny, is because makes you think, man. The last time it was the sickness. Everybody got down with the sickness when it was going too good, and now it's going to be hopefully not aliens. But gosh, girl, I wasn't looking for them, and they were just all through my feed everywhere I looked, and I'm like, my God.
Well, I think there's something to be said for that. Like when some big shit happens, maybe supposed arrests or civil unrest or Diddy shit even, right? Then all of a sudden we have new UFO sightings in the media too.
I was waiting for something to break out as far as a fight or something at the courthouse, because those guys were going so far with the baby oil, and not everybody there was happy. So,
right.
And they were putting up barricades. It was getting kind of rough there. It was pretty wild, man.
Yeah,
at
agreed.
the courthouse or whatever. Okay, well, yeah, there's a little bit more, but we don't have to watch it right now. Let's see. Oh, you know what? They talk about this one that's like a tic tac that shoots up out of the water. That's like a minute. Hang in there, Bonnie. Just give me. Let's see you. Just give me 1 minute.
Have you
I'm
seen
sorry.
Have you seen or heard about the ones in the underwater that go up to 500 knots?
This might be exactly that. And that's why this is like, I'm trying to get the best hits of the whole thing. There's this, and then there's the Joe Rogan part. And it's like pretty intense. He talks about the spiritual component, which really got me, like, that caught my attention big time. And the things like that make me like Joe Rogan. Anyways, real quick, this is 1 minute long, literally exactly. Because I can't really remember. I'll say it wrong. It's something like this, a tic tac that like, here, let me just play it. Oh,
this is footage that's been played on Tucker Show and a number of other shows. This is absolutely 100% validated. They know exactly the shit. The people who are taking it. Tic Tac shaped UAP, 1 of 4 object observed. Somebody's looking out at the bridge. They see one of these crafts come up and out of the water. You can see here the famous Tic Tac UFO, as it is called. And it's called the Tic Tac because it just looks like a Tic Tac. And it shoots up out of the water, and then it blasts away. Again, without any visible propulsion system. Just chilling. So what is it exactly? No one knows. There's a lot of this kind of stuff. You can talk with pilots. You can talk with pilots about this kind of stuff. Like, a lot of this, there's a considerable amount of this stuff that happens with U.S. military tech. What is it exactly? And, I don't know. I don't want to be a sucker. But I do know that people that are really smart and who have access to this kind of stuff, people who've been at, like, my kitchen table, senators, members of Congress, people who have clearances, and they've said there's a spiritual component to this. And that once you figure it out, you, like, stop asking questions. Angels and demons sort of thing. Well, the single most curious mind on all of this.
Right this second, at some diner somewhere, I'll have someone really wants a soda.
I want to eat at that diner.
It's always
representing Yorga.
Says that interdimensional spiritual beings is probably the best explanation for all of this. Rogan says their appearances to humans as extraterrestrials may be intended to hide the true nature of what they are. And what they are, well, if you ever read your Bible, angels and demons. Angels and demons. Which, if you believe the biblical descriptions of what a demon and an angel looks like, would absolutely look like an alien to you, right? It's not dudes with wings. It's like an alien. They would look like aliens. If you go back to Ezekiel, you can read the descriptions of angels. Demons, of course, are described in various places in the Bible. But yeah, they look like aliens. Satan as a snake, right? Reptilian. Here's Joe Rogan. Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think in the description. Do we finally capture a flying saucer? Do we actually have the famous flying saucer? I don't know. Like spiritual? Joe Rogan. It's fascinating. Here's what Joe has to say.
But I've been talking to a lot of people over the last few months that think that aliens are angels and devils. And that's like when you're hearing about like all those stories in the Bible about fallen angels and devils, like these people think that they were referring to aliens.
That fell from the sky?
No, it's just the term, the way they're phrasing it is like fallen angel, meaning like Satan, and that there's good angels and bad angels. There's demons and angels. What these people believe, and I don't necessarily agree with it, nor do I even understand enough that I can argue against it, but they believe that all these stories are really referencing a spiritual force that's always here all the time and sometimes exists in the physical form. And it might be existing as these things that we keep looking for, like aliens and UFOs. And it might be doing that maybe even to comfort us, or maybe to be more plausible, or maybe to hide the true nature of what they are. So it will present as if it's from another planet. But really what it is some sort of interdimensional spiritual being that may or may not be evil. It might be good, it might be evil, and there might be a bunch of different kinds out there in the world. But that these stories from like the ancient Hindu texts, and Billy Carson talks a lot about that, and a bunch of other people talk about these different stories from these ancient texts that have people either interacting with sky people or someone coming from the sky and interacting with them. And they think that a lot of these things might be talking about the same thing, and that these aliens that people are encountering, there's some sort of an interdimensional being that has essentially always been here.
Dude, he was right. Interdimensional, we're assigning values, and values being like, how do we think they look? How do we think they appear to us? Whatever, right? And yeah, Blackwatch. You could say mention the Bible and they'll listen to you, but that's not what I just heard Joe say right now. Actually,
Right. Honestly, that was the best part to me, was the end there about the spiritual component. And like, that's what I meant. You watch the different ones. It was the same footage, but the opinions and things like that, some of them, oh my gosh, Bonnie. Dang, he's hating on Roseanne tonight, huh? All right. Well, my panelists are falling asleep pretty much and wanting to go make food. And
girl, I got some pasta on deck.
I'm saying, so if Billy's awake, I love saying that, messing with him. Then can you drop the link? We got 2 spots if anybody wants to come backstage and hang out for a bit. Because everybody might just sit back here and fall asleep. You never know, but we won't be live anymore, so it don't matter.
Right.
I don't think we'll fall asleep. I'm not going to fall asleep. What? I can't keep up. Like, we're just fart factor for years. Wait, what?
Fear factor.
Well, it totally says fart factor. I'm like, wait, what?
You be messing.
Okay, so thank you, Billy.
You can't type tonight.
Yeah. There was a sitcom that Joe Rogan was on before. Was it not News Radio?
Exactly. News Radio. He had hair. He had hair on his head back then.
And he still had hair. That's right. Yep. He's an actor just like the rest of them. You know.
All right. Well, like I said, there's still 2 spots if anybody wants to come backstage. And it's so funny to me how so many people will be like, "Oh, I want to come on panel. I want to do this so bad," and they want to do it in the middle of a live stream. And I say, well, come to the backstage. I'll let anybody back to the backstage and meet anybody, but they never do it that way. They ask you in the middle of the live and they get mad if you don't let them right in. It's like just one backstage, and I would let somebody up here if they were, not looking to cause trouble. But it's just the way it is. Good night, Miss Mendra Sue. Good night, YouTube. You guys got any good nights?
Good night, Moon. Good night. What was that book?
It was Good Night Moon. Yeah, we missed Moon tonight. We already missed our good nights to Moon. What about you, Bonnie? Anything?
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Monty?
Good night, John Boy. Not good night, Mary Ellen.
He's going Waltons.
I just don't want to not give anyone a chance and then cut the thing off without everybody saying good night. Dude, I wish I could. Yeah.
Blackwatch straighten up.
I look at the clock and I just want to get to 4:44, but that would take too long. But look how I know it's got that lag too. So even if you try for it, then you still got to account for like 10 or 15 seconds, and I don't have it down yet. But dang it. I love the 4:44 and imagine all the way across. But anyways,
4:44. Yeah,
totally happy.
I got
somebody's done it. What's up, Monty?
I got something real quick before you can turn it off.
Yeah, get us to 4.
That Joe Rogan had said all along that he will sit down with anyone, left or right or in the center, to hear their story.
Mm-hmm.
He has been in the past Democratic. He switched over a little bit here and there. He can still switch back and forth. We all can still switch back and forth. How he runs his show is how he runs his show.
So, right. He gives everyone a
Are you
chance.
up now or after we're backstage? I can wait till we're backstage if you want me to wait. We got 1 spot now. Dang it, I'm so close to 4:44, but I'm going to go ahead and end it because we do have 1 person waiting, and I don't want to put them up if they're not wanting to go up in front of everybody. So
Well, it could be 44244. Okay.
what's that? I know what the heck. There's this weird lag. It's a 3.
4 seconds.
All right, we're full, guys. I don't know who that last person is, but we're full.
That's all, folks.
Yep. Good night, YouTube. We'll just see where it lands. It's not going to be freaking 4:44.